what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart darkest night. Maybe you can keep the radio and think about you. You look so tired. Cause of the many heavy look you carry. You should let them go if you wanna do. You wanna dream come true. Open your heart and show your eyes and take your destiny. You say and for your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and take your destiny. You think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes and take your destiny. You say and for your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and take your destiny. You say open your heart and show your eyes you can change your destiny. And for your life, baby, the future is waiting for you.
Dingus Gambit.
what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny. And grow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny.
And then we're gonna hit unmute. Are we unmuted now? Are we good now? All right. Yeah, thanks for letting me know I'm muted. I would not I don't know what I'd do without you, chat. I do not know. Yeah. Pas de son. Sans bruit. Bruit? You're calling my voice bruit? That's not very nice. I thought it was the dulcet tones. The dulcet tones. Right, sorry, that's what we got. We got no bruit over here. Oh, du bruit de la pluie. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. I'm not supposed to be. Yeah, you're not here for French poetry hour, are you? That's Paul Valère, right? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember much. You're my monitor. Hey, speaking of which, okay, so yeah, I was just telling you that you might have seen this little number. Here we go. Weasel Force 1. Vamps helped me put this together this morning. It's not quite done, but I couldn't resist showing you anyway. We got the Weasel Force 1. Chat, I'm gonna have to take over. I don't know what else to do. Shit is fucked. Shit is legitimately fucked. We're gonna start the Weasel Party and we're gonna run against Donald Trump. I don't know what else to do. History needs me, chat. History no. Speaking of what, you know, speaking of chat being my monitor, can I ask you to be my monitor really quick here? So first of all, let's see. How do I sound right now? Anybody notice anything about my microphone sound or my voice, or like, right? Is anything strike you as let's see, testing 1 2 1 2, testing 1 2 1 2. Now, first of all, I feel like I'm a little bit quiet, so let me see if I can fix that. Go into our filters menu, get some nice output gain. Testing 1 2 1 2. Oh my god, more gain. Testing 1 2. There we go. That's that. I hope I didn't RIP any headphones users. Testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Are we okay as far as there's no clipping or anything? The Weasel Caucus will take over. The Weasel Caucus is taking over. No, I'm gonna have to run for president, chat. They don't have anybody. It sounds good to you? Okay, so here's one more thing I'm gonna check on really quick, right? All right. So you know when you go to the eye doctor, or you're getting your eyes tested. Are there any glasses or contacts users in chat? Have we got any of those? Anybody a use like aids to see? I'm gonna do the optometrist or optician. Oh my god, I got them mixed up. You wear glasses and contacts. You know the thing that they do where they're like, okay, so I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show you 1 and 2, and you're gonna tell me which is clearer, right? 1 or 2. Once again, here's 1, here's 2, right? I'm gonna do that if that's okay for sound, all right? Because I've just instituted a an EQ that's supposed to make my voice better, but I don't know how to do EQs exactly. I was just talking about how much I have forgotten about music and sound and frequencies. I used to know a lot about that stuff, but haven't used it in a while. So, well, anyway, let's do this. Okay, yeah, 3 or 4, exactly. You know what I'm talking about, Sasha G. So let's do like 1. All right, this is 1 right here. Setting 1 or setting 2. All right, that's setting 2. I'm in setting 2 right now. I'm in setting 2. I'm going to switch back to 1. Setting 1. Setting 1. Setting 1. And then setting 2. All right, so I feel like I've given you, yeah, everybody at least had ample time. 2 sounds more crisp. Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know that. That means that that means that the parametric EQ that I set up was bullshit. And frankly, it is bullshit because I just guessed. I looked at an EQ that somebody else had done, and I tried to estimate it, and I don't think I was that exact. So it sounds more crisp with 2. Okay, we're gonna stay with 2 for now. We're just gonna stick with 2. At some point, I need to put an EQ on there to would probably make my voice sound better. But apparently, I was probably just overly aggressive. I got aggressive with it, right? I know I need a roll off, and I know I need to roll off the low frequencies and the high frequencies, but beyond there, I'm kind of lost. I'm like, yeah, and like there's like a little bump down here around 1K, and then it goes back down. Little bump around 1.4. Little presence, notch at the end. My toys soak up the highs? Really? Toys? Wait, do I have something? No, just kidding. I'm like, my toys. Did I leave something on my bed? No, I did not. I did not. You paused and it put you back in top chat? That's annoying. It might be different if I'm yelling. Okay, well, I'll try not to. I mean, like, usually I don't yell. Like, this would be about as loud as I would get. Ooh, that's a little bit spicy, isn't it? It's a little too close to... It's a little too close to... Oh, that toy. Waluigi, butt muffler. That's right, the butt muffler, right? It keeps the sound good. Anyway, yeah, we got a lot to talk about today, and everybody's been talking about this. Everybody's been having this debate, including the people that you would least suspect. So when I last left you, I don't know how many people watched this, right? But we were doing the debate. We did the debate. It was a little bit janky because I couldn't like play the sound, right? I got so many different, like, I think some people, GNN, are you in here? I'm curious if GNN was okay, because I know GNN was running with the actual audio and the video of the debate, and I don't know. It seems like some people were okay and did not get they have the hammer come down on you for for watching the debate, but I also know that CBS was like, is it CBS or CNN? Whoever it was really threatening, to raise my anxiety levels. No, CNN was really threatening. Well, I mean that too, but like they were really threatening to put me on the spot. No, sorry. CNN was really threatening to to take down people's channels, take down people's streams, take down people's videos if they were watching the debate on stream. But yeah, since then, a massive debate has opened, right? And it's weird, right? Because like I remember telling you, does anybody remember this? One in chat if you remember this, right? After Biden and Trump had locked up the nominations, I told you, I thought that there was some chance, a non-zero chance, that Biden would not be the Democratic nominee, and or that Trump would not be the Republican nominee. I said that even though it was locked up, the nomination was spoken for on both sides. So some people remember. At least one person remembers. If I can find that, I'm going to feel so smart if I can find that clip, because I called it, right? And we don't know anything yet. Like Biden bounced back the next day. He gave a speech, and apparently with a teleprompter, he's okay. Apparently, it's not an issue that Biden's not able to give a speech. It's an issue that Biden's not able to kind of do it live, right? He's not able to do a speech with no assistance from the teleprompter in a chaotic situation with, Trump to his left, right? It's that kind of thing. But yeah, Biden came out and he was like, I know I sounded like shit, but you'd rather have a candidate that sounds like shit or a candidate that who is shit, Jack? Like, I don't know. He was trying to be tough. He came out and gave a speech in North Carolina. And so they are putting on a brave face. They are trying to avoid, answering the question or taking the question seriously that maybe Biden should withdraw. And even though we've got at this point establishment media, Democratic Party establishment members, we it's not just like the left, right? That's saying that maybe Biden's not the best choice. It's everybody, and it's an argument, and it's in some ways like a choice of evils, because you got the unknown that exists in a place where you do something like have Biden step down and Kamala goes forward as the standard bearer, as the candidate, or even more unknown, right? Can you imagine Biden saying, all right, I'm withdrawing. I'm going to LBJ this shit. I'm out of this, right? And you just go to the brokered convention. Just go to the convention. All right, just go to the convention. We can have the delegates vote. We can have the super delegates vote, because the super delegates will come in on the second ballot now. And just like, I guess we won't know who the candidate is. Can you imagine how wild that would be to have like no candidate until August? What is it, August 15th? Biden should stay if Kamala is the option. She has an even lower chance at beating Trump. Yeah, and there's some fucked up reasons behind that, but there's also the obvious reason that Kamala is awkward as fuck. And I mean, these, like, look, when all the candidates dropped out and Biden came in, right? I was like, this is the equivalent of like sitting down at a restaurant, ordering a meal, that you're not sure if it's going to be in, but it's in, they got it, and they serve it to you. And right as you're about to dig in, they take it away and they're like, I'm sorry, we can't serve this to you, right? Here is what we're going to give you instead. And it's mac and cheese. It's mashed potatoes, right? It's instant mashed potatoes. That's what Biden is. He's a terrible candidate. He's a terrible candidate that nobody wants, and that we kind of had forced on us. And he has been that. And then he was a caretaker president that like, the idea of just like, let's, everybody feels out of control and in danger. Let's go with the safe institutional option. Let's get Granddad in there and his hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and we're all going to be okay. Corn Pop will protect us. The spirit of Corn Pop will protect us, right? And at this point, he's not even the same weirdo that he used to be, right? He's not the same like 2 ice cream cone eating weirdo that he used to be. He's just somebody that should not be the standard bearer for any major party. And yet here he is. And he wants to push himself across the finish line. So yeah, we have people, arguing about what is to be done, and that includes. Oh my God, let's try to actually not spill the coffee when we pour it. Can we do that? Is that possible? And that includes, Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard. I've heard got into it the other day. I wanted to watch that with you a little bit. Jink and Hassan are kind of the same mind. They went on Piers Morgan together in another Piers Morgan. This is the thing, that I hate Piers Morgan. I wish he'd fade away, but goddamn, does the dude put together some shit show debates. And you just can't look away. It's like a car wreck. You can't look away from it, unfortunately. Even the cast of Pod Save America, right? If you don't know, Pod Save America is kind of like the anti-Chapo trap house. It's a podcast of mostly, I think, people that were Obama officials back in the day. Be careful not to descend into cope mode. Cope mode. Yeah. Well, look, here's the deal. Like, I never wanted Biden in the first place. But I also know that you could do worse. And worse is out there. And the Democratic Party is capable of putting forward worse. Much easier than they are capable of putting forward better. And by worse, I'm talking about like Hillary Clinton. All right. Kamala does not scare me nearly as much as Hillary Rodham Clinton, who you know that Hillary Clinton is talking to people right now. You know that Hillary Clinton is putting the feelers out there to try to see if, like, maybe it's my time. They need me. Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought Hillary Clinton is chopped liver. Well, not anymore. Now you need me. Now you're with her again. Oh my God. See, that would be a nightmare. That would be a nightmare. And don't think that they don't have that bad of instincts, because they do. Right? They gave us Biden. They will sure as fuck give us Hillary Clinton. And so, like, yeah, that's the whole thing. Is like, here's what doesn't get to happen, right? And I almost think would be a better thing. Luna says America needs to break the duopoly before it has a chance for real change. This might be the year for that. This might be the best option, even like the safest, most pragmatic option, right? What Luna's talking about, right? Because here's the deal with the Democratic Party. What doesn't happen, what's not going to happen, what there's no chance of, at least as far as I know, is running the primary over again. And really what should have happened is the primary should have been run without so much pressure. What do I mean by pressure? Do you remember how in 2016, people thought that Elizabeth Warren was going to run? This was before a lot of the fucked up shit that Elizabeth Warren did. This was back when people liked Elizabeth Warren. This was back when Elizabeth Warren was known mainly for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And people had, warm feelings towards the snake, Elizabeth Warren. She didn't run. And I think Bernie expected her to run. Bernie expected to endorse Elizabeth Warren. Bernie expected kind of a parallel campaign to the Obama campaign, in which everybody assumed at first, like, it's Hillary's year. It's her turn. It's Hillary Clinton. Obviously, it's time for Hillary. And a lot of people were like, no, fuck Hillary. Like, we got Obama. Let's run Obama instead, right? So I think Bernie thought that maybe Elizabeth Warren could get in there and give people a real choice between people that had stood on the side of giving the banks everything that they wanted during the financial crisis, and those who were at least perceived as taking a harder line on not just banks, but on capitalists in general, right? And she didn't run. And there's a reason. Do you all know why Elizabeth Warren didn't run? Do you know how the Democratic Party works? What would have happened if Elizabeth Warren had run against Hillary Clinton and had lost? Do you know? What would Elizabeth Warren's future within the Democratic Party have been? It would have been wiped out. It would have been completely wiped out, right? She would have been over. She would have no chance. And so Elizabeth Warren stayed out. And that's the kind of pressure that I'm talking about. Yeah, she could have been primaried out. Exactly, Will, Florida. Who knows? But she definitely would not be in the position to actually run for president again had she run against Hillary Clinton and lost, right? So she stayed out. She's like, I'm sorry, Bernie, it's Hillary's year, right? I'm gonna get in good with the Hillary Clinton faction, and maybe they'll let me run next time. All right, I'm gonna be a good loyal soldier, right? And Bernie's like, no, fuck that, Liz. Okay, fuck it, I'll run. And Bernie comes in and actually almost upsets Hillary Clinton. Does way better than anybody like ever thought, right? Especially considering that he's got that socialism tag on him, and it's not real. He's not a socialist, right? He's run before as a socialist, but he's like a Democrat with democratic socialist tendencies at most, right? He wasn't going to rock the boat. Our revolution was specifically a political revolution, and it really wouldn't have been that much of a difference, but he was too much. He was too much for the Democratic establishment. Could never forgive myself if I sat out and allowed our rights to be rolled back in the 1800s. Yeah. So yeah, that's the deal. And so what I'm talking about is that the pressure that got exerted in the primary, right? The pressure that kept everybody except for Dean Phillips, Marianne Williamson, and Robert F. Kennedy from running for president, right, is the same pressure that kept Liz Warren out of the 2016 campaign. And that's what's got to end. That's actually bad, not just for the U.S., not just in terms of keeping that establishment Dems in power and keeping us in this like two-party system that at one time was kind of a neoliberal consensus, and is now like the struggle between a neoliberal consensus on one side and a fascist and an emergence of a new fascist consensus on the other. But there's the Hillary Clintons, the Barack Obamas, the people with institutional power have too much control for the good of the Democratic Party even, right? It's not good for them. It's not good for them to be stuck in this mindset of like, let's go for the next octogenarian, right? That's dangerous. That's dangerous and dangerous in terms of empowering a fascist like Trump. So the two-party system, in my opinion, is designed to give us no real power because both sides are bought out by capitalist interests. Yeah, I mean, that's particularly true going forward from the late 70s and 80s to now. But I would argue that it's even true in terms of some of the more radical reforming, pro-reform Democrats like FDR, right? That there's one thing that FDR, LBJ, no Democratic candidate will ever give you, and that is leverage on the capitalist class, right? And the fact that people like Vosh can look at Biden and say he is the most progressive candidate in our lifetimes. I mean, look, it's technically true, but oh my God, is that a sad commentary on the state of the Democratic Party, right? That Biden's the best they got. That's wild. That is unacceptable and dangerous, actually. The American electoral system was designed with the assumption that there wouldn't really be parties at all. I mean, was that Washington's thought on it? Yeah, I mean, that kind of faded really quickly. I was just watching Vosh debate Dave Smith. Should I put that? Oh yeah, speaking of which, what do we got here? Yo, look at that. Look at that. So I put some things up here in terms of the second content for us to watch, right? Maybe I should replace some of these. Do people want to watch the Vosh debate with Dave Smith? It's about like Ukraine. It's mainly about Ukraine. Are people interested in that? I got Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbro. And yes, this is indeed the conversation between Destiny and Yeshai Fleischer in the shadows, in the shadow of the Am I missing the tab that I had open earlier? The Cave of the Patriarchs, the shadow of a massacre that happened. Destiny, I don't think even realized what that was. Like it's so wild. He's bragging about like, yeah, I did a deep dive. I did all this study of Israel, and I wanted to come out and see what it's like. I wanted to come out and you know talk to a bunch of people, right? But he got fucking used so hard. And the other thing about the Destiny content that's kind of annoying, one reason that I thought about like maybe not watching it is because he's using Fleischer. He's using Fleischer to make himself look more moderate. Fleischer is a you know like a settler, like somebody that believes that the West Bank is actually Judea and it belongs to Israel, right? Believes in moving people.
Super chatted $5. Destiny HASBAI.
It doesn't know how to say Hasbara. We gotta teach the sassy British voice to say Hasbara. It's Destiny Has. Oh, that's a vote for Destiny Hasbara. I gotcha, Shaxby. Okay, so like I'll take that we're leaving that on the table because I'm up for the idea of possibly. I'm up for the idea of possibly subbing some of the stuff out if people like are people interested in the. Oh my god, Luna Rose, that's wild. That's wild. Gatsby Cat, thank you for the resubscribe. And thank you for bringing, somebody, Jules, I think it was you, bringing up the fact that we don't have jellyfish anymore, right? Some people enjoy the jellyfish. Jules says, Dems are not going to remove Biden. They don't have the courage to stand on anything controversial. Yeah, and then their ability to coalesce around a candidate that's actually going to give them a better chance rather than a worse chance is questionable as well. Wait, is what glitching? Yeah, God, VGG and DGG. So anyway, yeah, somebody brought up the Vosh debate with Dave Smith on breaking points. Are people interested in that? Like, they're going to be talking about Ukraine. Like, they're going to be talking about, I think, specifically, the United States.
Super chatted $6.31. Let me try and say it. Destiny has Barra. There.
Oh, did you have to, like, spell it out? Did you have to, like, put it into syllables? It worked, Autumn Leaves. It worked. But are you also voting for that? I take it? Oh, also Gatsby Cat, if you wanna put that resub behind one of these content options, you are welcome to just let me know and I'll add it onto there. Yeah, pounds are complicated, aren't they? Yeah, they like it's 631. A fellow bonger, indeed. We got the bongers in chat. I probably shouldn't say that. I'm gonna get like demonetized. They're gonna think I'm talking about the other kind of bong. Oh my god, I just said it. Why? Wait, what's Hasbara? Yeah, Donald Duck. Member for 2 months. Autumn is the worst mammal? Wait. You can say it, chat. You can say it all you want. I don't know. and it's a little bit of paranoia on my part. We don't really know like what effects certain subjects, certain words might have on our stream. YouTube kind of keeps us in the dark about that. The DNC is stuck with Hillary despite her issues. Yeah, simply put, yeah, Hasbro, I guess a good translation for that would be propaganda. Technically, it means explanation. Yeah, so Donald Duck and Gatsby Cat, can you do the South Park one? I can indeed, Gatsby Cat. I can indeed. Wait. It's like... So yeah, we're... I haven't even started the poll yet, and already we're 30% of the way to our dono goal. And we're also, we got Destiny becomes Bad Hasbro in the lead. So yeah, it just means explanation, but it really, you're talking about, an intentional, he was in the shadow of Ibrahimi Mosque, where the 1994 Baruch Goldstein, in 1984, Goldstein committed a terror attack. Puffins are better than ducks? Oh my god, we got an argument between puffins and ducks. And autumn leaves, I'm assuming that you're putting that behind the I'm assuming you're putting that behind the Hasbro. Our votes. I thought so. I thought so. Okay, cool. What does that put us at? Like 35%, I think. Duck is a vengeful duck. You don't want to get in the way of Donald Duck. Donald Duck is kind of a force of nature, if I'm to be completely real with you. What's up, Omega Star? So yeah, we haven't even started the poll yet. We haven't even started the shorts yet. And already Destiny becomes Bad Hasbro is out to a pretty good start. Now, yeah, obviously with the caveat that you understand that Destiny is finally found somebody who's going to be further right than him on Israel. And, this is probably calculated. This is probably calculated. I've been hearing people say this, that like, oh yeah, well, Destiny was, all on board for, support, unlimited support with no asterisk for Israel, and now he's he's finally found a war criminal, as Shakespeare is saying, that is further to the right than him. Wild action in chat today. He's pulling a labor. Yeah, kind of. That's one way to put it, big man dogs. You're bouncing? I need to be bouncing too. Maybe I would feel better if I was like, look, we got the trampoline right here, chat. And I can actually use it. Meow, meow to you too, Donald. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. I don't feel like I meow enough. But yeah, we're gonna see what's going on between Zach and Gavin. Now, again, chat, I don't want to build this up too much. They're not like mad at each other, like they're not splitting up the Vanguard. It's nothing like that. They're not having trouble getting along. I don't want to oversell this, but they do have a difference of an opinion, and I wanted to kind of see what they both have to say and weigh in on where I come down on this whole thing. Add this, and then add that. And if you have noticed, like, right, and I don't know how many of you have noticed, because I don't know YouTube is weird about this, right? So YouTube wants me to be a drama channel. YouTube wants me to talk about conflicts between streamers and like the worst of the worst and all this shit. Like that's what YouTube wants me to do. Now, obviously, when there's important stuff going on, I feel compelled to talk about it. So I don't want to be limited in the way that YouTube wants to limit me. But I also have to be conscious of the fact that, you know, there's some things that I can get eyes on and some things that are a little harder to get eyes on. But if you've noticed recently, Luna Rose with a super chat, Vox Populi. Okay, we can add the also buttons. Wait, buttons? I'm like, do I have buttons? Oh my gosh. Well, we got to reset the Vox Populi first, and then we put, I guess, drama pops in the algorithm, but it's not good for channel longevity. Yeah, well, here's the problem. Here's the problem, though. YouTube is convinced that you're not interested in politics, all right? I think YouTube's wrong. In fact, everything about my analytics, like, for instance, one of the things that YouTube shares with me is what other channels that my audience watches and what other videos my audience watches. And I can confirm that my audience is interested in political topics. However, YouTube is not convinced. So when I do a political topic, and you know, there's multiple reasons for that, especially when it's talking about the debate, right? I'm not the only one posting about the debate. So there's like a supply and demand thing going on here too, with like they got a massive supply of videos about the debate and only a limited demand, right? So I'm putting out more supply into that overabundant supply. But regardless, right? YouTube's not going to show you these things, so it would behoove you, you know, to check out my channel, to check out the politics playlist, and specifically, that's where you're going to find those videos that I've been putting out, specifically speaking about the election and Biden, and you know whether he's going to be the Democratic standard bearer or not. So yeah, make sure to check on the channel for that. Just because like know that YouTube is not gonna like automatically surface that stuff for you. Are we up at 40% as far as Dono goes? That's amazing. It's amazing. Let's see where. But yeah, it's and also understand that I'm never covering drama for drama's sake, right? I covered the Vosh thing because I think that the dude is fundamentally harmful to the discourse. I think he's fundamentally, especially, here's what's worse about Vosh in a way than Destiny, right? Destiny does not call himself a leftist. Vosh does. And what Vosh does is he brings in just kind of like a dipshit dude bro form of leftism that's just impregnated with reactionary sentiment, right? And you can tell this especially in Vosh's takes on race and Vosh's takes on feminism, right? It's pretty obvious that Vosh isn't like, you know, like I always say, like I don't think he has bad takes on everything, but the fact that his good takes convince people that he's a net benefit despite the amount of reactionary bullshit that he's just kind of smuggling into the left. And the fact that he calls himself a leftist when, like, you know, honestly, dude, you're a progressive. I don't know. And then, you know, as far as the folders thing, like this is something that people have been talking, including myself, for a long time, right? This came up in the non-compete debate with Vosh, right? The Vosh's takes on things like the relationship, the possibility of a relationship between a minor and an adult not causing harm to the minor. I think that in and of itself is a fundamentally harmful take for him to, you know, be injecting into the left. And look at what it's done, right? Vosh didn't just take down himself and his community. He is giving, you know, commentary bros a vector of attack on the left, on BreadTube, whatever the fuck that means anymore. And they're not just stopping with Vosh, right? In fact, I saw like a VTuber commentary dude doing a video about like, why is it the leftists are always defending pedos? He's an anarcho-Bidenist. There's no defense. No, there's definitely no debate. Biden should not be president. He's far gone from reality. Yeah, he's far gone in general too. That's a good point, Genghis Khan. Let's see what we got here. We got that set up. So I'm about to make our poll go live. If you're ready to vote with your fingers, vote with your thumbs. You can also make sure to give the stream a like. That's another way you can vote. You can vote for a bigger audience for me. And I appreciate it, honestly. Thumb Gang, you are awesome. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I should give my shouts out to the Weasel Gang, to the fancy weasels, of whom we've got, I always want to just go off the cuff with the shouts out, but then I realize, wait, you gotta make sure that you don't forget somebody. Shouts out to Moe Nope. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Omega Star. And shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Thank you for being fancy weasels on Patreon. Thank you also to the Throne Gang. You have made the production value of my stream so much higher. The fact that I'm talking to you through a much better microphone now, the fact that I'm able to do stuff like the fact that I'm able to do stuff like this. Purely thanks to the Throne Gang. So yeah, thank you for donating to my throne. Thank you for making my stream better. Thank you for giving me a few extra slots on USB when I'd literally, you know, like people got me a better microphone, a better light, a whole bunch of stuff, but I'd filled up my USB plugs, and so I put up a USB hub. This is the Pyramid of Power here, and I've got three more plugs now. Yay. So yeah, shouts out to those people. Shouts out to the members on YouTube. And shouts out to the subs on Twitch. And to anybody that donates to me in any way. GNN wanted to ask me a question. Oh, I wanted to ask GNN a question, actually. I was curious how GNN's stream went, if they were able to, you know, stream the debate unperturbed. 4K subs, that's right, Teddy Cool. This channel is growing. Did I miss somebody in the shouts out for Patreon? It doesn't look like I did. You did not get taken down. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, Majority Report ran theirs on a burner channel, so I don't know if they were only looking for like big channels. Yeah, actually, you know what? It wasn't. Let me be specific. Thank you, Shakespeare, for this pyramid of power. Without you, I would be, I wouldn't have enough USB ports. I feel like there's more Throne Gang that I need to thank too, but I don't want to take up too much time. What's up, Tamara? Happy Pride Weekend to you as well. Good to see you. But I'm glad to know that GNN did not have to deal with. They said I did switch between C-SPAN. You switch. Oh, I see. So you switch between the broadcast. That's a neat trick. That's a neat trick. Well, God, I wish I could do something like that with Jubilee, but like I don't know. I'm just so scared since I got taken down by Jubilee just for covering Jubilee, and other people cover it no problem. Oh wow. Okay. Actually, I don't know. Maybe stuff's not showing on Discord correctly. Oh wait. We have a new Discord sign up. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Yeah, I don't know. I just go with what Patreon tells me here, but I'm sorry, chat. I'm like a little bit overwhelmed with everything. I've been dealing with a lot. I got you know, drama in my living situation. I mean, not really. You know, it's stuff that we can take care of, but and you know, just some weird stuff happening. You know, some voices from the past resurfacing, and actually, you know, some sort of, you know, an apology that I didn't really expect, didn't really ask for, but there it is. And so I've just been dealing with like a lot of stuff. Yeah, Patreon's weird like that. It's amazing they don't just like upgrade people to the nearest tier. But yeah, it's just and I'm sweating. I'm sweating. I think it's because of the heat. I hope, and not because I'm sick. Although I do feel a little bit. Anyway, chat. Let's see. We got to get going here. We got to get going. I have edged you. I mean, we're not even like to the edging part of the content, because we got to watch the Zach and Gavin debate. We got a whole nother debate, which is kind of spicy. Kind of spicy. We got Jink and Hassan standing back to back on the issue of Biden here. And I don't know how much should we even risk like covering the Pod Save America stuff. Like, for those of you who don't know, I think I mentioned Pod Save America is kind of like the anti-Chapo. You know, Chapo were the dirtbag leftist standing up to the Hillary campaign, and their disingenuous use of you know, of like the, you know, the disingenuous claim to be like more progressive, more, you know, in support of marginalized groups than Bernie was, right? But then they sort of wheeled around and they turned that into anyway. It's complicated. It's complicated, chat. But yeah, Pod Save America, they are ex-Obama officials. Like they're actually like worked in the Obama campaign, and now they're a very popular podcast. And they, you know, they're useful for taking the pulse of just like Lib America. If you want to know what Lib America is thinking, you'll usually hear it reflected on Pod Save America. Maybe slightly better than Morning Joe. You know, maybe slightly to the left of somebody like Morning Joe, but you know, not super willing to take a stand on anything like Gaza by any means. But anyway, Pod Save America are now arguing about whether Biden should stay in or not. So if you want to know, has this permeated into lib, the mainstream lib viewpoint? Yes, 100% it has. It is not a discussion amongst you know, disaffected leftists anymore. It's a mainstream discussion, and I think there's actually a pretty good chance that either Biden might step down, or we might have a brokered convention in August. Anyway, what are we doing? I'm trying to get the stream going, then I'll get our polls going, and then we'll get the content going. How does that sound? How does that sound? And while you're waiting for that, let me give you one more view of Weasel Force 1. There we go. It's Weasel Force 1. Here it comes. Here it comes. Yes! Oh my god. That's so great. Because I gotta run for president now. There's nobody else. There's nobody else that can do it, chat. Only me. I'm gonna have to make a run. GNN, did you have a question for me? Somebody said you had a question. And I'm sorry if I'm missing some chat. I just have this whole thing where it comes by like a fire hose, right? I've got, let's see, I've got like between 3 and 5 lines of chat to read at any given time, and if it goes faster, then I don't see it. Only I can fix it. That's right. I'm gonna have to run for president with the Weasel Party. We need the Weasel Party to come out there. All right, let's see if we can make this work. There it is. Okay, so we are live in multiple ways. Oh God, Chad, the other thing is, and I should probably mention this while I'm getting the poll ready, because that's what I'm doing right now, in case you're wondering. All right, let me switch, also switch out of top chat. If you get a chance, right? If you think to do it, switch to live chat. That way you can see everybody in chat. And, you know, nobody will feel like left out or feel like, you know, are they, if their messages aren't getting read, their messages aren't getting responded to. But the thing that I wanted to mention is this, right? So I pay for a service to be able to stream to multiple platforms. It's called Restream, and it costs $190 a year. And that bill comes due on Monday, right? I'll have to renew it or I'll have to do without it. And I'm trying to make my decision because it's like it's just a bill that I didn't really plan for, and I don't know if I can pay for it. But yeah, I want to find a way to do it because I'd like to be able to meet people where they're at. You know, if people like Twitch better, you know, they should watch me on Twitch. If people like YouTube better, they can watch me on YouTube. If people like Shorts better, they can watch me on Shorts. But yeah, it costs yeah $190 a year, which is that's the way that you because otherwise the monthly payment is higher. Like overall, if you pay for it monthly, then you end up paying like 200 something a year. If you pay for it yearly, then it's 190 a year. So I'm trying to make my decision, trying to prioritize what we want to do. There's always an option to you know, have sometimes streams on YouTube, sometimes streams on Twitch or something like that. It's not a problem really to stream if I wanted to stream like Twitch and Shorts, or if I wanted to stream like YouTube and Shorts, like, right, the Shorts thing doesn't really, like, I don't use Restream for that. So, you know, I can still, you know, Shorts is not a problem, but everything else, and especially something like I was hoping to maybe get on TikTok and stream on TikTok as well. I got a sweet 40% off deal on my OBS Ultra. OBS Ultra? What is that? You'll have to tell me about that sometime. Did you have a question, though? I'm sorry, Galactic News. I'm not trying to ignore. You might have asked it multiple times, even. NCC for the Libertarian Party nomination. Oh my god, I think that one's already spoken for, though. But apparently I can win the Libertarian Party nomination with 8% of the vote. Isn't that wild? We watched the Libertarian Caucus and what went on this year. And it's wild, right? There was one person that got like 55% of the vote, not the nominee. Not the nominee. The motherfucker got 55% of the vote, won one state, which was California, and did not get the nomination. But the people that were like, you know, the finalists for the vote was like, it was like one person that got 8% and one person that got like 3%. Well, like, you know, one of the people in the running had gotten 943 votes in the primary. That's how weird the freaking Libertarian primary actually is. But yeah, we're let's get the let's get this poll in gear. Let's get my ass in gear. That's what we really need to do. What content do you want to watch next? There we go. That's the question. That's the question of all time. And the answer is either going to be Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbro, Yeomni Park, and Kim Jong-il's like pleasure zone, South Park of X, aka the new norm. This is a Dave Rubin cartoon, right? So the Daily Wire's got its cartoon. Dave Rubin has got his cartoon. And wait, no, this time I'm going to take Luna's suggestion and say Samuel or Sam Alito's secret leaks. That sounds pretty spooky. So there you go. There is your poll. Now I just gotta copy pasta that poll to the other place. What content do you want to see next? Question mark. Oops. We're almost there, chat.
Good for Gabby super chatted $9.99. Irene 2024.
Hell yeah, good for Gabby. Look, I don't want to be the president. I don't have time to be the president, but I might have to be the president. I'm just saying. I don't think there's anybody else that can do it. Here we go. We are rolling, chat. We are rolling. RNC tweeted out a compilation of Kamala repeating the same phrase. I can't imagine what it can be unburdened by what has been. I can't imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. Over and over for 4 minutes? What is she yapping about? Wait, did she really say this over and over for 4 minutes? That is wild. And also, thank you for the super chat. Good for Gabby. State mandated pleasure zones. That sounds pretty based. Should we start out with that? Should we take a look at what is Kamala? Wait, Kamala. Do you know about Kamala? Like, there's Democrats that are worried about Biden and they want Kamala to be their mamala. Okay, I'm looking for the clip that Natalie's talking about. Maybe Natalie might have already sent it to me on Discord. No? Oh, is this it? Okay. So it's not her saying the catchphrase over and over again. It's it's her saying it at different times in different places. So let's see. Let's try I gotta remember to set stream markers. This is so good. Stream marker. There we go. Stream marker and then little NCC intro. And then one further refinement. Let's take a look at this. Oh, really? Oh shit, I did this wrong. Oh, I was just ever so slightly off. No, there we go. I mean, that's close. That's close enough. I don't know why I thought that Twitter videos were gonna exist at the exact same height. But let's take a look and see what Natalie's talking about. This is Kamala.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What?
Okay, so my first reaction is that, like, this is cheesy. I mean, it's her trying to be profound, and I mean, like,
Can be unburdened by what has been. What can
I don't think this is the own that the Republicans think it is, though.
be.
Oh, good for Gavi puts that money in Vox Populi. I will do that. I will put it into Vox Populi. Vox Populi now up to 14%. now up to 14%. So Destiny in the lead. South Park. Well, anyway, I'll look at the polls before I tell you what's in the lead.
Unburdened by what has been. What we can see, what we...
So imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. Oh my God, this is just such a gooey... Like, I can see what they're trying to do. I can see what they're trying to do, right? It's like what Obama said when he's like, we don't look backwards, we look forwards. You remember, like, you know, I think that had to do with, you know, what are you going to do about like the war crimes committed by Bush and Cheney? And Obama's answer is like, we're going to look forward, not backwards, right? It's kind of, it strikes me as being similar. Kamala was made in a lab?
Unburdened by what has been. What can be. Unburdened by what has been.
Okay, the music is scaring me though. GOP.com. Well, if it's just like, I mean, I guess we got the idea, right? This is the same thing over and over.
Unburdened by what...
Okay, so she said this a lot of times. That's the GOP's contention. Had the worst catchphrase in American political history. Who told her this was genius? Why does she keep repeating it? I don't know. She's seeing if it'll stick, and it's not sticking. But imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. What do you think, chat? Any opinions about Kamala's cheesy catchphrase? I mean, obviously the Republicans are worried about the prospects of Biden they're worried about they're all ready to run against Biden. See, here's the thing about the two-party system. Here's what really sucks about it, right? Trump should not be a viable candidate. If there was a decent candidate, and particularly when we're talking about 2016, when we're talking about 2020, and when we're talking about 2024, like, you know, it should be a populist candidate, right? Running against Donald Trump, then Trump's got no chance. Trump's got no shot. Trump's not a good candidate. He's a bad candidate. He alienates people. He's, you know, he's only held up by the weakness of the Hillary Clinton or the Joe Biden that he runs against. It's only because the Democrats insist in running a candidate who's not popular against him. Oh, what you can do, you're having a, what you can do, message me, let me know the details. Do you, here, let me put my Discord in chat. At the risk of throwing my Discord into YouTube Shorts. Oh wait, that's not the right, there we go, this one. Yeah, message me on Twitter or on Discord or whatever is easiest, and we'll give me the deets. So I'm so unhappy from the debate, and really wish Biden would step down, says Timothy Jones. Like, anyone slightly competent could have won the debate. Yes, you're right. Yeah, anyone slightly competent, and I'll say like one more thing, right? Anybody who actually stands for what the Democratic Party is supposed to stand for, what it says it stands for, and it never has really fulfilled this promise. But anybody who's just makes the least bit of effort to stand for workers, I think it is a shoo-in as far as being able to beat Trump. I don't think Trump is a juggernaut. This is how everybody regards him. He is able to get away with a lot of shit. Like he says, he can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and not lose any votes, right? But at the same time, the people that enthusiastically want to vote for Trump are always going to be a minority. It's only when the opposition to him is so weak, the opposition to him is so questionable, the opposition to him is so compromised that it actually makes some of those undecided, flip over to Trump. right? It's only then when Trump actually has a chance. He doesn't have a majority, and he will never have a majority. Trump, in fact, there's something about Trump and the Republican Party that is fundamentally in the opposition to the majority of Americans, right? So the fact that the Democrats are even close to losing to him, there's certain parasites, right? I'm thinking of, oh my God, is it a fungus or something like that? There's certain parasites that do not afflict like healthy organisms, right? And you only see this parasite show up when like the immune system or the health of the organism is compromised. I would say that Trump is one such organism. I would say that Trump is a parasite on the body politic, and his appearance indicates something fundamentally unhealthy about the American political system. Yeah, and again, sorry that I'm so hard to reach sometimes. I know that there's other content creators out there that want to do stuff, and might be a little bit hard to get a hold of because I'm so busy. But yeah, I love to hear about. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, that's gerrymandering. Yeah, there's so much that the Republican Party is doing that is preparing for governing from the minority, from gerrymandering to engineering control of not just the Supreme Court but the judicial branch of the government, the lower courts as well, right? There's so much that the Republican Party does that's essentially admitting that they see themselves as being in the minority going forward, and they want to use all the anti-majoritarian mechanisms in the American political system in order to hold on to power for as long as possible, at the detriment to all of us. So yeah, there's the Kamala. Does anybody remember where the Kamala thing comes from? I saw it somewhere, but I cannot. Oh no. The Vanguard tweeted this out too. Here, let me switch to. Kamala can imagine what can be, unburdened by what has been. Such profound words of wisdom. Nobody knows what she's yapping about. She's the master of that, right? She's the honestly, I feel like you've ever heard of K-Hive, right? She's got a lot of supporters. She's got a lot of hardcore supporters. There's a lot of people that really like Kamala. She wasn't able to break out into the mainstream of and really be as much of a contender as she would have been, just because of how awkward she is. Whenever she's got a camera pointed at her, she seems to have like really bad instincts and do the wrong things. And Willow's pointing out the actual problem with Kamala. She's a cop. She's a prosecutor. She is part of the fucking carceral state. So anyway, we're going to be covering this. This is Zach and Gavin debating about the future of the Democratic Party. But first, we got to get to this Piers Morgan content. Yeah, Francesca's been getting on Piers Morgan a lot. This is not one that's going to feature. Not going to feature Francesca, but it is going to feature the uncle and nephew combo of Hassan Piker and Jink Uger. So, hope you're ready for this, because I sure am. Am I really ready though, or do I still have to press that button to do the stream marker? There we go. I'm trying to make things easy on myself as far as being able to edit. Oh, really? Interesting. Oopsie. What did I do? What did I press? Oh no, chat. I think I did something. I think I pressed the wrong button. This is what's so bad about the Stream Deck. What is that? What does this one do? Slow chat? We don't want slow chat. Let's take slow chat off. Okay. Luckily, it was only slow chat. That could have been so much worse. I was trying to press this button. There we go. That's the button I want. Put the stream marker there. Do the little NCC intro. Nice. Nice. And we're back. Okay. So, yeah, let's get started on this. This is a train wreck combined with a dumpster fire. Trump versus Biden reaction with Hassan Piker, Jink Uger, and this dude who is like, his face is as red as a beet. This guy's like, I don't know what health condition could cause this, but he needs to see a medical professional as soon as possible.
Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk. Just shut up.
I'm a big
Just
fan
do your
of
favor
you.
and shut up.
I'm a big
Respectfully.
fan of you. And,
okay,
and
but hold on.
I'm a
hold
big
on.
fan
Don't
of
talk
you, so
about,
I don't want you
bro,
to die. I feel like
you
your
say
heart pressure
9/11,
is going up. You're turning.
You say,
You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hassan. You shouldn't be on this fucking panel.
President Joe Biden had just one simple job in last night's debate.
This guy, I swear to God. He's washed out of British television. You know this? He used to be on British television. He used to be a big... Was he on BBC at some point? We need to cancel Hassan? What did Hassan do? He's much redder than the jacket, yeah. Medicare, why are right-wingers generally so angry? That's a good question. That's a good question. Wait, I feel like there's like a book on that, right? The Paranoid Style of Politics. If you get a chance, if you're into, reading... check that out, right? There might be one other book too that goes into like parenting styles, the kind of parenting styles that go into like, creating a right winger or creating a left winger and how those things tend to correspond. There's so many answers, says Variant. Pierce is a monarchist. Shower Chat says was editor for a newspaper. He was an editor for a newspaper. Then he was like on Channel 2. It was not BBC. Thank you. Thank you. He was on Channel 3. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I don't know my British media as well as I should. Right-wingers are always one outburst away from a damn stroke. Yeah, a stroke mixed with like a racist tirade usually. Piers Morgan is the ultimate enlightened centrist who is actually just a conservative. He voted Remain on Brexit and then voted for Boris Johnson. Oh my God. This guy. Hasanabi not good, says Scam Chan. He pierces you off. Yes, me too, Daymal. I had an uncle that turns red because he has too much iron in his blood, if I remember correctly. Well, this guy wasn't red from the start. It's just like he gets mad at Hassan and his face kind of turns red. Why do you guys who do you guys vote for? Oh wait, you're voting. It's a mod discussion. Sorry, I didn't want to So Geo Dragon says Piers Morgan is only big in America because Americans like his accent. Yo, I think you're right. I think you're on it, Geo Dragon. I think you got it right there. He was on GMB and on ITV, one of the biggest morning shows in the UK. I'm trying to remember. I remember seeing him get kicked off. Or did he walk off? Didn't he like walk off? Piers Morgan is the Wick TV. Yo, that's it. That's it. Crotchy's got it. That's the comment of the fucking century. He's the Wick of ex-British, like kind of ex-British. Isn't he mostly like American stuff these days? It was good. GMB, Good Morning Britain. Yeah. Piers Morgan was on the biggest morning show, but then he just walked off, right? Another guest said he had a vein popping out of his neck. I don't think just anyone would be able to handle Trump's BS in a debate. Biden weirdly commanded respect from Trump in previous debates. Biden's still ahead in the polls. I think swapping him is just going to hand the victory to Trump. That's the dilemma. That's the dilemma, you know? Like, I'm all for being able to vote for somebody other than Biden, but, you know, it's going to be messy at this point. But look, here's the deal, though. I feel like a ham sandwich could run for president. I feel like Americans would vote for a ham sandwich over Donald Trump, right? And if you look at the party identification, if you look at the default party that people want to vote for, if you look at the senators that people are supporting right now, the Democrats are not in a bad position, right? There's a party preference that's leaning Democrat. The fact that Biden is doing so badly in the same swing states that, you know, he needs to win the presidency, and that are actually, you know, so there's Democratic senators. And if you don't know, senator is an at-large position. So whereas member of Congress, member of the, you know, House, they are running in a district. They're running in, like Jamal Bowman running in New York 16th. When you're talking about New York senator, there's 2 senators, and they both run in the entire state of New York. So anytime there's a Senate race, everybody in the state gets to vote for it, right? So it's the entire state voting, and they're picking Democrats, and then the entire state, you know, getting polled ostensibly. And we can talk about, like, you know, the problem with polling, how polling has gotten unreliable, and all that stuff, right? But in terms of what the polls say, they show the Democratic senators as being ahead, and they show Biden as either being tied or being behind. And you know, there's a that doesn't bode well. It doesn't bode well for Biden as a candidate.
Convince America that he's fit to serve. The bar was set at ankle height, but the president tripped straight over it. He faltered, he mumbled, he lost, and his race must surely now be over for the good of democracy and his country. There were so many toe-curling incidents in last night's debate. We'll analyse and dissect them in detail. But the defining moment, the moment they're calling the kill shot, was this.
Total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
I don't think anyone did. Well, for possibly the first time ever in a TV event starring Donald Trump, no one's talking about Donald Trump today. And for the first time ever, that will suit him just fine. Republicans briefed for weeks that President Biden will be on drugs for this debate. But if you took anything at all last night, it was surely Valium. For all the spin about cheap fakes and Biden's secret vigor, this was a chance for the American people to judge their president for themselves.
Shakespeare is also noting that the at-large nature of Senate races makes it easier and maybe even cheaper for organizations like AIPAC to do lobbying and hold sway over elections.
And to the palpable distress and dismay of Democrats everywhere, it was really all over in the first minute.
Do you think it was over here? I mean, this is not a great entrance.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Oh my God.
The $15 for...
They should have shown Trump walk out too, because to be fair, Trump was awkward as well, but...
an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they conclude beginning next year. And the situation is
Was he trying to say drug? And he said jugs?
Make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
I mean, you can see that, like, it's like the components of a cogent answer are present there, but they're jumbled up. They're out of place.
I didn't understand.
It's like somebody, it's like somebody put a bag in a airline, in the compartment above, your head on an airplane, and then when you open the door, it all like falls out all over you. It's all out of order and messed up.
Not a word of that, did you? It couldn't really get much worse for Biden after that, but it certainly didn't get any better. It just carried on that way. Trump was disciplined and measured by his own standards. All he had to do was really let Biden fall into his own traps. And his facial expressions alone were enough to win the contest. Trump looked how...
Okay, so this is a huge issue, right? If you go over what Trump said in the debate, there were a lot of like bald-faced lies. In fact, like I would say like at least 60% of the things that came out of his mouth were fundamentally untrue. However, nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about Trump. Nobody's talking about the few weird moments that Trump had, because with Biden, every moment was weird. Every moment was incomprehensible. And, you know, every moment was scary.
We all felt at home watching, bewildered that the man standing opposite is the most powerful man in the world, the president of the United States, the leader of the free world. Biden just looked bewildered. It wasn't a great...
And Trump looks like a rotten mushroom, but nobody's noticing. Nobody's... When you got that on the right side, you don't notice who's standing there on the left side, looking like he just, you know, crapped his pants.
Great deal of substance or policy. Frankly,
okay, chat, maybe it was just gas.
The heated debate was about which of the two candidates is better at golf.
To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds.
The other thing about now, and I'm not excusing Biden here, right? The other thing that went wrong for Biden, you know, which I think it wouldn't have mattered, right? It would have still gone wrong, but like he insisted on having the system of the person who's not talking, their mic is muted, and there were areas where a little interruption of Trump might have, you know, helped him out. I doubt he would have been cogent and present enough to actually, you know, make those interruptions in the right places, in the right ways. But then also in his previous debate with Trump, one of Trump's like falling down, part of Trump not coming off well in one of the 2020 debates was Trump interrupting Biden over and over again. So, you know, yeah, there was a lot going against Biden, but yeah, this guy that showed up, right? And this is what everybody's saying. This is what everybody's saying, right? Even his favorite show, his favorite morning show, Morning Joe Scarborough is saying this, right? The Biden that showed up for that debate was not the same Biden that showed up for the State of the Union. I don't know if the State of the Union Biden had drank a Code Red before the speech or what, but for whatever reason, he just was not present in the way that he was. And you know, maybe it's the teleprompter. I don't know.
I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
See, now this could have been something. Like they must have rehearsed something that was at least somewhat good, that was at least somewhat effective. But look at how he delivers it, right? I mean, that's true. Trump plays golf. Like, Trump bitched about Obama playing golf, first of all, and then he played golf way more than Obama. Like, he was on the golf. He was basically running his administration from the golf course, right? So there is a vector of attack there. There's also a vector of attack there that, you know, I mean, golf is a pretty common game, but it's a more common game amongst the wealthy, right? And it kind of undercuts Trump's like appeal to the common person and reveals his true constituency to not be, you know, working class people, but rather jet ski dealers from Terre Haute. Small business tyrants, right?
Let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21.
turn.
Let's not act like children.
Yeah, like, I feel like if that had been delivered better, then you can't let Donald Trump, of all people, right? Donald Trump, who invoked Rosie O'Donnell in a debate to call her fat and ugly, right? You can't let this fucking baby Huey of a presidential candidate like say let's act like adults here. That just hit wrong.
We'd want us to see anyone act like children, right, Donald? As I said this morning,
You know, this is a thing, right? Hassan has a good laugh, right? Hassan has a good laugh. I don't think I have a good laugh. And I definitely know that Piers Morgan, like, that was just like a hoggish laugh. I don't even know what that was. It would have been better if the motherfucker had just oinked.
Biden's handicap at golf is 6, and I'm the Archbishop of Canterbury. But probably the biggest disaster of all for the president was his closing statement, which he's been locked away rehearsing, remember, for an entire week.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by
Hassan's got that stoner laugh.
President Trump. And
Yeah, my laugh, my problem is that my laugh does not pick up on the microphone. So if I laugh, and I don't know if it's because of the noise gate or what, but like if I laugh, like part of my laugh does not pick up, and so it like cuts out. It's like, it's weird. It's weird.
last term, he wants to get away with get rid of.
Hassan has a very Turkish laugh. I have a Turkish friend who sounds exactly the same, says Big Man Dogs.
For the ability for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country.
The lead pipe thing is really sad. Do you remember Obama going to Flint and taking a drink of the water? Like, people thought that maybe Obama would do something about the water in Flint. And what he did was he went to Flint and he took a drink of it to try to show everybody, like, yeah, no, the water's completely fine. I feel totally safe, like, drinking it. So yeah, I mean, he is bringing up an issue that really was not fundamentally addressed, and that speaks to, all kinds of inequity that are present in the United States, right? But he just, like, nobody can tell what the fuck he's saying.
We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden.
Did they call that a flat affect? Is that the name for what we just saw there? There were capitalists. Oh my God. Trying to catch all of chat here.
Completely excruciating. I've never seen the switch on mainstream opinion flip.
Wait, turn up the gain? Do I have a request? Are you talking about on Pierce? Chat, are we having an issue? Because seriously, I always want to know about your sound issues. Like, there's some times that I can't change the sound, but I always want to know if you're having an issue with sound, whether it's from me, like, especially if it's from me, or what we're watching. Because I noticed that on when I was going on Twitter to look at the clips, the sound was on 50%. Sound is okay. Video might be a bit quiet. That's what I thought I was hearing from chat. Yeah. I downloaded an extension that was supposed to give me the ability to turn up the volume on the individual tabs. And yet I don't see any such settings. I mean, the only thing we could do, maybe, and you have to remind me, okay, if we do this, right? Look, we can turn it up 2 decibels. That's what I'll do. I'll give you 2 decibels, 2.2, sure. Decibels of gain here. Just remind me that after this, that I need to turn it back down, because otherwise we're going to kill the headphone users if I'm not careful here. But I am listening, and I always want to hear if you're having an issue with audio. Because if you're having an issue with audio, that means that, like, my, it'll be harder for me to edit, so.
So hard and so fast. All of the attention is now shifting to whether the Democrats can replace Biden before November's election. Otherwise, surely they're facing an absolute drubbing.
Did I misspell Yomni?
Simplest and most dignified.
Did I put Yonmi? Yeah, you're right, Moinope. You're right. It is. Wait, it is Yonmi, not Yomni. Oh my gosh, maybe I don't know how to say it.
By ways for President Biden to stand down. As a matter of honor, pride, and integrity, and I believe he has all those qualities, he needs to make that decision.
Okay, so now Pierce says honor, pride, and integrity, right? Hassan and Jink are going to say arrogance. Maybe he is more arrogant and narcissistic than Trump even, right? if you listen to what he said about the reasons for running, it's like history needs me. Like he really like he's been involved in government since he was like 29. He ran for Congress when he was 29, and he's always like had a very high opinion of himself. And you know, like the arrogance here is this, okay? There's something that goes along with being a one-term president. We don't have a lot of one-term presidents. Let's go back, okay? Trump, last one-term president, or at least for now, right? We can keep him that way. It would be great, right? Trump, we got Trump, okay? Then we go back. Obama was a two-term. George W. Bush was a two-term. Bill Clinton was a two-term. George H.W. Bush, loser, was the last one-term president, right? Go back. Reagan, 2 terms. Carter. Even though Carter's done a lot more good in his post-presidential, you know, stint in terms of, you know, he's always doing some kind of charity work or something. You know, he was considered a loser. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. Some of it his own fault in terms of, like I always say, the Democrats were actually the first to embrace neoliberalism. The Democrats left Keynesianism under Carter and started to, you know, deindustrialize the country, really, as a way of controlling inflation, right? That goes back to Carter, right? So yeah, Carter's got himself to blame, but he's also got a grand contra. Let's be real. Reagan was going behind his back, making a deal. Same thing that happened to LBJ with Vietnam. Nixon went behind his back and short-circuited negotiations that might have ended the Vietnam War earlier, right? So yeah, we go back. Nixon, 2 terms, even though he didn't finish both of the terms. Ford's finished his 2nd term. LBJ, wait a minute. No. Yeah. LBJ's 1 term. 1 term. Oh God, this is complicated because, right, he takes the remainder of Kennedy's term. Oh my God, do I know my history? Do I know my history enough? Kennedy elected in 1960 is Kennedy versus Nixon. Kennedy wins. 64 LBJ versus Goldwater, or is 64 Kennedy versus Goldwater? Anyway, regardless, there's not many one-term presidents, and the ones that are one-term presidents because they lost the 2nd election, or like LBJ, or oh my God, who am I thinking of? Truman, right? Truman and LBJ pulled out of the race and didn't end up running. But yeah, one-term president is a loser, right? And it's not really a loser. It doesn't. I mean, you know, like Biden expressed that he wanted to run because he thought it was the best thing for the country. If that was really what it was about, and it was about him, then he would have pulled out. He would have gotten out of the way and, you know, brought in somebody for to run against Trump in 2024.
And make it fast. We're on the main event. It's time for the Uncensored Debate. We're going to hear from all-star cast of characters over the next hour, from Carrie Lake to Harry Sisson, Kevin O'Leary.
Aren't you excited? Kevin O'Leary? Carrie Lake? Oh, geez, that's really who... And a TikToker, Harry Sisson? Oh, God, what a star-studded lineup we have.
And more. But first, I'll introduce our box office panel, podcaster and commentator Vinny Oshana, founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Trump's former lawyer, Jenna Ellis, and Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Cenk, because you and I have talked about this many times, about Joe Biden.
I've got a suggestion in chat that the Democrats should have let RFK win. Okay, first of all, a primary is not about letting anybody win. And RFK is the worst of both worlds, right? RFK combines being openly anti-Semitic in a conspiratorial way with being pro-Israel and pro-genocide. Yeah, like that's... Thanks for finding the worst candidate out there. That's like, this is like the dog that you try to throw something away, and the dog is picking it out of the trash can, right? This is like I don't know.
Physical ability.
You're like, get that out of your mouth. Get that out of your mouth.
To be fit to serve the most powerful and important office in the country. As you were watching last night's debate, what was going through your mind?
I was right. As you know, I took an extraordinary step of running for president against Joe Biden in the Democratic primary, even though I'm not even a natural-born citizen, because that's how desperate I was, our audience was. We did a poll and we asked our paying members, should I run? And now 9 months ago, 76% of them said, for God's sake, run. Do you know why? Because it was obvious.
I don't think that Joe Biden and Donald Trump are the only presidential candidates that have a problem with narcissism. There's another one, Cenk Uygur.
And what I took away from it, Piers, and what everyone should remember is how much Democratic leadership lied to you and how much everyone in mainstream media lied to you. They said the emperor had clothes when it was obvious that he had no clothes. They said that he was perfectly fine and he was a dynamo behind the scenes. How preposterous. We were right all along. So the next time they tell you got to vote for Joe Biden or Hillary.
Do you remember part of the rap against Bernie was that he was so old, right? That was an issue. That was an issue that Joe Biden's campaign like made hay out of, right? Bernie's age. Bernie's older than Biden, but he doesn't look older than Biden. He doesn't sound older than Biden, and his mind is not, in the same place that Biden's is.
Clinton in a primary because they're the only ones who can win. Remember this preposterous lie. Remember how terribly they deceived you into picking the weakest candidate, not the strongest candidate. And Piers, every time I said, let's pick someone stronger so that we can beat Trump, they said, so you like Trump, you want to help Trump. No, you picked the strongest person so you can beat Trump. And apparently they couldn't understand simple concepts.
So my problem with the Democrats, rather than their failure to pick, the candidates that actually did run, like Dean Phillips, RFK, and Marianne Williamson, was the amount of pressure, the implicit threat against somebody who runs against an incumbent. Now, this goes back to actually the 1980 election. Jimmy Carter and Ted Kennedy. I'm trying to remember what relation Ted Kennedy is to the rest of the Kennedys. I can't even remember. I think he's the brother, right? The brother of RFK and JFK. Younger brother was running against Biden. Ted Kennedy was to the left, substantially to the, Biden. Whoa, now I'm having dementia here. Again, I'm talking about Carter. Wow, did I transplant Carter and Biden in my mind? So anyway, Ted Kennedy's running against Jimmy Carter. And Ted Kennedy is, Ted Kennedy's like, they call him like a far left, kind of politician. But honestly, he's just like a Democrat, right? He's just a Keynesian Democrat. He's the same thing that the, Democrats had been electing, right? And the, consensus had flipped over to like, we're all neoliberals now. And so he's considered this wild leftist. But anyway, there was a contentious primary and Ted Kennedy lost, maybe even due to like hijinks at the convention, if I remember my history correctly. But the fucking Democrats blame Kennedy for Jimmy Carter losing. And like I told you, Jimmy Carter losing was partially his own fault and partially because of the shit that was going on with Iran-Contra. Not Ted Kennedy's fault. But ever since then, they've been afraid of running a primary with an incumbent. You notice that there's so much pressure against, primarying Obama, primarying Clinton, primarying any Democratic incumbent because they're sure that it's going to make them weak. But when you really look at it, what's the difference between having an actual primary and not? And the difference is that when you don't have a primary, then early on, the media is paying attention to the other party. The media is paying attention to the Republicans and not to, they've essentially got a stage. They've got a stage and your side has no stage. And also your candidate is not tested the way that I feel like they should be. Part of what a primary is for vetting and testing and seeing, can this person win? Does this person have skeletons in their closet that are going to come up, right? But the Democratic Party's, mentality is just to completely ignore that to put so much pressure that if you primary an incumbent, you're never going to work in this town again. You're donezo if you do that. So as a result, Democrats do not really have primaries when there's an incumbent, and I think it's to their detriment, especially this time.
It's like that. But now the whole world has seen what we saw all along.
You know, Cenk, before we go to the other three, there are reports as we're talking now that Barack Obama has been having urgent conversations with Joe Biden to try and gently persuade him it may be time to give up. But apparently Jill Biden is resisting, wants him to fight on. Kamala Harris is enraged that her name is not in the conversation to potentially replace him. People want to bypass her completely because she's even more unpopular than he is, and move to somebody like Gavin Newsom or someone like that.
So, chat, officially, Obama is critical of Biden's performance. Because, like, if you're not being critical of Biden's performance, you're full of shit. Obama's critical of the debate performance, but Obama's still supporting Biden officially, right? Piers is talking about behind the scenes. Supposedly, Obama's putting pressure on him. And I would guess that Obama's not the only one. I would guess that there's a lot of people putting pressure on Biden to, withdraw, both to save his dignity, which he lost a great amount of that dignity on the debate stage the other night, and to provide the Democrats a better chance of winning, and the rest of the country a better chance of not having a second Trump term.
What is the playbook here? Are we into
Bernie is Fetterman light?
Unprecedented territory, because I don't think any incumbent president in American history
he's definitely disappointed me, but I wouldn't compare him to Fetterman.
Seeking to be re-elected and hasn't stood down has ever been forced out. There's no mechanism to actually force him out unless he voluntarily goes, is there?
Yeah.
I don't know if Cenk is going to bring this up, but Johnson was effectively forced out.
There is one mechanism, unfortunately, and it's the donors. Because once the donors stop funding him, then he'll have no oxygen left. Remember, for someone who's a populist like Bernie Sanders, their source of power is the people. But for people like Biden, who are establishment candidates, their source of power is money. And once the money tap is turned off, then he's got no oxygen left. So I don't care what Jill Biden thinks. Are you, who's insane enough to care what she thinks? I don't care what Kamala Harris thinks. I care about picking the strongest candidate against Trump. Is democracy on the line or isn't it? Is this the most important election of our lifetime or isn't it? So now they're talking about, whose personality should we care more about? Whose feelings are more important? None of your feelings are important. What's important is that the American people be safe from Donald Trump. And let's be honest, Democratic leadership has never cared about that. And Piers, let's tell your audience why. Because remember, almost everyone on Biden's team, at the White House, on his campaign, at the Democratic National Committee, their jobs are tied to Joe Biden. If there's a new candidate, they all get fired. So they have been enormously, monstrously selfish, saying, I don't care if the country burns as long as
What is she eating? It's the same thing that I always eat, stir fry.
I get to keep my job. They betrayed you greatly, and you should never listen to them again.
Okay, let me bring in some of the others. Hassan Piker, you'd have to be willfully negligent with regard to what you saw with your own eyes, wouldn't you, to watch that debate last night and not conclude, as so many Biden supporters and friends have publicly concluded. This is from...
I don't remember who it was, but somebody in chat is talking about maybe Trump would somehow be better on Palestine. That's some dangerous cope right there. That's some dangerous cope. Do you know that Trump compared Biden to a Palestinian? Trump called Biden a Palestinian as an insult. He uses Palestinian as an insult.
People like Frank Bruni at the New York Times and others who just come out and said, you've got to stand down. Did you see anything last night that would allow you to...
But that being said, of course, Biden has been abysmal on the issue of Gaza.
...construct an argument that he should continue and be the nominee?
Biden continuing? Absolutely not. But there's another glaringly obvious problem here. Jake and I have had this conversation personally for years at this point, very publicly, about Biden being ineligible to run and how he's going.
Oh, do I consider Nixon to be 2-term or 1.5-term? Well, in terms of saving face, right? There's no face for Nixon to save. Nixon was essentially the symbol for corruption in government for years and years and years, right? But yeah, he did win twice. So if you're specifically talking about presidents who won 2 terms, yeah, I guess technically Nixon fits that. Interesting question, though, Zenal.
To lead to the downfall of the Democratic Party and potentially lose a pretty easy to win election against Donald Trump.
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't think he would be. Oh my gosh. What day is it, chat? It's Saturday. We got 2. We got 2 subscriptions in a row. Thank you, communist invading radicals. That doesn't happen all that often, but glad to have you in there. I always want to get like 2 on Tuesday, 1 on Wednesday, 3 on Thursday, 4 on Friday, and 6 on Saturday.
Trump at this point.
But it never goes like that. Trump against announces a political foe as Palestinian. He's talking about Chuck Schumer. He's talking about Chuck Schumer.
And we were absolutely right, and it was shocking that so many in the media who are now writing those articles that you're talking about were acting.
Did Biden even mention Trump is a convicted felon? Yeah, but he muttered it. Like, right, that's the whole thing, is it almost didn't matter what Biden said because it was incomprehensible. And everything about the way that he was talking reinforced the idea that he's too old to be president, that he's too old to run. So I mean, like, that's a sad thing, right? There was a lot that Trump did that was embarrassing in the debate, right? He lied and he lied and he lied and he lied, but nobody's talking about Trump's lies. Nobody's talking about Trump. Everybody's talking about Biden. Biden fell in the orchestra pit, and not even in a good way.
As though Biden was actually a dynamo behind the scenes. I mean, there was literally an article I remember from an excerpt from a Jill Stein book about how in order to soften the blow of Biden's age and how old and senile he's appearing on television, they were saying that he had really hard sex with his wife. I mean, that's to the extent that these guys went.
I remember that. That is such a weird flex. Like, they were like, Jill Biden has trouble walking the next morning because of all the hard sex that she's had with her husband. It's like, I don't need to know this. I don't want to think about that. Why are you doing this, Democratic Party? Why are you doing this?
In order to try and manufacture this narrative, and to anyone.
Why does Hassan's voice sound nasally? It might be the audio that they're using. Jinx sounds even worse, but I think Jinx like legitimately has like a sore throat here.
With eyes and ears to hear, they could see what Biden looked like, what Biden's performance looked like. So I don't understand why it's so shocking to people. David Axelrod said on CNN, I believe at this point, 8 months ago, 9 months ago, that, Biden has to go. Someone else has to come in and potentially win this race. You have an election coming up right now where the down ballot races, where you have Democratic Party senators doing 10 points better than the top of the ticket, than Joe Biden in places like Nevada, in states like Arizona. These are states that Biden has to win. You have issues, especially post-October 7, with the supposed blue wall that's obvious.
Yeah, Jink Huger definitely sounds sick. What about Hassan, though? Do you think Hassan is sick, or do you think it's just the... I feel like his EQ... No, I shouldn't... Sorry, chat. I want to get down and talk about audio. I want to talk about his compressor and his EQ, but nobody's interested in that.
Destroyed. You got Michigan. That's a potential problem for Joe Biden. All of these swing states.
One in chat if you're an audio head and you do care.
The Democratic Party should be clearing up with like Reagan numbers right now are in contest. Having said that, Donald Trump also had a phenomenally bad performance last night. It's just that no one is going to talk about that because one guy was very clearly demented.
We got some audio heads.
The other guy's talking about immigrants and how they're responsible for everything that is going on for an hour and 30 minutes straight. People didn't even have the time to make that assessment because they were so unimaginably shocked at the fact that the Democratic Party has basically put forward a cadaver and tried to push him over the finish line, and are hoping that you don't.
It's weekend at Biden's.
Okay.
And like, remember, this is supposed to be Bernie. This is supposed to be Bernie's issue. We got Glup Shido in chat, my favorite Star Wars character.
I'm going to come to your two panelists in a moment. We're going to be joined right now, though, by the Republican U.S. Senate candidate for Arizona, Kari Lake.
Why, Piers? Why? Why are we talking to Kari Lake? It could be the smoke. So there's some forest fires out there in SoCal. Yeah, I guess that would affect Jink and Hassan's sound maybe. Kari Lake, that's really wow.
Kari, what did we watch last night?
A train wreck combined with a dumpster fire and a huge, massive victory for President Trump and really America first. That's what it's about. It's about putting our country first, and we've watched for 4 years.
She's got the filter on.
Joe Biden,
what is that, a sepia? I can't tell.
Caused the most high levels of inflation that I've seen in my lifetime. We've watched, and I'm not just going to blame Joe Biden. The national Democrats have stood behind this guy, and to act like last night, oh my goodness, finally they're just seeing for the first time there's problems with Joe Biden. We've been seeing this for a long time, Piers. The American people have been seeing his decline for a long time.
Oh, okay, so Luna Rose is bringing up that it's not Hassan or Jink's audio setup, it's a mobile studio. Yeah, so when you go on Piers Morgan, they actually send a van out, right, with an audio with audio studio, with a you know like a van that whose interior is an isolation booth.
All come together at this moment in history and recognize that we need to make a major change. That debate performance was a debacle. We cannot trust the national Democrats or the mainstream media. None of them, especially not the guy I'm running against, Ruben Gallego. He's been part and parcel, voted 100% of the time with Joe Biden, and they've allowed him to spend 4 years destroying our country. They haven't lifted a single finger. And now, after all the inflation, 20 million people invading our country, the disastrous
Does he have a pop filter? I don't think it's a pop filter.
withdrawal from Afghanistan, Russia's
De-esser, yeah. I don't know.
terrorist attack, October 7th. I could go on and on and on. Now they're starting to criticize Biden. I don't know. I'm just not buying it. I'm just thinking they're using this moment to try to spin things.
Could it be careful what you wish for, in the sense that what at the moment is obviously a spectacularly good day to be Donald Trump, because nobody's talking about him other than, by comparison to Biden, he was a sort of whirlwind of dynamism and youthful vigor and energy. But of course, Biden was so bad that there's now a concerted effort. You can feel it from the
chat. I low-key love that I can talk about like tech with you and not have people be put off by it.
Mainstream media, to Democrat supporters, to donors and so on, to try and force Joe Biden to give up. If that was to happen and the Democrats were to parachute in
Thomas Jerome Newton says, literally the vampires of Capitol.
Much younger, much more...
Thank you for the super chat.
...dynamic person, maybe somebody a lot younger than Donald Trump. Could that actually be bad news in the longer term of this election race?
Well, first of all, I think the Democrats are stuck with Joe Biden. I don't see a way out at this point. You know, the money he's raised would have to stay with him. They wouldn't be able to...
Okay, so that get wrong and right. Yes and no, right? If Biden wants to stay in, they're going to be hard-pressed to get him out. That being said, I don't know. I mean... It might be possible to talk him into getting out, but yeah, no. If he's stubborn about it, yeah, they can't push him out. I don't think. In fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, okay. Here's the big mystery, right? Technically, the Democratic Party is like a private club. Technically, they don't have to do anything. And in the past, they have run their conventions like a smoke-filled, cigar-chomping back room where, you know, they cut deals. They cut deals to decide who gets in, right? So, I mean, like, they could try some hijinks, but remember, that convention is in August, okay? If they want to change candidates, they should do it now. They should do it now. But as far as being able to force Biden out, yeah, the soonest opportunity, other than, okay, wait, what happens if they do actually invoke the 25th Amendment? You remember the 25th Amendment being invoked or being talked about during Trump? People thought that some people in Trump's cabinet should invoke the 25th Amendment. And as far as I know, I think one person did actually pursue that. One member of Trump's cabinet did actually try to invoke the 25th Amendment and got nowhere with it. But it's something where I don't remember what the deal is. I think the cabinet has to basically vote. Thomas Jerome is putting that money behind Destiny.
Transfer that
behind some bad Hasbro.
over. And, you know, honestly, I don't think you can bring anybody in. I mean, you could bring someone younger in. They still have destructive policies, Piers. This isn't just Joe Biden. It's the Democrat policies, which are not Democrat policies of yesteryear. This is a new wave of socialism hinging on Marxism. This is an open border changing.
This is hilarious.
Changing the entire demographics of our country.
Like,
this is
Kari, I wish.
a dead-end economy. This
Yeah, exactly, shower chat.
crime on the streets. This is the indoctrination of our children. No matter who you plug into that, it's still the policies of the Democrat Party that.
Oh my God. So they want to have it both ways. They want to have their cake and eat it too, right? Biden,
so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
You can't vote for Biden because he's a cadaver, but at the same time, the problem isn't really Biden, it's the Democrat Party. They're trying to have it both ways.
Don't work for everyday Americans. I think what we saw last night was America collectively coming together saying, we want President Trump back in the White House. He can turn this around, give us a great, strong economy, safe streets once again, a secure border.
I wish that we could go one election without somebody suggesting turning this around as if that was a good thing, right? You want to turn it around to the Trump administration? Because here's what they're getting away with. When they say turn it around to the Trump administration, they're really saying turn it around to 2018. Life was simpler, you know, in 2018. You know, things were better, right? You can say that. And that's what they're trying to say. Now, like, unfortunately for them, a presidential term is not 1 year, is not 2 years, is not 3 years, but it is 4 years, as Trump himself said on the debate stage on Thursday night, right? And one of those years was utter fucking misery, was absolutely terrifying, and is a time that no one wants to go back to. And was made worse by the fact that Donald Trump was the one in the president's office. Some woman was sentenced to 3 years in jail on Canada for fraud, claiming lineage and her adoptee children are and getting funds earmarked.
World peace. Who doesn't want that?
There was fact-checking going on with both the candidates, and a lot of the statements that Donald Trump made were fact-checked to be untrue or exaggerated, but so were many of Joe Biden's. And although you say he's going to carry on...
This is what's so annoying about Pierce, right? His opinion is that the only time that Donald Trump's lies would even matter would be if Joe Biden not only was, you know, completely truthful in every way, including his golf game, which, you know, likely he was not truthful about his golf game. You can say that for sure. But was also accurate 100%. So any inaccuracy or any falsehood on the part of Biden negates the torrent of fictitious diarrhea spewing out of Trump's mouth on Thursday night. And in fact, unfortunately, he's right. He's right. Nobody is paying attention to what Donald Trump did. Nobody is paying attention to what to what he said, right? All eyes are on Biden, unfortunately, right? So it almost doesn't matter.
With the ticket, surely, if that was your candidate,
let me take a look at this. Chat's telling me to.
Isn't that exactly what's going to happen here? I mean, you say it can't be done. It can be done. There's still 5 months.
Thomas Jerome wants to know: are we going to watch Hassan embarrassing his uncle? I mean, are you asking me, is Hassan going to go after Cenk? Because I don't think at this point he is. I think that on this issue, they pretty much agree, as far as I remember.
To be election.
But thank you for the super chat.
Biden now.
And again, sorry it didn't come up here. I'll give you the effect of the super chat. See, it should have done that. I don't know why I didn't give you that alert. Maybe maybe there's a cooldown or something. I don't know. It's weird. Anywho.
If that were my candidate, I'd be switching parties right away and going to the party that wants to actually do something for the American people.
Would you really? No. This is bullshit. She would not be switching parties. Like, she wants Democrats to switch parties, but she wouldn't be switching parties. No, there's like literally nothing that Trump could do. Trump could literally, I don't know, be like, Trump could be like cannibalizing the remains of a corpse on stage, and Kari Lake would not switch her vote.
Let's remember that when President Trump, if not for the media, the entire country would have been behind him. We had an incredible economy. As I said, a secure border. We didn't have people pouring across our border, committing heinous crimes on the American people, killing a mother of 5 children, leaving her dead, and those 5 children to be orphans. That was an illegal who came across our border.
See, that one worked. And yes, I am adding these to the poll. They were on Piers Morgan. Yeah, they were on Piers Morgan together. Hilarious. Yeah, and no argument. I mean, because there's a lot that they don't agree on. There's a lot that they could argue about, but no. This is one issue where they do see eye to eye. But good question, Thomas Jerome.
Because Joe Biden opened it up. So if people who went into the debate last night wanting to vote for Joe Biden, I would say to them, come on over to the America First Party. Let's put our country first.
She's like, come on over. Come on in. The fascism's fine. The fascist water's fine. I don't know.
Let's turn this thing around and bring back sanity. Let's bring back a strong economy. Let's bring back safety and security on our streets. You don't have to be tied down to the Democrat Party anymore. Let's just start putting our country first. And when we do that, I think we're going to see a huge turnaround.
It's really funny. It's really ironic that Kari Lake is the messenger for this sentiment, because it's people like her that are keeping that from happening. Like I said, Biden's shittiness supports Trump as a candidate, makes Trump viable as a candidate. Trump's shittiness makes Biden viable as a candidate, right? The two parties in a way are mutually supportive. Like the weakness of the Democratic Party, the corruptness of the Democratic Party would not be stood for in a world where there was actually another option that wasn't like worse on those issues, right? And likewise, the toxic personality of Donald Trump would not be put up with were there not a corrupt party to rail against, right? What they do is they take seeds of things that are true, right? The deep state. What are we talking about? We're talking about the U.S. intelligence establishment, which, yeah, is kind of fucked up, right? But we're not talking about fucked up like that they've got it done for Trump. They just hate Donald Trump. That's what he wants to claim. But he's able to grab onto that and sort of, make that what should be a bold-faced lie believable. If Vichy France ever had a TV show, yeah, it would be Piers Morgan. Exactly, Thomas Jerome. Exactly.
quickly here in America.
And thank you for the super chat.
And prosperity and safety and security for all.
Carrie Lake, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the panel. I want to talk to Jenna Ellis. Now, Jenna, you're a former lawyer to Donald Trump.
So you notice what he's doing now? Yeah, this is Jenna Ellis. This is Cenk Uygur. I forget what the red-faced... Well, he's not red-faced yet, right? He's going to get mad at Hassan in a second. And but anyway, you see what they're doing now? I think it's that he just books so many guests that he's got to have his panel, and then he brings on guest 1, and then he talks to the panel some more, and then he brings on guest 2. Like, he's going to bring on, I think, 3 guests during this panel that are not on the panel, that just come in for a second, say their piece, and maybe interact a little bit with the panel. But
you're pretty guilty in the election subversion case in Georgia in October. You were the 4th of 19
he looks sunburnt.
defendants to plead guilty in a deal with prosecutors.
Well, if you think he's red now, just wait until he gets mad at Hassan.
Trump, of course, has pleaded not guilty.
That's the PBD podcast co-host. What's his name?
So that's the background to your appearance today.
Yeah, we're about to be valuetained, says Sassy Sasserai.
Trump, it was Trump. I mean, I just looked at them both. I watched the whole debate from start to finish without any break. And I just saw in Trump the same guy that I've known pretty much for 20 years, looking and behaving, frankly, the same way he's always behaved. If anything, he was slightly less combative and confrontational than he normally is. He was a bit more on message than he normally is.
So here's Trump's other strength, right? He's transactional. And people know that if they go easy on him, they can get something from him. If people will pretend that the emperor has clothes, right, when he doesn't, they can get something out of him. Also, like this whole thing of like, well, I've personally interacted with the celebrity reality show star Donald Trump, and therefore, I'm gonna let me humanize him for you. No, there's nothing about Donald Trump that's human.
He was fact-checked. He did tell a number of untruths. But when you've got an opponent like Joe Biden, if he continues to be the opponent, surely Donald Trump is just heading straight back to the White House, isn't he?
Well, I've said for a while that the first party that is willing to substitute either Trump or Biden is likely to be the victor, because you have people on both sides that absolutely hate Donald Trump and absolutely hate Joe Biden. And after last night, and Trump was clearly the winner just because he was able to be coherent and measured and show leadership. And that's a really low standard. After last night, what you really saw, Piers, was the Washington corruption on full display, because we have been lied to by the White House, by Democrats, by the media, who have continued to prop up Joe Biden and say there's nothing wrong with him. He's perfectly capable. Of course, he's running the White House. Kamala Harris herself, in that very just shocking.
And the other thing about it is that, like, as much as like, she's got a point in terms of like Joe Biden is not okay. And, the Democratic Party has been covering that up, right? Neither is Trump. Motherfucker talks about sharks. He's worried that a electric, boat is going to drown him because the battery might be heavy. And then there's a battery in the water. It's going to electrocute me, right? He's missing the point that there's a battery in your boat. Look, Trump, there's a battery in your car. There's a battery in your boat, right? This is how gas, transportation works, right? The battery ignites the starter, even I know this, right? And I don't know anything about mechanics at all, right? There's already a battery on board. But yeah, no, he's afraid that the electric boat's battery is gonna shock you. And is it really better to be eaten by the shark? Or anyway, neither of these guys is okay. But again, you're seeing how the problems with Trump that have sort of been forced on the Republican Party, they've been forced to accept, because MAGA is, every bit the authoritarian, cult that the blue MAGA is, right? You can see how the flaws of each candidate are, like, in a way, like, mutually supportive of each other. We can't clearly see who's woke in that freeze frame. Are you talking about Jenna freezing? Yeah, there does seem to. Wait, we can clearly see who's woke in that freeze frame. Yeah, true. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, they both have their eyes closed, the conservatives. Now, like, before you get too excited about her, because she's very down on Trump, she's not very positive on her former boss, Donald Trump. But she's going to ruin this for you in a second by saying the presidential candidate that she actually does support.
Interview with Anderson Cooper right after.
Is she a Republican? She's going to call herself an independent, but when she says the candidate that she would prefer to Donald Trump, you might question her independence.
Even answer the question, his last question to her, of whether this is the same Joe Biden that she sees every day, because she can't answer. What is the response to that? If she says yes, then that's really bad for her. If she says no, then she's admitting that he is not fit for office. But on the same hand, if there is a replacement, and I think that the Democrats...
That actually does not make sense. Also, Thomas, thank you for the super chat.
Are right to push for that, then I think that that ultimately does hurt Donald Trump in the long run. And even Republican friends of mine and people who I worked with on the 2020 campaign, who've been there since 2016, don't support Donald Trump anymore, and for very good reason. And so if Joe Biden is replaced, then I think that this debate will have been a mistake for Donald Trump to have participated in, because he may end up losing if they do replace Joe Biden. And I think we have to remember that now in America, our entire election system is run by a two-party, ultimately corrupt system. This isn't of the people, by the people, for the people that our founders intended. This is a two-party system that needs each other, that feeds off each other, and is both thoroughly corrupt. And I think that we all, as Americans, need to take a very hard look at our republic, the path forward, and ask...
So she's making sense. I mean, you hear little things, our republic. We'll make sure that we say it's a republic, not a democracy.
Ourselves, why were these the two candidates on the debate stage? As an independent now, unaffiliated, I supported Governor DeSantis in the primary because I've seen...
So wait, let me get this straight. You're dead set against Donald Trump because you've seen his corruption. So you're going to vote for the guy that modeled himself on Donald Trump. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing? You got a problem with Trump, but no, DeSantis, look, and this is not, she's not the only one to feel this way. I feel like this is basically trigonometry's point of view. It's a lot of people's point of view. They do try to sell DeSantis as like not having the baggage of Trump. However, you know, the worst aspects of Trump are actively emulated by DeSantis, right? And in some ways, he's trying to compensate for the fact that he's not Donald Trump. So yeah, like, I can't tell you that he wouldn't be worse than Trump. Now, but she does bring up the essential question here, right? This is Hassan Piker on with Cenk Uygur and Jenna Ellis. Is that her name? Piers Morgan. I can't remember this is the PBD co-host here in the red. I would choose shark. Getting eaten by a shark goes hard. It does. I mean, it's great on you know, Tombstone. You know, it's epic. Epic Tombstone fodder. Sharks are so misunderstood. They're just sea dogs that mistake surfers for seals. Exactly. A lot of them. Trump would hate to hear you say that though. Read and rap. Like Trump's riffed off of this before. People tell me that sharks aren't that bad. We got to protect the shark. I say no. No, we should hunt the shark into extinction. They're dangerous. Folks, haven't you seen Jaws? He's literally going off a movie from the 70s as far as his irrational fear of Jaws. Here's my theory. Now, I've said, some of you may know this already. Okay, as Captain Hook is to the crocodile, so is Trump to the shark, right? In fact, there's every chance, chat, that Trump may have had his genitalia disfigured in a shark attack, right? But only part of his genitalia, only the sausage, not the beans, right? Disfigured, and the shark is still out there. And after he's gotten a taste, he wants to come back for the beans as well, right? And so yeah, he's always out there waiting for Trump to get knocked into the water again, so he can so he can finish the job. This is Trump's basically Captain Hook. That's what I'm telling you.
Side, and I have very serious concerns about him going back into the White House. And I wish that the Republicans would have a long
TikTok, exactly, Tempotronica.
Conversation about their convention, but I think that that is going to happen for the Democrats, and they're wise to do that openly and publicly.
But yeah, the real question that she brings up is, and she's saying that like any replacement of Biden has got to be better. And she's saying, in other words, what she's saying is that Trump is in trouble. If they replace Biden with anybody, with a ham sandwich, right? Trump is in trouble because a ham sandwich is going to get more votes than Donald Trump. That's true in some ways, okay? Unfortunately, like, so what we're talking about here is the generic ballot. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. This is how the majority report has explained it, right? The generic ballot is leaning towards Democrats, right? So that implies that maybe the problem was with Biden. And yeah, I think the problem is with Biden. So the issue is, though, that you can't run generic ballot. You can't run a placeholder candidate, right? There's no such thing. You got to run a candidate. You got to run a person. And when you run a person, you are going to give them the ultimate, like, proctological exam, right? You're going to examine every single bit of their life. And this is what a primary is for. You know, any skeletons in the closet, shake them out during the primary so that they don't come out during the general election. And so, you know, whoever replaces Biden is going to be somewhat unvetted, somewhat untested, and potentially, like, look at somebody like DeSantis, right? DeSantis on paper looked like a great candidate. He's got, if you're a MAGA, right, you got to see DeSantis as a great candidate because he's got all of Trump's policies, maybe even more extreme, right? Maybe even more extreme to compensate. So if you like Trump, you know, DeSantis is like the orange juice concentrate of Trump, right? But so he looks like a great candidate. He's got all of Trump's policies and maybe more, and he's got none of Trump's baggage. And that is until he gets out there and he starts to talk. And you find out that this guy has the personality of a rotten cup of pudding sitting in the back seat of a car for an entire summer, right? This guy is wholly more unlikable than Gavin Newsom. More unlikable than Gavin Newsom, right? And you only find that out through a primary. So the Dems throwing somebody into the place of Biden without having that vetting is potentially dangerous. Potentially dangerous. But again, like I think Biden's a terrible candidate. I think he's a shit sandwich of a candidate. I would have much preferred Bernie. I would much prefer somebody like Gretchen Whitmer to Biden. It's just an awkward situation, all in all. Wasn't the shark in Jaws mechanical? Oh my God, what is the story? Like, one of the sharks, didn't they use like two sharks or something, and one of them was mechanical? Is Hassan for reform or against reform? Wait, reform on what? Hassan is definitely for kicking Biden off, I think. So the sharks like Cheetos. I mean, it's the cheese that goes crunch, so yeah. Anybody but Hillary. That's the other problem too, right? Is that, like, you know, if there's enough pressure to kick Biden off the ticket, he's not going to be replaced through a primary. He's going to be replaced maybe by releasing the delegates and having them choose, or maybe through some backroom deal, or maybe a combination of the two. Who thinks Gavin is unlikable? I thought Gavin being extremely charismatic. I didn't say that Gavin Newsom is unlikable yet, but I don't think he's Gavin's problem is not so much that he's not likable, but is that he appears to a lot of people think he's untrustworthy. Right? He comes off as just kind of a slick coastal elite. But yeah, compared to Trump, compared to Biden, I don't know, maybe unlikable is the wrong adjective to throw on there. He's got oodles of sex appeal. I mean, he's oodling something.
Super chatted $5.81. At least you don't have NATO's Dennis the Menace like we do, like Chile's Boric.
Oh no, yeah, that's true. At first I thought you were saying natto, the fermented bean filling for, it's like a filling for sushi, but no, we're talking about NATO here. Yeah, NATO's 2 T's, right?
Now, but we have to remember they are the ones that have lied to us about Biden's mental capacity.
Geo Dragon says there's a town in Alaska with a cat as a mayor. Can we have cat for U.S. president? I mean, this NAFO, God. Okay, there you go. There you go.
And there is another way to take him out. If his cabinet members, a number.
Thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome.
A sufficient number of the majority per the.
And I'm putting your super chats on Destiny becomes bad Hasbra. Is that correct?
25th Amendment, and it's not about unfit, it's not about policy, it's not about liking him or not. The term constitutionally is unable to fulfill his duties.
Okay.
He clearly is unable. If they stood up and actually said that, they could take him out.
Okay, let's bring in Vinny Ashana. I want to play a little clip. This is of Gavin Newsom speaking last night.
There is panic. Do you think it's unfounded?
Well, I think it's unhelpful, and I think it's unnecessary. We've got to go in, we've got to keep our heads high, and as I say, we've got to have the back of this president. You don't turn your back because of one performance. What kind of party does that? It's been a masterclass. 15.6 million jobs. That's 8 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined. The only thing the last 3 Republican presidents have in common is recessions. Democrats deliver. This president has delivered. We need to deliver for him.
Now, Vinny, here's the thing. Trump had a great night. I mean, even the CNN poll, 67% of CNN viewers felt that Trump put in a better performance.
Trump had a great luck, right? Of there being somebody on the stage that is more of a shit show than him for once. That's what Trump had. He didn't have a strong performance. He didn't have a great night. He just had a terrible opponent.
Performance and 33% for Biden. God knows who the 33% were, but
Who do you think they were, Pierce? They're ride or die Bidenites, right? They're people that aren't answering the poll honestly. They're answering the poll from the perspective of, I want to see Biden reelected. I really don't want Trump, right? They're like, yeah, Biden won. Biden won.
Obviously won the debate. Very.
No, I didn't think that Biden won. I do think that like the degree of his loss, the patheticness of his performance, I feel like that was exaggerated. Because here's the deal. We've seen Biden shit the bed. We've seen Biden misspeak. We've seen Biden talk softly. We've seen Biden with like no affect on his face, right? This is not, anything new, right? This was, I mean, I guess you could say it's below expectation because we've also seen Biden come out and during the State of the Union speech and sound very different, right? When he has a teleprompter, he seems to do better. His performance the next morning in North Carolina, obviously, he was very, energized and very, very different, a different candidate than we saw on Thursday night, right? I don't think that Biden, I feel like there's an exaggeration, but I almost understand the exaggeration, right? The exaggeration is there because these people want Biden out. They flipped from being like defenders of Biden to being American politics is such a joke at this point. I have to just eat popcorn and laugh. I mean, if you're not in America, you can probably do that. But yeah, appreciation for the super chat. Big. Wait, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can pronounce your name correctly. But thank you for the super chat, nonetheless. And yeah, it must be nice. It must be really nice to be able to eat popcorn and not worry about this.
Just not doing very much particularly special. But if they do get rid of Biden and they do parachute in somebody like Gavin Newsom, who's young,
CD says, I don't think people returning to work after COVID counts as new jobs. if COVID didn't happen, the results would be massively different. They would, but they would still favor Biden. I've looked at the COVID corrected jobs figures, right? Now, I will say that I don't like the way that we analyze the economy under a president as being wholly the result of that president's policies. Obviously, when a president goes into office, the economy that they have, I mean, maybe, if the stock market has confidence in them, it might go up or down, but the overall economy is obviously like not changed yet. I think most people at least realize that. But there's also like a lagging effect of any economic policy as far as when it affects stuff. So I do think that I'm not gonna, and I'm definitely not saying this like to defend Biden or anything, just in terms of the numbers. If you think that job numbers under a president are a accurate appraisal of the president's handling of the economy, right? If you buy into that, then yeah, Biden looks better. I'm willing to say though that that's something that gets overemphasized and not necessarily what you should be looking for in analyzing something like that.
Dynamic. He's not afraid to get into the horses, into the lion's den. He went on Fox News with Sean Hannity for an hour and acquitted himself very well. He's eloquent. He's sharp. Yes, he's got a record that can be attacked.
Goth says, I used to think America would be great to go to. Yeah, now I think America would be great to get out of.
But
unfortunately, I don't think that's on the table for me.
In terms of the visual optics, would that not concern you a bit as a Trump fan, as a Republican, that you might end up out of this victory with a far more difficult opponent to try?
Now let's check this out. We are 22 minutes and 51 seconds into this debate. Is this Vincent Oshana is his name? This is the co-host of PBD podcast. He hasn't talked yet. And I don't know if it's just like his failure to speak up. I don't know if he's a little nervous or something. But yeah, Pierce is bringing him in now at 22 minutes and 51 seconds into the debate.
Defeat in November?
Oh, I think don't put anything past the Democrats. The fact that Gavin Newsom can sit there and literally look at somebody in the face and say, Joe Biden's presidency has been a master class. That Gavin Newsom is one of the most disgusting snakes in the grass. Just look at California. Okay, I even had to write this down, Piers. Highest taxes in the nation. Thousands of businesses have left. Mandatory vaccine bills. Losing child custody over if your child doesn't transition. $7 gas.
That's right. Mandatory transition for all children in California.
And I'm telling you right now, Piers, it's scary as hell. And I don't care what anybody says. This has all been a plan, okay? They moved the debates up early.
California is so progressive. If you're trans and you move to California, they make you detransition just so they can have more. No.
All right.
This guy's full of shit.
They didn't give him any, whatever he was on the State of the Union, Piers, that 60 minutes, he was up. They probably gave him adrenaline. He was there. He was in the moment.
Somebody didn't get the patch notes. This is what the Republicans were saying prior to the debate, right? Biden is going to be on the sauce. Biden has got he's got the mental equivalent of steroids being pumped into him. And so, because they were preparing for a Biden like the one that came out during the State of the Union speech to come out and kick Trump's ass all over the place. And they were just going to be like, oh no, he's on drugs. He's on drugs. He got the drugs from Hunter. You know, that stuff that was in the bathroom of the White House, that wasn't Hunter stuff. That was Biden stuff, right? That they're prepared to say this. This is where the Mountain Dew Code Red reference comes from. And the fact that the Republicans were saying that this guy's not got the patch notes though. You're supposed to forget that. You're supposed to never speak of it again, because obviously the Biden that came to that debate, if he was on anything, it was a downer. It was Valium. It was something, it was the opposite of something that was going to, wake him up, right? It's not, he just hasn't been updated yet. He's a poorly programmed, poorly functioning NPC here.
This was the time when they put him up.
NPC from PBD.
Like a sacrificial lamb. They said, listen, Jill, we're not going to give Joe any drugs. We're going to roll him out there. He looked lost. He had no idea what he's going to do.
Wait. Does he realize? Wait. What was the whole thing about? Okay.
Early. All right. They didn't give him any, whatever he was on
Okay, so this is the secondary. He has got the patch notes. Okay, so yeah, here's what he's saying. He's saying that they were going to give him the juice. They were going to give him the sauce, right? They were going to give him that injection, but they didn't because he's a sacrificial lamb. Because they want to withdraw him as a candidate, but they can't do it unless he fucks up the debate. These people are twisting themselves in logical pretzels in order to, you know, make their conspiracy theories, because frankly, that's what we're dealing with here, and that's what these people trade in, and that's what they've been trading in even before Trump, right? Go back to the Obama presidency. What did assholes like this say? He's from Kenya. He's not an American. He shouldn't be allowed to be president. Okay, well, here's his birth certificate. Yeah, but what about his long form birth certificate? Okay, here's his long form birth certificate. Well, yeah, that's the deep state, obviously making up a long form. You know, these people are so separated from objective reality. And that's the, you know, that's the most reliable identifying feature of the MAGA movement, is their refusal to accept objective reality. The willingness to live in their own QAnon world where everything is a conspiracy, every election is rigged. Hell, even the Emmys were rigged, according to Trump. Even the Emmys, right? The Apprentice didn't win an Emmy one year. Well, that's because it was a rigged witch hunt, obviously.
The State of the Union, Piers, that 60 minutes, he was up. They probably gave him adrenaline. He was there. He was in the moment. This was the time where they put him out there like a sacrificial lamb. They said, listen, Jill, we're not going to give Joe...
But here's the deal. If this is true, they would have to sell the no juice thing, the no, you know, Mountain Dew, the no Vyvanse or Adderall or whatever the hell you think they're giving Biden, right? They'd have to sell this not just to Jill Biden, they'd have to sell this to Joe Biden. Unless you think that they're giving him like placebo Mountain Dew Code Red. It's actually Hawaiian Punch. They subbed out his Mountain Dew Code Red for a nice Hawaiian Punch, and he drank that instead. No caffeine in the Hawaiian Punch, so therefore no punch in the Joe Biden, I guess. I don't know. Wouldn't it just be simpler to stick with the truth? I don't know. I don't think you need to cope. I don't think you need to make up conspiracy theories when Biden has as bad of a night as he did on Thursday. But he's gonna do it anyway. He's got to make his other conspiracy theories that he shot out before the debate. He's got to make it make sense somehow.
We're going to roll him out there. He looked lost.
Hassan trying to maintain a straight face is classic, and Pierce's mocked serious expression is too much.
He had no idea what he's going to do. I think the shift is going to happen 100%. There is absolutely no way they're going to stay with him, and that is going to be a huge challenge for the Republicans, because we've had a case study, Piers. We've had 4 years of Trump, and now we're going to have 4 years of Biden. There is no debate. There's no arguing. The country is shit right now. And I know Hassan said, you know, Trump is talking about the border and the illegals are the problem. They are the problem, okay? They are.
They are the problem. They are the issue with everything. Everything that's wrong in this country is because of an illegal. I don't have any data on it, but I can find you a story of somebody who got, you know, R-worded or murdered by an undocumented person, and I'm just going to supplant that anecdote for any objective data, because I know that if I look at the objective data, I will see that undocumented people actually perpetrate less crime than citizens of the United States.
Carrie mentioned one story. There's been 4 this week, 4 of young girls getting raped and murders, and people like that.
Did I call it, or did I call it?
It's not really a problem. You say that because it's not happening to you or your family or your daughter or your mother, okay? It is a problem. And by the end of this 4 years, the numbers...
I mean, we could make the same argument with, like, for kicking Republicans out of the country. You want me to find a Republican that has done a violent crime against somebody? Take your pick.
Probably going to be 18 million.
The whole state of California. I don't know what you're talking about. I live in California. We...
Should we deport Republicans? It's really dangerous to have them in our country, chat.
I know. It's a hellhole. Yeah.
Look, if anybody's on Mountain Dew, if anybody's drank one too many Mountain Dew Code Red here, it's this guy.
It's a whole
yeah, it's a
are you
total hellhole, dude. I
California
know.
is
Florida
a
So now we noted that maybe he had a little sunburn before. Maybe he's a little bit red. Watch this. Watch this.
sinking. Look at your tan.
Oh yeah, it's sinking. By the way, first of all, I don't respect any nepo baby that
Oh no, he's getting redder.
Twitch streaming.
He's getting redder.
And I want the audience to know this guy Hassan has said in the past that America
Look, I think his accountant thinks Twitch streaming is a job.
deserved 9/11. So don't even talk.
Wait, which is it? Does he have too nice of a house, or is Twitch streaming not a real job? Which is it?
You don't have no reason to talk.
Vinny,
Just shut up.
I'm a big
Just
fan
do me a
of
favor
you.
and shut up.
I'm a big
Respectfully.
fan of you. And
Okay, but hold
I'm a big fan of him too now. I gotta check this guy out.
so I don't want you to die. I feel like
You
your
say
heart pressure
9/11?
is going up.
Do you see the veins? Do you see the veins?
You're turning.
He's very vascular.
Turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hassan, you shouldn't be on this fucking panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers,
Deplatform Hassan. There we go.
huge challenge for
Should we
Democrats.
invoke Donald
Not
Trump
at all,
right
bro.
now
You're a
and
Twitch
say,
streamer.
let's not be children?
Yeah, I think that's a very good call, Jenna. Yeah, I think we're going to try and keep things.
Let's
If we
not,
get
let's
back
not
to
play
the-
that.
That being said, like people like Dr. Disrespect do give Twitch streamers a bad name, and Nick Merck too.
What was interesting? Well, hang on. What was interesting about last night, actually? I'll bring Cenk back in here. I liked the format actually of the way CNN did this. I thought Jake Tapper and Dana Bash did a very competent job, but also I liked the format where there was no audience to manipulate, perhaps, or save a candidate for themselves, or to overreact to try and drown out a particularly salient point. And the mute button worked very well. You could see both candidates trying to speak at various times when their mute button was on. I don't know what you thought, but I actually thought it was a pretty good format.
I don't know, chat. What do you think? I kind of don't like the mute button. I mean, I feel like there might be situations where you could employ the mute button if somebody just gets completely out of hand, but I don't know. The not muting it makes it more entertaining. Lots of veins is a sign of a good vascular system. True, barbers.
For showing us what the reality was of these two candidates.
So, Piers, a lot of people are criticizing CNN now, and in fact, they themselves this morning admitted that maybe we should have fact-checked Trump once or twice when he said, like, deranged things like, "Oh, there's post-birth abortions." That doesn't make any sense at all.
But my answer would be, why Joe Biden should have done it. Right, Biden should have called him out on all those.
He's disagreeing. He's like, no, they do those post-birth abortions. Oh, haven't you seen South Park? They do the post-birth abortions all the time. They try to do it to Cartman.
But he wasn't able to do it.
Hold on. That's exactly what I'm getting to,
Right.
Piers. So, you know, when somebody says something so stupid like that, and like Trump says, oh, they let out all the mental institutions and the prisoners of countries, the opponent has a responsibility to say, which countries?
Yeah.
Tell me which countries released all their prisoners and mental inmates, etc. What are you talking about, post-birth abortion? That doesn't even make any sense, you deranged lunatic. So, yeah, I'm not getting on Jake Tapper or Dana Bash. The guy opposed to you is supposed to make those super obvious points.
Yeah.
Look, at this point, this conversation about whether Joe Biden's going to drop out is over. He's definitely going to drop out. The donors no longer think he's a good investment. And think about this, Piers. If he doesn't drop out, imagine what history is going to say about him. That he put his monstrous ego, maybe an ego.
Look, I feel like he should drop out, and he should drop out now. That being said, there's nothing that's going to make him drop out. Like, even the 25th Amendment, like, chat, right? Imagine they enact the 25th Amendment. Everything goes according to plan. Everything works. They get him out of there. Kamala's the new president. Oh, my God. What does that mean? Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, chat. Do you know what that... They do the 25th Amendment. Doesn't Mike Johnson become the vice president? Am I right about that? Do I have that right? The line of succession? It's Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson would be the vice president. It would be Kamala. It would be Harris Johnson. But that doesn't stop Biden from running for president. I don't think that stops Biden. So even the 25th Amendment can't, push him out of the race and negate the fact that he, won the primary. they probably can do something to release the delegates, but they can't do that until August, until the convention. And it's even weirder too, because here's the thing that really blows my mind. The what is it? The slate of candidates on the ballot are going to be set. I believe it's like August 9th, August 7th. It's before the Democratic convention. They gotta lock in who's on that ballot before the Democratic convention. So I got no idea how that's gonna work.
Go even larger than Donald Trump's, above the needs of the country, the party, the voters. It's an unbearable thought. He would become one of the great villains of American history. And there's actually a really easy way to replace him. All he has to do is say, I'm out. And then we go back to a traditional convention where the delegates decide. That's almost always how Americans
And
decide their
by the way, I think we
candidates
discussed
anyway.
I mean, I don't know how much you want. Yeah, are we value-tained? Are you not value-tained?
We discussed it before, but two incumbent Democrat presidents since the end of World War II have both stood down in election year, Harry Truman and Lyndon Johnson. So there's a precedent here for this to happen. It just hasn't happened where the incumbent president doesn't want to go. Jenna, I want to bring you in just on one point, which is the behaviour of Jill Biden after the debate. Watch this.
Oh yeah, this was wild. I showed you this.
Every question, you knew all the...
She is talking to him like he is 4 years old. You answered every question. You did such a good job. Oh God, this is Andy No's clip.
What did Trump do? Why?
They think that she wants them to say nothing. She wants them to say lie. So it's, yeah, anyway.
God.
I mean, I found that pretty painful to watch. She then led a chart of 4 more years. And the reason it's painful is she's Dr. Jill Biden. This is her husband. He's in front of, maybe 100 million people in America alone.
Jules says, nope, he won't drop out. They will have to force him out. He does have monstrous ego. He will never voluntarily leave. Yeah.
Tens of millions more watching around the world, being utterly humiliated, clearly has onset dementia and is being, dragged through an incredibly embarrassing, humiliating process of this debate, being mocked and laughed at around the world. And rather than do what any normal spouse would do, I think, in that situation, which is be protective and save Joe Biden from himself, she seems even keener than he is for him to carry on and to perpetrate and continue to perpetrate the lie that there's nothing wrong here. He answered every question. Well, he didn't even understand most of the questions.
Shorts, you get the special treat of watching me brush my hair.
As the First Lady and her responsibility here?
Well, she's clearly married to power, not to Joe Biden personally, and that's incredibly tragic. I mean, I was watching this debate with my parents who have been happily married for almost 50 years, and my mom was almost in tears looking at how frail and tragic of a figure Joe Biden was on stage. We all said, our heart went out to him. I mean, I could sympathize with Van Jones on the panel after CNN moved to tears, saying he just looked terrible. Everybody knows that he clearly is sick. He is unable to fulfill his duties. And yet here is Jill Biden, the one person in his life that should be telling him, listen, you've got to step down, helping facilitate that, looking out for his best interest, not to mention the country as the First Lady, but his own best interest. And she's the one who's standing up, treating him like a child. I mean, it was like she was in a preschool class and telling him as a toddler, you did a good job, little one. You did. I mean, it was so unbearably pathetic that this woman would prioritize this.
Look, I've got 4 kids. It's like when your 4-year-old comes last in a race on sports day and you tell them you did a great job. That's really what it felt like to me. It's an absolute obvious lie. Everyone saw your kid come last, but you don't want them to be too upset. And I've been really struck by the immediate, because I used to work at CNN for 4 years. I was there on election nights in 2012 and stuff. I have never seen a CNN panel react the way they did at the immediate end of that debate. John King absolutely lacerated Biden's performance in a way I've never seen him do. Van Jones, like you say, was sort of tearful. David Axelrod pounded him, but they all did. And I was really struck by, wow, we've got a clip of some of this. Let's take a look.
As we speak, there is a deep a wide and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists, it involves elected officials, it involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket, and they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this debate was so terrible. They do say, in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing, but then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates.
So here's what was weird to me about the CNN reaction, which, you know, I watched that live. We couldn't watch the video on screen, but I listened to it on another headphone, and I watched it on my phone, and then reacted to it. And you know, the weird thing about the CNN wrap up of the debate was how most, if not all, of those people in that roundtable were on the same page. Now, look, I know this was not a good night for Biden. I know that in terms of trying to beat the perception that he's too old to be president, that he is too old to run for office, right? He didn't do that. But I also know what kind of expectation was set up for him, and the expectation was for him to somewhat shit the bed. So what I was struck by was the uniformity of the pundits on both the CNN and then later on MSNBC. You had people like Rachel Maddow, like expressing, you know, concern for Biden's ability to continue, right? And that's not something that I expected to see. No, I'm not trying to, you know, sell you a conspiracy theory, especially not after criticizing MAGA for having so many, for their whole, you know, ideology being built on conspiracy theories. But I gotta think that there might have been some coordination ahead of time, as far as the way that they all flipped at once, because you had people that were just gaslighting you. If you had a problem with Biden, you know, whether it be his chances of beating Trump or his age, right? You were gaslit. You were told that you were, what are you talking about? This is like, you know, like you were accused of being like either, you know, a plant that was in favor of Trump, or that you were, you know, the loony left, right? And it all flipped. And all of a sudden now the centrist media is espousing the viewpoints that the so-called loony left had been, you know, talking about for months and months, right? It just seems to me like that there was some. Now, I'm not saying that like any performance would have caused that reaction, right? But I just feel like this must have been coordinated somehow, because of how uniformly they all flipped from, you know, being like, no way, of course it's going to be Biden. Biden's our best chance. We're riding with Biden, to like, oh, I'm really worried about this guy. I don't know if he can win. Maybe you should think about stepping down. I don't know. Just something seemed weird about it. Thomas Friedman weeping for Biden just solidified my hatred of liberals. He didn't say a single thing negative about the Israeli genocide, but this makes you cry.
It wasn't a little halting. The end of that debate, the summary by Joe Biden was incomprehensible gibberish. Well, joining me now is Joe Biden's former White House advisor, Mo Vella. You know, Mo, I wrote a column for New
reading a chat from the rugged island there.
Post, which is just going up now, where I said I genuinely felt very sad. I've never interviewed Joe Biden, but I had a phone call once with him after his son Beau died. It was a very moving and emotional conversation we had. He was vice president at the time. It was 10 years ago, and I remember every word of that. And he was somebody I just was very impressed by, actually, in the way he handled that call and the reasons that we.
Oh shit! People are bringing up IRI in chat here. There was some, I think IRI went after, was it the Majority Report? There was, has anybody seen this? There's some clip of IRI, essentially, I don't know if he was blaming the Majority Report for, I mean, I doubt that seems ridiculous, blaming the Majority Report for the Bowman loss, but definitely, accusing them of having like a loser mentality. And then I'm sure he had some takes after the Biden, debate. I haven't really talked about him or watched his stuff in years and years and years. It's kind of amazing to me that he's even still around. If you don't know who we're talking about, we're talking about the literal dude that was in the video "Pretty Fly for a White Guy," and that's his claim to fame. That's why he's really important. It's because he was in that seminal music video from the 90s, and now he's a political pundit on Twitch and YouTube.
We had it. When I watched Joe Biden last night, I didn't recognize that person. He is not the person he used to be. And I felt a real sense of sadness, as I would for any old person.
Narwhal by Nature says, I've never heard of him. Yeah, you're not alone, Narwhal.
Clearly suffering now from some form of senile dementia, exposed on such a gigantic live television stage to utter humiliation. I don't think it's something you feel jubilant about. You just feel sadness for him and real discomfort. I've got to say, from here in London, watching America's president basically self-imploding like that on a world stage was pretty scary. I mean, this is the guy with his finger on the nuclear button for America. You, as his former advisor, what were you thinking?
Well, I share your sentiment of sadness.
Chat, I realize that we're coming up on 3 hours here into the stream. I'm tempted to skip this guy. If I remember correctly, he says, Joe Biden is a friend of mine. Joe Biden is a warm, decent, beautiful person. And I am calling on him to drop out. I'm pretty sure that's what this guy says. Once he started bragging that he had encounters with models and was better than the people who were mad at him in his chat. Skip him? Have we got a second? Anybody want to second that? Skip him? Biden fancier skip. Yeah, I don't know if we need to see this guy. I don't know if there's anything that great. Here, we'll
And think about this. This guy, and even if you disagree with me and you think, oh my God, no, I love establishment Democrats that sell us out to the donors. Oh, you're so radical for saying things that are obviously true. But think about this. Even for those guys, he was willing to...
We got a second. We got a third.
The Democratic voters...
We're skipping him.
Party, the entire country, just to satiate his ego. Oh, I want to be a two-term president. That's better for my legacy. So he's an egomaniac that I have no sympathy for, except one thing.
I enjoy Cenk. I enjoy his lack of self-awareness most of all. That's what I love about Cenk Uygur. Oh, look at me. I'm Joe Biden. I'm the best thing ever to happen to... Oh, my God. Rugged Island, thank you for the Prime sub. Wait, let me see if I can switch really quick to give you the... There we go. Look at that. Rugged Island, thank you for the sub. I didn't lie. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I should probably mention this. I probably should have mentioned this earlier, right? We do have an ad break at the top of the hour on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch... you're going to get 3 minutes of ads pumped straight into your eyeballs, and you're not going to be able to see me, right? That might be annoying to you, but there's really nothing that I can do. It's the only way that we get rid of pre-roll ads, and believe me, you don't want pre-roll ads. That means every time you come in here, you get an ad. So we get rid of those, but you got 3 minutes at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those 3 minutes of ads, you can get out of them like Rugged Island just did with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of them by paying $5 to Twitch for now, right? That's going to change in 11 days. On July 11th, it's going to be $5.99. So you might want to lock that price in while you can. You could also potentially skip the ad break with a gift sub, which people sometimes do give out. But if you want to be the beneficiary of somebody else's generosity like that, your best bet is to be active in the chat. And there we go with the... There we go. We're back.
Last night was elder abuse.
Yeah, thank you, Rugged Island.
Elder abuse by the entire Democratic leadership, the DNC, and yes, sorry, but Jill Biden. If Jill Biden wants to run for president, she should do it. But, I mean, there's no way that a loving spouse lets that happen.
No, I agree.
And thinks, oh, great, push him out there, we got this. You don't have it. This is absurd. But the one piece of good news out of all this, Piers, is it's over. We're going to get a new candidate, and hopefully we're going to kick Donald Trump's ass.
And Cenk, before I go to Hassan, who would your preference be for who that person should be?
Oh my God, thank you for the community sub to King of William. King of William, you've just been weaseled. Wait, I gotta do my thing there. you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. There we go. I don't even have to say it that anymore. Do you want the awesome cut and the awesome graphics cut again? There we go. I'm sorry, Chad. If I do that too much, it's going to get old. We'll try not to make it old.
You could actually be the nominee.
But thank you.
So the problem with the Democratic Party is that they never pick a populist in a populist time. They keep picking the most establishment candidates there are when the American people keep telling you they don't want establishment candidates like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. So they should pick a populist, but they won't. Of course, the top candidate is Bernie Sanders, and he would easily beat Donald Trump.
Now, I don't know what Jink means when he says the top candidate is Bernie Sanders. I'm assuming he means the candidate that he would prefer. Yeah, that's the candidate that I would prefer as well. But there's a problem with that. One problem is I don't think that Bernie would take it, right? Bernie is, what, 87 now? And even though he doesn't look 87, he doesn't act 87, he's much more mentally there than either Biden or Trump. And I have no doubt Bernie's going to live till, like, I don't know, till a ripe old age, right? Bernie's yeah, still old as hell. But yeah, Bernie's age and you know, just who he is and what he represents is going to ensure, because, like, remember, it's not the Democratic base picking. It's not the primary voters picking. It's literally the delegates, right? And you know, these are delegates that are pledged to Biden and maybe even owe some loyalty. The other thing about the delegates, like we talked about the possibility of an open convention and the possibility that Biden would release his delegates, right? You know, he could do one of two things. He could release his delegates and say, vote your conscience, vote for who you want, pick the next candidate, right? He could say that, but more likely he's going to say, let's give it to Kamala, or let's give it to Gavin, or, you know what I mean? Like he's going to pick somebody that he likes, just like Obama, you know, made the phone call and picked him in the primary when Bernie was winning, right? Biden's likely to throw it to somebody else that's not Bernie.
Actually knows that. They just don't. And let's be honest, the Democratic Party would rather have Donald Trump than Bernie Sanders. So, but if you say, no, Bernie Sanders is too old, or we can't have it, you can go to Ro Khanna, you can go to Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin's beloved by everyone in the Democratic Party. He's incredibly smart, incredibly principled. He would eviscerate Donald Trump in a debate. Let's pick someone who can win and actually represent the people.
Okay, before I come to Hassan, actually, let me just get Vinny's reaction to that. What one name?
I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with Jake there.
Yeah, go on then. Okay, Hassan, you respond, yeah.
Okay. First of all, Big Gretch. That's it. That's the method. That's the movement. Okay.
So yeah, realistically, I think that Gretchen Whitmer, I agree with Hassan. Gretchen Whitmer is probably the best we could hope for.
Okay, put Mama Gretch in office, okay? She's popular. She's in a pivotal state. She would absolutely crush it. I don't like Gavin Newsom at all. I think he has a lot of weaknesses. I think he's horrible. He's done an abysmal job refusing to fix the housing crisis in California that's obviously contributing to the homelessness crisis, so that, you know, guys like Vinny can complain about how much of a shit
hell yeah
California is, or whatever people talk about. Like, that would stick on a national level on Gavin Newsom. Don't turn the rest of the country into California would be the attitude. Another good guy, I think, another great guy, J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois. We need a big boy in office. We need a dynamo. We need a guy with a kind heart.
Wait, Pritzker?
You know, he could even. I
actually don't know that. I actually don't know that much about Pritzker.
Him being a billionaire, but ultimately, you know, maybe.
See, he's calmed down a little bit. He's less red, yeah.
We could have a real billionaire against Donald Trump's phony billionaire status. Who knows?
That's Pritzker.
Anyone would be better than Joe Biden at this point. Even Hillary Clinton.
Well,
I mean, to be fair to Hassan, he did say Gretchen Whitmer first, but what the fuck? The ContraPoint said something similar, and it's like she's got even more liability with that too, right? Considering that she was on Hillary Clinton's show. What was that called? What was Hillary? Does anybody remember what Hillary's show was called?
Okay, well, that's
better
interesting.
than
So,
Joe Biden
okay,
at this point,
that's
which is-
interesting.
I don't know, chat. What do you think? Is Hillary better than Biden at this point? Big boys have entered the chat.
So, I mean,
Which
for
is
those who
why
don't
I
know,
think-
well, hang on,
which
just
is why I think
hang
they're
on,
gonna
hang on
put
a
her-
second. For those who don't know who the Gretch is, by the way, it's the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. But I want to come to Vinny. Hillary Clinton's name is being talked up here as potentially the unfinished business that she comes sweeping back and she does what she
A fucking nightmare.
to do in 2016.
A fucking nightmare. That. Yeah, she had a show. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Something about courage or something.
And she actually beats him. What are your thoughts about Hillary returning?
You know what, Piers? I think she's finished. Hillary Clinton has no chance. I think every single time she gets in front of a camera, it's hurting the Democratic Party.
Oh, okay. So Hassan said that he got cut off and he wasn't. That he was going to say that she wasn't a good choice, but she'd be better than Biden. So that was his point. Okay. Yeah. He did a reaction to his own show.
I think she's the worst from her.
Imagine that, chat, going on a panel and then reacting to the panel. They call him Big Red.
History with her and her husband is just it's abysmal. Let's not even get into the Clinton Foundation and Epstein and her husband. That's a whole different can of worms. But I think it's funny how everybody on the left is so, this whole failed presidency.
That's a whole different can of adrenochrome is what you should have said.
Because of Biden's age and his dementia, which he definitely has.
No, chat, I'm kidding.
Who's gonna come in? It's the Democratic Party's policies. Plain and simple. I don't give a damn who you put in there. Gretch.
They need to get their shit together, right? They need to get their shit together. You cannot be going as hard on Biden and him being the problem as you do, and then just be like, oh, but let's be real, it's the Democratic Party. You know what they're up on now? If you check on Twitter, right, Obama's third term is trending. Now, why is Obama's third term trending, considering that Obama had 2 terms and that you can't be elected to a third term? They're calling Biden Obama's third term, and they are asserting that this wasn't really a Biden presidency. It was an Obama presidency with Biden as the sock puppet, right? And look, if you want to lose, right? If you want to give people reasons to vote for Biden, there's a good reason. I think that most Americans would be more comfortable with a sock puppet presidency run by Obama than they would by either Biden or Trump, right? If oh my God, heaven forbid somehow Obama was able to run for a third term, Trump would be so cooked. Trump would be so cooked. I don't know. I think they got to get their talking points together. They're all over the place. I would rather have a person with dementia than a fascist dictator. I mean,
Bernie Sanders, communism, you want
can't argue with that.
Socialism, you want all that crap. It's not going to fix anything. That shit's going to keep going. Say what you want. Last night solidified it even more for the independents in the middle that are kind of on the fence. I would much rather vote for the convicted felon.
Yeah, you can tell that this guy's got his finger on the carotid artery of the independents. He's very normie coded. The PBD co-host, chat. The PBD co-host. Are you not value-tained?
Then this poor old moron that they wheel out there now on purpose like a sacrificial lamb with no drugs and everything to turn. You notice, Piers, every other debate, every CNN anchor, everybody that was moderating would cut Trump off. They would yell. They would stop. Notice how they sat there, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. They were quiet. They let everything pull out. This was all on purpose. And I think that Hillary Clinton's on the table.
I love the sweaty conspiracy crafting. I love it.
Newsom for
He's turning red again.
sure. He was the only one there. You notice that? He had good gel in his hair.
Wait, I actually don't know. What's going on? The first time he was mad at Hassan, or at least that's what I thought. But this is making me think that anytime you let this guy speak for more than a minute, he's going to turn lobster red.
I've said for 2 years that I think Newsom is the one.
Well, we're not seeing his neck veins this time, so.
That could put up the best fight. And I was persuaded when he went on Fox News into the heart of a
Parliamentary democracies mean you don't have to choose between 2 freaks and be browbeaten for your decision. At least Jink was trying to change the Constitution in that regard. He was not. Yeah, I mean, I feel like a naturalized citizen should be able to run for president. I mean, that's not what we have. And there wasn't a lot of chance of him being able to change it. But, you know, I would support his right to run for president. I mean, that would open up what, Elon Musk? Would Elon Musk be able to run if they change the rule? I don't know if that's a good trade. The possibility of president, the very like unlikely prospect of Cenk Uygur as president, or the more likely prospect of Elon Musk as president. I don't know if that's a good decision, but yeah, on principle, it should happen.
The enemy lair.
Why is this dude allowed to yell and rant, but Hassan isn't? Seems a bit unfair. Good point. Good point. Didn't they kind of cut Hassan off one of these times? When he turns yellow, his mood is alcoholic.
And sat there with...
I mean, it sounds like a liver problem.
Sean Hannity for an hour and acquitted himself very, very well. I mean, Jenna, to bring you in here, I mean, who Jenna, if you were a Democrat right now, who would you think had the best chance of actually taking Trump on? You know Trump very well. You know he's...
You're teaching Discord how to mock British conservatives? I mean, that sounds like praxis.
Who of all the Democrat names you've seen touted would you fear most, potentially, as being the one that could win it for the Democrats?
Well, I actually agree with what Sink said, that we really need a populist on both sides that actually speaks to what the American people are concerned about. And if the Democrats can put up someone who isn't so...
I can't get over the fact that this lawyer here, she reminds me of a classmate that I had that had this cute little Southern accent. It was the most adorable fucking voice that you've ever heard. And she looked she looked like a younger version of this woman.
Far extreme leftist.
She's got a little Southern accent, but not like my friend.
Then I think that they have a real chance of actually getting disaffected
who is that person?
Republicans as well. And I think that they should put up someone like an Andrew Yang. They should have gone with RFK Jr. I mean, he acquitted himself.
Oh, you're talking about Wolfpack, which is trying to reverse Citizens United by going through every state in the country, state court in the country.
Very well in the debate, and neither side, notice, wanted him on stage. I think he is going to rise in momentum after last night's debate. And anyone realistically that the Democrats put up now, if it's not...
Wait, who is going to rise? Sorry.
As a Gretchen Whitmer, for example.
Oh my God, Gretchen Whitmer. Yo, Gretchen Whitmer, way too far left. I'm sorry. No, she's, oh my God. Wait, who is she talking about?
I mean, he acquitted
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I would vote for the worm in his brain on the off chance that it's still alive before I would vote for RFK Jr.
very well in the debate, and neither...
Catalina Gearbox says, I think the only person that has a chance at the presidency is NCC. No, I'm sorry, AOC. AOC.
Side, notice, wanted him on stage. I think he is going to rise in momentum after last night's debate, and anyone really...
Yeah, she's a DeSantis supporter, exactly.
...that the Democrats put up now, if it's not someone as far left as a Gretchen Whitmer, for...
Oh my God, how would you even think Gretchen Whitmer?
...for example, has a real shot.
She was so far left, chat, that she wouldn't let the militia members kidnap her.
Winning. But what I think the American people need to do is take a hard look at the U.S. Constitution. We have a minimum.
Oh yeah, I want to hear this.
Because look at what she did during the COVID lockdowns.
Can you give me like
look
one
at how
policy?
she has...
She's pro-public health? That's why she's too far left.
So look at what she did during the COVID lockdown.
Oh my God, I love the fucking COVID deniers and how out of touch they are. They think that they won, right? They think that they convinced the majority of American people that first that it's not real, or it's not that bad, or it's a bioweapon from China, or the vaccine's the real danger, or the masking is a horrible thing, is more harmful than there's so many iterations of just brain rot that they went through. And because nobody wants to talk about what we all went through, nobody wants to go back there. Nobody wants to think about that anymore, right? Even though, if you look at the wastewater levels, you can tell that the virus is still very much with us, unfortunately. But they think that they won because there's nobody pushing back on them now. But really, they just sound like, they're like, ivermectin, let's all get on horse paste. Yeah.
Her position on extreme on abortion.
She was against the horse paste, which is the only efficacious treatment that was found.
look at how she has run her state as basically taking
what's her
legislative
position on
power into
abortion?
the executive. So she
So she said the Gretchen Whitmer's position on abortion. What's that going to be?
look at her
What's
position
her
on queer
position on
theory.
abortion
So
that you
she
find
is
so
for
Did she just say queer theory? I'm sorry. Did you just say look at her position on queer theory? Excuse me? Hey, did someone say horse? Oh no, we're gonna summon Vosh if we're not careful.
abortion. So her position on abortion that is so extreme is that she wants no limits at all, no restrictions. And most of the country is not for that. Even the Democrats themselves know that there needs to be some restrictions, at least in third term. No, that is absolutely true. And I mean, feel free to fact check me on that if she's changed her position. But
No
all
restrictions
of
on the
Democrat
third
extreme
trimester
leftists,
is a falsehood. That's not a real thing. Every conversation that we have with
my
Republicans
home
unfortunately
state,
revolves around
No, hang on.
hallucinations
my
of Republicans.
My former home state
There is
of
no-
Colorado
there's no third-
allows abortion until the day of birth. That is the law in 7 states right now,
Okay.
including California.
Let's do a little reality check, all right? You're pregnant. And you are it's 9 months in, or it's 8 months. You know what I mean? You're in the last month of your pregnancy, okay? You're in that third term zone. If you're terminating that pregnancy, it's because something's massively wrong. That is not like a fluke. That is not like, oh, I thought I wanted to have a baby, but then in the last month I decided against it. So let me just go and right. There's a fucking reason for that. There's something going on. That's very rare. And it's not it's not even like the people that are getting that are terminating their pregnancies that late need to terminate the pregnancy.
Where Gavin Newsom is the governor.
There is
so
no
there
state,
are people
there is
that
no
can
state
go in. Yes,
in the country where you can have a third trimester abortion without a
Colorado,
doctor
California,
giving
there are
you a
7
medical
states.
exemption. No, you still have to get
look at
a
the law.
psychiatric
Look at the law. And
evaluation
it doesn't matter whether
and a healthcare evaluation.
No, but it's still allowed.
So what she's saying is she wants that restriction on abortion in what, third trimester, regardless of the health complications. That is fucked. That's a forced birther right there.
That's the
women
point.
are
the
going
point
around.
Is that it is still
okay,
allowed.
you're a woman. You're a woman.
Oh my God. Okay, no. I don't know what Hassan was thinking. I don't think this is a particularly strong line of argumentation here. You're a woman, right? If you were
have you or I don't know. Have you? Okay, so you know
my
how
medical history
tumultuous
is
of a
not
process
relevant
that is.
here, but
It's
I
actually,
am and so I mean, have you ever been pregnant?
Because the
how
point
are
I'm
you?
making
How
is,
are you?
it is a,
how are you
it is
speaking
obviously,
to abortion?
it
That's
is obviously
completely irrelevant. The point
I've never
here
been pregnant,
is
but it seems like I understand it as good as you do. What's happening here?
No, you actually
If
don't
no
understand
woman is
it
carrying a
because of
pregnancy
the law
for
in
9
7
months,
states.
so they can have a regular.
Whether Hassan is pregnant.
Okay, so his point is correct. His point is correct here, but Jesus Christ, why did he put it like that?
Answering
All right,
question
let's-
actually about
so they can have
Gretchen
a
Whitmer.
Guys, you're talking
Let
over
me
each other.
finish
Let me.
what Piers asked.
I just have
Let
some
me
breaking
finish what
news.
Piers
I
asked.
have some breaking news for everyone. The Biden campaign spokesperson Seth Schuster says that Biden will not be exiting the race. There's no basis for that. There's nothing that voters have indicated that they agree with that. Senior White House correspondent at CNN, Kayla Tausch, said on X, not only does POTUS not plan to drop out, Biden remains committed, incredibly, to a second debate in September, an advisor tells me. I cannot see that happening. But we actually have now somebody joining us who is pro-Biden and thinks that he won last night. It's the TikToker.
Oh no. Oh no.
You think
TikTok has entered the Zoom call.
Biden won last night?
One person.
Wait, they actually do have a 6 panel set up.
Yeah, no, I did.
I feel like I'm watching Prime Kai here.
Definitely. on the substance
Or
of
Wick.
the conversation, Biden won. His policy was pragmatic, it was logical, and Donald Trump just lied the entire time. Is incapable of telling the truth, is incapable of actually laying out policy. He didn't talk about how he's going to make the American people's lives better. He just, said that, January 6th didn't happen. He talked about the election. He said that overturning Roe was a great thing and forcing 10-year-old girls to give birth is a fantastic thing. That was Donald Trump's debate. So on the substance of the conversation, Joe Biden absolutely prevailed.
Right, but the problem you've got is I saw the CNN fact checkers on Joe Biden's public statements last night, and it was just untruth after untruth after untruth.
Oh, I'm not sitting here I'm not sitting here telling you that Joe Biden tells the truth every single time he speaks, or that he gets every single number right and every single statistic.
Crutchy says, please let Pierce drop into further irrelevancy. I'm thinking of dodging out of this after. There's one more interaction I want to show you, and then we'll scoot. We'll get on to the main we'll set the main course, but the main item that we have to watch here, which is the debate between Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard. I'm massively looking forward to that. That's going to be like 11,000 times less cursed than this one.
Right.
He gets most of them wrong.
That's not true. To compare Joe Biden's lies to Donald Trump's lies is laughable. Trump told over 30,000 lies during his presidency, averaging around 20 a day, and he showed that last night when he lied about every single thing he talked about. Lying doesn't win debates.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're going to use lying or misleading the public with statements.
I got a question from chat. Who the hell is this guy? This is Harry Sisson, who's a TikToker. Am I correct? Biden had the most correct statements, even though, his presentation. Yeah, most of Biden's untruths were from the fact that he put his words together wrong. Motherfucker literally says, "Together we will defeat Medicare," and something about spreading COVID. Like, I think he meant to say we were going to defeat COVID and spread Medicare to Medicaid to the states that don't allow it yet. But he changed it to anyway. He got it all kinds of mixed up. That's just a random TikTok guy. Another Pac-Man wannabe. Well, I mean, technically, like, chat, we're stealing Pac-Man's background here, so technically I fit that. No, I don't. Obviously, I'm not a Pac-Man wannabe. Am I a Pac-Man orbiter? Am I eating oatmeal? God, chat, you're calling me out on the fact that I need to put more vegetables in my stir fry. If it looks like oatmeal, it must be because there's just far too much, there's far too little broccoli in here. But I gotta be honest with you, right? They were out of the kale that I wanted to get at the store this week, so I ended up running out of vegetables early. Hey, if you want to help me be able to afford more vegetables, you can support me on Patreon. You can support me in so many ways, and I appreciate every single one of them. Shouts out to Patreon gang. Shouts out to Throne gang for making the stream, the technical aspect of the stream much better. And shouts out to those of you who take the time to scroll down into the description and donate to me through PayPal or Cash App, because I really appreciate that, especially in times of the month like this when rent is coming up. Much appreciation. But yeah, no, I could be Miss Pac-Man. I'm sure. Wow. I'm sure that David Pac-Man's wife would not mind that at all. That's hilarious. But I did steal kind of his background.
Against a candidate, you've got to make sure your own candidate speaks with unforked tongue. I mean, Biden, barely a week goes by without him saying something which is immediately proven to be untrue. I mean,
kale is good. Yeah, I love kale. Not everybody's about it, but
only like 2 weeks ago, he was claiming that his uncle was shot down and eaten by cannibals. None of that.
At least he wasn't eaten by sharks like Trump's uncle.
Never happened. He wasn't shot down and he wasn't eaten by cannibals. I mean,
those weren't cannibals. They were just they were paleo dieters that were hard up for meat that didn't have any organic meat. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying, Chad. I don't know what I'm saying.
This idea that Trump's the only one whose statements can't be trusted is
why are they focusing on only what Biden said? Well, Pierce is getting by on this because what he's saying is that you can't call Trump out on his lies because Biden made
super chatted $5. DESCEPTATIO inter SCELETOSPALAESTINA DESTINUSAISSAI.
Yo, that I didn't know that we could get that many letters in a super chat, but we did. Thank you for the super chat, Shaxba, and I know exactly where to put that that super chat money.
Just not true. Last night, again and again, listen, I'm not denying that Trump made a series of untrue statements. He does that. He barrels through and hopes that the big messages about the border and so on kick home, and they probably do, actually, with many Americans. But if Biden's going to play the lying card as a pro-Biden thing against Trump, he's got to tell the truth and get his numbers right. He can't then have
Do you see what he's saying? Do you see what he's saying? Biden got some stuff. You know what Biden got wrong? Like, I think he lied about his golf handicap, right? Trump played golf through his entire presidency. I am willing to say that Trump could beat Biden at golf, all right? And I don't think that is like I think if anything, that's like a feather in Biden's cap, right? He didn't spend an entire term out on the golf course like Trump did, okay? Like, this is what's so sad. Instead of attacking Trump on on being bougie as fuck and being, Trump said that Obama was the golfer in chief. Trump gave shit to Obama over how much golf that he played, and he said, if I am president, I will not be playing golf. I will be too busy. No, you were not. You ran your fucking administration basically from a golf course, right? You could attack him on that. Instead, Biden is trying to say, oh, yeah, well, I'd be willing to play golf against Trump, but he has to carry his own bags, Jack, right? And it's just like, he's... I don't know. This is the worst part of this. Biden, fat shames Trump and then attacks him over his golf skills, right? It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Painful to watch last night. It went on and on.
But yeah, unfortunately, Biden's shit show is all anybody's talking about, right? And yeah, Catalina Gearbox is right to say that Trump spewed just a fountain of diarrhea of lies, right? Just like spewing out of his mouth, and nobody's holding him. Do you know what CNN did? Do you want to know what CNN did? They held Trump accountable for his lies. At 12 o'clock at night, after everyone had tuned out, CNN ran down all the lies that Donald Trump told when nobody was watching. That's how they held him accountable.
On and on. Almost every statistic he came out with was completely wrong.
Yeah, but Piers, I mean, let's be real here. Like, if you're lying, if you get one sec, Vinny, you look like a. Relax, buddy. If you're getting a number incorrect, right? If you're getting a number incorrect, that's like a very small. 7 years ago. Hold on now, I'm not done yet. I'm not.
That's wild. That's wild. Okay, so first of all, yeah, Vinny probably hasn't talked enough. But second of all, Pierce literally threw it to Harry. Like, they literally just brought this guy on, right? He really hasn't talked at all, except in the very beginning. But yeah, right off the bat, Vinny's gonna jump in there.
Right there.
Were you 10 years old, Harry?
What was that?
How old were you when Trump won? 10 years old? 7
Vinny,
years ago, you were 10
you
years
look like
old,
you're about
bro.
to explode.
You don't know
Relax.
what the hell you're talking about.
Take a breather.
That's not
relevant. Hassan was right to call.
You have makeup.
He's entitled to his
Hassan,
opinion.
listen. I know Hassan's a big fan of mine. He was right to call you out for looking like you're about to explode. It's okay, no problem here.
Yeah, you were 10 years old when Trump won.
You have to level.
Get him, Harry.
Get him.
And what are you, like 80? Like, relax, buddy. Take a breather. You're okay. I promise. It's okay.
Ooh, that was so good.
Zen, yoga. Yoga's good. Yoga's good.
Can I just say, it doesn't. I don't actually care how old either of you are. Let's get back to the real reality, which is.
You love to see it.
About the age of the president, because he looks like he's 180. So, Harry, I'm just bemused. 33% of people watching it apparently think Biden won. I don't know. Harry, hang on. Harry, I don't know how anybody, honestly.
Wait, I couldn't hear what Harry was saying. Can we hear this?
Conclude that Biden won. You'd have to.
Can we make this out?
Harry, hang on. Harry, I don't know how anybody.
Wait, I got to make a comment about the line. I gotta make a comment about the line. I really like the TikTok dude now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about him. I'm guessing, we're talking about the politics. Like, I mean, most of these like lefty, like, he's got a dark Brandon in the background, right? If that tells you anything about his politics. So I'm not going to get too excited about Harry Sisson, is that his name? Even a 10-year-old would be mature enough to see Trump as terrible. What's your excuse, Vinny?
Honestly, you can watch that debate and honestly conclude
He does seem chill.
that Biden won. You'd have to be so deeply embedded in the Democrat partisan tank.
The Democrat Party, because they're demonic rats, yes.
That you can't crawl out long enough.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be making fun of when I'm doing his accent. I feel like I'm calling out a whole island.
To see the wood for the trees.
Not where I'm trying to go, but.
So first thing, I want to respond to your lie comment.
And no, not everybody has that particular accent.
Yeah, we want both candidates to be honest, but we have to weigh the lies here. Like, if Joe Biden gets a statistic incorrect, that is vastly different than Donald Trump still pushing lies about January 6th and about the election. So that's first and foremost.
The Dark Biden meme was funny right up until the White House tried to join in. Yeah, that's true. People of Turf Island have had it too good for too long.
But second of all, as I said, the substance of the conversation is what matters. Trump can scream the loudest, he can lie the most. That doesn't mean you win a debate. When Joe
Reminds you of Michael Shermer? I'm trying to remember who Michael Shermer was.
up there saying, like, you know what, my policy is pragmatic. I want to give women their reproductive rights. I want to continue to lower healthcare costs. I want to expand healthcare for veterans more and more. That's pragmatic policy. That's logical.
But Harry, the problem, okay, but Harry, here's the problem.
Substance.
Harry, here's the problem. He couldn't articulate his views in a way that anyone could really understand. And secondly, and more crucially...
And look, this is practically speaking the problem, right? Biden gave the media something more interesting than Trump's shit show. And that's what they're focusing on. There's so many clips, like the one I told you about, where he's like, we're finally going to defeat Medicare and spread COVID or whatever. He gets it backwards. He switches like Medicare, or I think he was trying to say Medicaid and COVID. He switches them around in his
Trump, he has
presentation. Shermer was one of the guys in the skeptic crowd. He also essayed someone. Wow.
Tells a lot of untruths. And what you want the President of the United States to do is to be quick-witted enough and sharp enough and intelligent enough to, every time he does that, leap on it and tell the American people why what he said.
So this is what I said. This is what I said when I covered the debate, right? Sure, Trump lied a lot. And, after the fact, Biden, Biden was basically saying they're going to call out Trump for all of his lies. He told so many lies, even though it looks bad right now, it's going to be okay because the media is going to call out Trump. And I was like, Biden, that is not, like, you can't count on them to do that. You cannot count on them, right? They should call him out for his lies. If your faux pas are more interesting than his lies, though, they're gonna be talking about your faux pas. That's your job, Biden. That's your job.
It was untrue. Biden was simply incapable of doing any of that. And that's what a lot of Democrats have said overnight is the most problematic thing. It's not that he's old or anything. It's that he was incapable of either articulating policy in a way that resonated or holding Trump to account. And if you can't do that with a candidate like Trump, there's no hope.
Yeah, except Piers, that was the method that Biden was...
Hang on a second, I'll come to you in one second. Let Harry respond to that.
Sorry.
Well, all right. What I was going to say is, if that's the method that Biden was going to go with, then all of his answers would just be fact-checking Trump. Every 2 minutes he has to be like, okay, Trump lied about this, and that's not any way to win a voter over. Biden, I would think it's more of the moderator's job to fact-check as opposed to Biden dedicating.
Yeah, I mean, CNN should have fact-checked at some point. At some point.
His entire debate.
Like I said, they fact-checked him at like midnight.
Fact-checking. Biden should be laying out the policy, which he did. He seemed pretty coherent when he called out Donald Trump for assaulting and raping E. Jean Carroll and for being a convicted felon. People don't like that.
You think that Biden should drop out? I think that is not a spicy take. Yeah, Biden should drop out. The problem is, will he? Because it's kind of his decision. There's nothing that anybody can do to force him to drop out. I mean, people close to him can suggest that he drop out. People with power and influence like Obama can, approach him behind the scenes and ask him to drop out. People who have the guts to do it can call him out in public and say that he should drop out. The New York Times, I believe, did they write an op-ed? Is it the Times? Have I got this right? I think wrote an op-ed calling on Biden to drop out, but it's anybody's guess whether he actually will. And And look, now's the time to do it. Now's the time to do it, not at the convention. Because remember, the ballots are going to be printed, I think, on the first or second week of August, right? The convention's like the third week of August. So there's not going to be a way to get, you can change who he could drop out, he could release his delegates at the convention, but it's going to be his name on the ballot, right? At that point. So yeah, he should drop out, and he should drop out now.
Excruciating moment when Joe Biden basically froze and mumbled his words. It said complete gibberish, and then Donald Trump just said, "I don't think even he knows what he just said." Let's just watch this clip, and I'm going to ask you to explain to me what he said.
Dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if he doesn't care, he doesn't like the military at all.
Valerie, the lovely Italian, says that, or 6 months ago. Good point.
And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA.
Look at that zoom on into Biden. Like, Trump's talking, they're zooming into Biden.
I mean, Harry, what was Biden saying there?
What was bro yapping about?
It's a very nice, selectively edited clip. I like it. Yeah, I don't think that every person ever is going to speak perfectly. So highlighting Biden not speaking perfectly.
No, but I watched the whole thing, Harry. I watched the whole thing.
Broader conversation.
I watched the whole 90 minutes. I don't come at this as on the left or right. I'm not a member of either party. I don't promote either party over the other. I simply come at it as a...
They might invoke the 25th Amendment. So chat, remember, the 25th Amendment can take Biden out of the presidency, potentially. I don't know if it's ever been invoked. I don't know if it's ever been used before. But I think it's something like the cabinet has to vote. Like, so people that Biden, put on there would have to vote to invoke the 25th Amendment. But just remember, that takes him out of the presidency, okay? Replaces him with Kamala, and replaces Kamala with Mike Johnson. You know how that's going to work, right? But it doesn't take him out of the campaign, as far as I know. As far as I understand, right? That doesn't force Biden out. It would be, some pressure on him, right? It would be another way of trying to kick his ass out of the door. But my fear is that Biden's going to be stubborn. My fear is that Biden is going to care more about his reputation than he does about the good of the country. But yeah, they'd be replacing him with Kamala. Yeah, Mike Johnson. So as far as I understand, the line of succession goes like this. You've got, president, vice president, Speaker of the House. So this would be Vice President Mike Johnson. This would be the Harris-Johnson administration. I don't know if she can, maybe she can replace him after that. I don't know.
Journalist, I didn't understand 90%.
He has been incredibly stubborn since October 7th. That's true, Narwhal.
Of what Biden was saying. I did understand Trump, and I understood that he was misleading me a lot of the time, but also understood on the big picture messaging, which he kept ramming down the viewers' throats, about the chaos at the border, the state of the economy, particularly on Black Americans and Latino Americans who are gravitating.
Chat, we're going to get done with this segment, and then we're going to take a break. I'm going to talk to chat. We're going to rest and retool, and then we're going to go straight into the Vanguard and their debate, their conversation. Zach and Gavin don't see eye to eye on this one. And I don't know who I'm going to agree with.
Trump, and so on and so on. On those big picture messages, he was hitting...
Stick around, find out.
...hard. I don't know what Biden's messages were. I don't know what he was talking about.
Pierce, did you not understand President Biden when he talked about how the PACT Act now has 1 million people signing up for it?
No,
now
not really,
Did you not understand it?
Wait. I don't understand you. What did he just say? The PACT Act. Wait, what? Sorry? Wait, did I just miss that? The PACT Act? What is the PACT Act? Look, there's every chance that this dude knows more about the policy, fine details of policy that I do. Maybe. But I couldn't understand what he was saying.
I don't know what he was talking about. So on and so on. On those big picture messages, he was hitting home hard. I don't know what Biden's messages were. I don't know what he was talking about.
It's for veteran exposure to Agent Orange, the PACT Act. Oh, okay. So he's talking about Trump's comment on the VA, right?
Pierce, did you not understand President Biden when he talked about how the PACT Act now has 1 million people signing up for it?
No,
and now
not
getting
really,
care? Do
no.
you not understand
The
it?
PACT Act.
Do you not understand it when he talked
No,
about
because he
the largest
spoke in this
investment
kind
in
of
fighting climate
weird,
change in world history?
croaky. No, because he spoke in a weird. Look, I'd understood it if you had basically translated him in real time. I'd have understood it. If Gavin Newsom had done the translation for us and articulated what Biden was trying to say, I'd have understood it. But Biden spoke for 90 minutes in a croaky, monotone, drone-like manner that honestly, for most average viewers watching, was utterly incomprehensible. And the problem he's got is that Trump sounded and looked exactly like he did in 2020 and 2016, like he's always done.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, he did.
He did not. He did not sound exactly like he did in 2020.
I promise
or
you, go back and
2016.
watch Trump
He
in
was rambling
2016.
incoherently.
Go back and watch Trump in 2016.
Incorrect.
Compared to last night, it's the same guy. You may not like him, but he's an embellisher, and he'll tell lies, but he'll ram home the messages. And one of his trump cards, literally, is that he can hit home messaging in a way that resonates with people at home.
One of his trump cards. You gotta love Pierce's humor. Literally. It's literally his trump card. Get it? Get it? He's Trump. It's one of his cards. Get it? I made a funny. Why is no one laughing? Why is no one laughing?
It's certainly not the same guy when the Trump.
Yeah, we definitely need a badumpt. I can find it here. I can't find anything here, chat. Oh my god, I don't even have it on my soundboard. I'm so silly. Anyway.
Trump in 2024. Okay, the
Trump is Agent Orange.
Boats sinking and like sharks and batteries.
Yo, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Lies about the election. I mean, in 2020 he was claiming that China was bringing in bamboo ballots. I mean, this is like your crazy uncle at Thanksgiving.
Oh my god.
In the corner. This is not a presidential candidate. This is a dude who just rambles incoherently on the debate stage, as he did last night.
And do you believe, Harry, finally, do you believe in your heart that Joe Biden is the right person to lead the Democrats into the election in November? And do you believe he can win?
He can win. He's going to win. And as Vice President Harris said, we don't let a 90-minute performance negate 3.5 years of progress. Biden's the only man who has beaten Donald Trump, and he's going to do it again. And I'm looking forward to convicted felon Donald Trump facing justice.
Why are you the only person I've heard in the last 24 hours who's...
Look, if you're going to give... Okay, I got to speak up for Harry here, okay? Is saying that Biden won the debate a ridiculous statement? Does it reek of cope? Yep, it does. It does. It does. But there's been so much cope from the other side. Like, MAGA is built on delusion. Is built on the fumes from the fever swamps of the Trumpian dystopian political project, right? They are pure copium 100% of the time. They do not deal in reality, right? So if you're going to say, as you did, Pierce, that Biden doesn't get to call Trump out for lying when some of his statements, especially that golf one, were factually incorrect, then I got to say that you can't hold Harry up to a standard that you're unwilling to hold MAGA up to.
Not crying because the performance was so horrendous.
Harry's got the sleeper build under that jacket, maybe.
On the Democrat side.
I don't know. You have to talk.
Yeah, he's got some Schultz, got some, you know, nice, like, what am I thinking?
Talk to the people that you're surrounded by.
I'm talking about Thomas
somebody in my
Friedman
view.
and Frank Bruni and all the Democrats.
that's great.
All the Democrats.
You can kind of see some lats back there.
Reporting writers for the New York Times and so on. Literally all of them. Van Jones at CNN. They're all crying.
Even Van Jones. Even Van Jones.
So bad it brought tears to their eyes. You appear to have watched a completely different.
You appear to be huffing copium, my dude.
You're happy. You thought it was great. He's going to win a triumphant victory. No, he's not, Harry.
I mean, to be fair, right, you know, with everything we know about TikTok, like liberal TikTok creators, he might be on the payroll, right? This has been known to happen.
Wake up.
Who is that other guy, Dash Dabrowski? Who is DK? DK is Chud Logic's. See, I was trying to handle this in chat so I didn't have to mention Chud Logic during a Piers Morgan debate, but yeah, no, DK is Chud Logic's Chud Logic's thumbnail designer, right? It's like as if oh my god, I don't want to compare Vamps to DK, but what Vamps does for me, DK does for Chud.
Yeah, I don't have the mentality of like, oh, something didn't go our way, now we have to pout and cry. I have the mentality of, well, if something didn't go our way and that's the way it's perceived, let's get to work, get out.
Also Chud's editor.
and get a clipboard and go get.
Okay, we're almost done with this. We're almost done with this.
Don't sit here and sit in our own sadness. Let's get to work, as opposed to writing in the New York Times that it didn't go the way we wanted it to.
I agree with you. Actually, that is the right response, and I admire that attitude. So thank you for joining me. Harry, thank you very much. Well, joining me now is the Republican National Committee spokeswoman, Elizabeth Pipka.
Harry wants Trump to win. I just want that to be clear.
Elizabeth, thank you very much for joining me. I'd imagine...
Wait, who is this? Who is this?
Extremely...
How many extra guests did we work in today?
Happy today.
Okay.
No, I'm not extremely happy, actually.
I'm worried for America. I really care.
Really happy for Donald Trump. I think you'd agree that he had a resounding win last night, but I'm actually really upset. I'm upset for the country.
I'm upset for the country. Yeah, right. Okay, we're gonna dip. We're gonna dip. I don't know, chat. Maybe I'm missing something, but if we don't dip, we're not gonna get to see what Zach and Gavin have to say before we take a look at whatever the. Oh, speaking of which, you know what I haven't been doing today is like. There we go. Oh my God, we're back, chat. We're back. We're back in my room, and wow, that was a lot. That was a lot. So I got to take a look. Oh my gosh. I'm a little bit surprised to see what's winning in the poll. I'm looking at shorts. I'm looking at the shorts chat. I'm looking at their poll. And what is winning? Oh gosh, it's a tie, isn't it? South Park of X tied with Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbro at 31%. Yomni Park pulling up a second, I guess. And Samuel Alito's Secret Tapes, which I tried to rename, you know, since people don't know what Vergonia means. Vergonia. That's in last place. All right, let's look at the other poll. Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbro in first place. Vergonia in second place. Wow, that's the strongest showing we've seen. So changing it to Samuel Alito's Secret Leaks did, in fact, get more people to vote. Yeonmi Park. Am I mispronouncing? It's Yeonmi. And it's, I think I'm writing her name wrong. I think I'm writing Yomni, and it's actually Yeonmi. So apologies, chat. I see somebody mentioned that earlier, and it's been sticking in my head ever since. In second place, in third place, right, with 20%, and South Park of X, the new norm, in fourth place, right? The Dave Rubin cartoon. They're calling it the South Park of X. And it's like South Park if South Park was like not funny. If South Park increased their like anti-wokeness quotient like tenfold and decreased their human quotient, their humor quotient 100-fold. Chat, I gotta drink something. I'm just like, I'm out of this. ACAB includes Tone Police says, you can't listen to people who watch it in portrait mode. Good point, good point. Well, we're not gonna listen to just them, right? We're not gonna listen to just anyone. So we're gonna, yeah, so what do we have next? Let me show you. Let me show you what's coming up next. Woo, it's right there. Should Biden get swapped? That's a debate amongst the Vanguard. Zach and Gavin do not agree. And we're going to see what side I fall down on. Or maybe I disagree with both of them. I don't know, chat. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what I think. It's like Puxatawny Phil, yeah. Maybe Puxatawny Phil is available for the job. So I've noticed some classism within leftist circles with regard to rural folks. Oh yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about, Luna. I wondered what you thought rural folks deserve. Remember that people that live in red states, they're not all chuds. They're not all right wingers. And, you know, it's easy to sort of stereotype people, and some people do it for effect. Hassan's a great example of this, like when he talks about the hogs. But remember where the whole thing about the hogs started, right? This was a joke on Chapo, and this is what I hate about it, right? Is I feel like this joke, like it was meant with a level of irony. The irony being this, right? When Chapo calls like rural Republican voters hogs, they are parodying the liberal class. in how they think of the rest of the country, and not just Republicans, right? How they think of, like, states like southern states, Midwestern states, states that will never go blue in a million years, right? This is how people. So there was a level of irony that I feel like was lost.
Invading radicals.
And when Hassan says hogs, like, it's like hog watch, right? And I've even put that on a title before, but yeah, I kind of worried about it, because like the irony of it, like even Chud to some degree was meant with a little bit of tongue in cheek there, right? And this is the thing about Chapo. They're incredibly, they're in that sort of JREG irony continuum, right? Where it sort of gets lost, and it's hard to really tell where the joke is coming from, where the joke is pointed at, and it's really easy for people who legitimately have classist views that express themselves as disdain for people living in rural parts of the country, get just sort of latch onto that with no sense of the irony that it was created with. So, yeah, that is kind of an issue in lefty circles. Rural folks are the victims of savage undereducation. We need to raise them up to none of us are free until all of us are free. Yeah, and remember, like, when those states go red, they're going red with like 60% of the vote, right? They're going red with a whole bunch of marginalized people living in that state that do not agree with Donald Trump. And yet when you look on the map, the state is fully red, and you get this impression that like everybody there has got a Trump side in their yard. Some of those people, like, have like, are rocking like anti-Trump stuff, or, stuff that puts them in danger for getting beaten up. So just remember, you got comrades everywhere. All right. You got comrades in all parts of the country. So yeah, good thing to bring up, Luna. But yeah, this is what we got going on next. I went over the poll. We're 80% of the way towards the dono goal. All in all, it looks like Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbro is running away with it here. What do we have on Vox Populi? We do have a decent amount. Yeah, 14% on Vox Populi. So that reduces the addition to Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbro somewhat, all but eliminates the influence of the donation money on South Park. So yeah, it looks like the Destiny content is in first place. We are 80% of the way there, so definitely well within striking distance of that. We're gonna turn next to the boys at the Vanguard having a little disagreement. They don't see eye to eye. They don't completely agree on this, and I'm curious where it breaks down. So, that's what we're going to next. Remember, chat, when you donate, regardless of what kind of donation it is, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you are getting a membership for yourself and weaseling up, or passing on the weasel to somebody else through a gift membership. If it's over on Twitch through a sub, through a gift sub, or even a Prime sub, you can influence the poll, right? You can obviously influence the poll through voting in it. And I want to remind you that there's nothing that I can do to stop you from voting in both polls, right? And I know some people out there are doing that, so I feel obliged to tell you that you can vote in both polls, so that everybody gets a chance to have 2 votes. All I ask is that if you do that, right, if you cross over to Shorts to vote, or if you're in Shorts and you cross over to the regular stream to vote, just make sure to leave a like, because that like helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it massively. Yeah, so literally any kind of donation counts for at a rate of like 1% per dollar. You can make the content that you want to see after we watch this, the debate between Zach and Gavin. Makes it more likely that we'll see that, right? So yeah, $1 US raises the total of the polls, the average of the polls, by 1%, if that makes sense. And that goes for Patreon signups. That goes for Throne donations, which I massively appreciate. Yeah, I'm talking to you right now through a microphone, crowdfunded exclusively through Throne. So thank you to the Throne gang for that, and trust that those thank yous, those official thank yous, I like to do a little video or a picture and send it out to the people that donated for that. I haven't done that with these yet because I haven't had time, but those are on their way. But yeah, I'm talking to you through a much better setup. I've got way better lighting. I'm able to use this awesome Stream Deck thanks to the Throne gang. You can also donate to me through, I think through PayPal and through Cash App, and those links are down in the description. Now I'm going to use the Stream Deck, crowdfunded for me through the Throne Gang, in order to transition into the next segment. Here we go. How clean is that? That is sick, and I literally wouldn't be able to do it without your support. So I'm going to hit a stream marker here, also through your support. I'm trying to point out when I'm using stuff that's been donated to me, because I do appreciate it a lot, and it has raised the production value massive increase in the production value thanks to viewers like you who've gotten together and helped me crowdsource stuff on Throne. At the moment, what do I have on Throne that's getting crowdfunded? We have a speed editor that helps me get out videos faster. Remember, I've put out 2 videos. I don't know if you've seen them or not, but 2 politically themed videos, 2 videos specifically about the debate in the last few days. And if you want me to put out more videos more quickly, that speed editor would definitely help me out. It would also get me an upgrade on my software for DaVinci Resolve, so it'd make the videos cleaner, crisper, and overall better. We're also crowdfunding a teleprompter, so that just like Biden, I benefit from the addition of a teleprompter. But that would essentially help me make video essays and prepared content a lot more easily. We're actually 39% of the way there on the dual monitor stand, which is 39% funded, which would essentially take my monitors and make them into like a Dr. Dalla type brain bot. No, it would just let me move the monitors around so I could be looking more at the cameras when I talk to you. And then we've got the room divider, which again would be used for video essays and prepared content. So that's what we got going on Throne right now. And again, thank you to everybody who's donated to Throne. Thank you to everybody who supports me in any way. And remember, even if you can't support me monetarily, those thumbs are massively appreciated, okay? The thumbs are stronger than you think, right? One thumb alone doesn't do much, but if we put all our thumbs together, we can take over the world. So weasels of the world, unite. And let's go and see what's going on with Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard here. They don't agree.
Now the rumblings are starting again with people like John Favreau. I'm guessing it's only a matter of time before Nate Silver and people like that start writing op-eds.
So Favreau is a Pod Save America, just kind of the point man, I guess, on Pod Save America. We're talking about libs here. We're talking about mainstream libs that are usually oh, these lefties are going to ruin it for right. The same people that don't like Bernie, that don't like these kind of libs, right? These kind of libs are worried about Biden and are entertaining the idea of replacing him.
Calling on the White House to say enough is enough. This is bullshit. Obviously Biden should himself stand down and be like, hey, this is for the best of the country and everything. But I do think we really are at the place where there needs to be a straight up intervention, like when you have to take grandma's keys. Sorry, you're not safe on the road anymore. I know you don't want to have your keys taken, but it's for everyone's good. And that's basically what's happening now.
Wait, Jerry says one of these guys was pro Drake. I don't remember. Is that true?
For Joe Biden's driving the car that is the entire nation, and we're all in.
Yeah, who cares? I agree. I really hope Trump doesn't get elected either.
So yeah, it's time for.
Got some DGG in the chat.
Intervention. Do you think that's actually going to happen, or do you think that's straight just cope and fantasy?
Yeah. Well, listen, Gavin. Let me just ask you. Let me recall, not the president, right? The president, I would say they're the most likely to keep. They're the least likely to swap out at the last second because they have the most power. He is literally the sitting U.S. president.
Yep.
Okay, so we have to understand that. This is the guy that has the job right now. What are you going to do? Just kick him off the ballot? He still will be president from November, until Inauguration Day. So you have to consider all of that. What's he going to do? How are you going to get him to play along with it? If Joe Biden and his team of people who don't want to lose their fucking job, they don't want to lose the White House, they don't know what the fuck's going to go on. Gavin Newsom gets the presidency, then he's.
So yeah, he still will be president until November. I mean, realistically, I think I think Zach meant still be president until next January, right? And like that is unless Biden resigns or the 25th Amendment is invoked, you know, pushing Biden out, right? In which case, like I said, it puts us in a weird situation where I believe the line of succession is such that Speaker Mike Johnson would then become the vice president and you know, vote on any ties in the Senate, right? I don't know. I don't know. Is there a way to, you know, for Kamala to kick Mike Johnson out and replace him? I'm not sure, but it would be a weird spot to be in terms of any path to pushing Biden out of presidency prior to the election or prior to the inauguration or re-inauguration, whichever it is.
Cleaning house and putting Gavin Newsom people in charge. So you have to remember the people who are closest to Joe Biden, they eat off him. Okay. And they eat off him being president. And so those motherfuckers want him in the limelight longer. That's why what they did first was assured us back in 2020 that he was only interested in doing this to be, you know, for the people, for the good of the people. It was his time to serve the nation. He was going to be called upon. He was going to do one term, unite the Democratic Party and pass the torch, right? That's why everybody in South Carolina, as you tweeted about earlier, Gavin, they all coalesced around him. He became the Democratic Party nominee and then he ran away with it in November. Okay. Well, now those people are in, now Joe Biden's people are in there and it's just getting him out. It's going to be a motherfucker. So I don't think that's going to happen. But my take was a little bit different than Gavin's. I will share this tweet that I threw up the other day. Actually, I think this morning when I was on a tear, just triggering every single last one of these libs on Twitter. Hate to break it to you, but even if they drop Biden from the ticket and come up with a random excuse to make it some
Jerry Jeff Jogger says, I'm not sure he can survive that long.
because that's the other thing you guys we're going to have to deal with. Do you think Kamala is going to go silently into the night? You'd have to do something extreme. Gavin and I were speculating they'd have to give her like a Supreme Court nomination. They'd have to do something ridiculous because she wants to be set up to be president. You guys, we all know Kamala will never be president. But again, in her psyche, with her team and the people who are around her, do you think they're just going to give up on that? No, they're going to use every last bit of leverage that they have. You don't become the top cop in California without fucking busting some knuckles. You know what I'm saying? This lady, she's tough. She's not going to just go silently into the night. So you have two obstacles right there.
I do slightly disagree with that. We'll get to that in a minute.
My take, and then we can listen to Gavin.
I did not co-sign this tweet.
Yeah, Gavin did not co-sign this tweet. This is me. Gavin's still holding out hope. He's still holding out hope for a dark brand.
Oh my God, that's gotta be so awkward to share a Twitter and not completely agree with.
Rising. I've been the one here telling you that it was going to be Dougie Burgum and Donald Trump, and that was going to be horrible for our country, but it was the grave the Democrats dug for themselves. And I'm still riding that take until the bitter end. But Gavin, I'm curious to see.
Wait, what? What is Zach talking about? It's going to be Burgum? Okay, so hate to break it to you, but even if they drop Biden from the ticket and come up with a random excuse to make someone besides Kamala, Trump is still going to win the swing states, and it's painfully obvious to anyone who isn't paid to deceive the public. But what's the where does Burgum slip in there?
It's going to be Dougie Burgum.
I did not co-sign this tweet.
Yeah, Gavin did not co-sign this tweet. This is me. Gavin's still holding out hope. He's still holding out.
Can I turn them up? Okay, I guess so. You know, I was thinking I was going to have to turn it down after. Oh God. You're right. Yeah, thank you. So chat was having trouble hearing. I'm gonna put it back a little bit because chat was having trouble hearing.
That's the other thing you guys.
Is that better?
We're gonna have to deal with. Do you think Kamala is going to go silently into the night? You'd have to do something extreme. Gavin and I were speculating they'd have to give her like a Supreme Court nomination. They'd have to do something ridiculous because she wants to be set up to be president. You guys, we all know Kamala will never be president. But again, in her psyche, with her team and the people who are around her, do you think they're just going to give up on that? No, they're going to use every last bit of leverage that they have. You don't become the top cop in California without fucking busting some knuckles. You know what I'm saying? This lady, she's tough. She's not going to just go silently into the night. So you have two obstacles right there.
I do slightly disagree with that. We'll get to that in a minute.
My take, and then we can listen to Gavin.
I did not co-sign this tweet.
Yeah, Gavin did not co-sign this tweet. This is me. Gavin's still holding out hope. He's still holding out hope for a dark Brandon rising. I've been the one here telling you that it was going to be Dougie Burgum and Donald Trump, and that was going to be horrible for our country, but it was the grave the Democrats dug for themselves.
What? Oh, wait. So is Zach saying that because Burgum was the second place candidate? Did Burgum pick up some delegates? Is that what's going on? That's the only thing I can figure out here. Is that right? Would it be Burgum? Yeah, Marianne Williamson. I would think RFK would actually be further up the chain as far as any sort of delegates earned than was it Burgum? Was it really Burgum? We all know Kamala will never be president. We who? I mean, I'm not sure what that's coming from. Maybe they're talking about Kamala's approval rating is lower than Biden's. That might be what they're referring to. The issue is that Biden had on Thursday is that he was stuttering. Can somebody confirm this for me though? Is that what Zach's saying? Did we finally beat Medicare? That's right. Did in the Riley rally? Yeah. So Jerry Jeff Jogger is referring to Biden's speech in North Carolina the day after, where he had plenty of energy, no problem, speaking his mind, or not speaking his mind, speaking his teleprompter's mind effectively, and sounded like night and day. Better than the debate the night before. Listen, just promise me Joe Biden will be on unlimited Mountain Dew. You gotta have the code red. You gotta have the code red. It's time for President Al Gore. Oh, wake up! You were having a nightmare. It's 2001, and Al Gore has just won the presidency. There's been a lot of talk about where Biden only being active between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. I mean, there's a name for that, isn't there? Is that's sundowning, right? Yeah, give him Hunter's stuff. Can somebody confirm this to me? Is Burgum really? Let me see if I can find the delegates.
And I'm still riding that take until the bitter end. But Gavin, I'm curious to see what you think the path is for the Democrats. If you think that it's likely they nominate Gavin Newsom, and then if you think he picks up Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so I actually don't think it's too late. And I don't think that if they were able to reconfigure the ticket in time for the convention, that it would still result in a Trump victory. I think that basically whichever party dumps their nominee.
Okay, so here's my understanding of it. Yeah, no, Zach is right. Dean Phillips dropped out on March 6th, but he's got 4 candidates. Sorry, 4 delegates. Marianne Williamson has 0 delegates. Other candidates altogether have 39 delegates. But it looks like Dean Phillips is in 2nd place, technically speaking. Was it? I'm surprised that RFK didn't win at least some delegates. Right, just on his name alone.
First will be the one to win the White House. I think that both candidates are historically unpopular. And I think that, frankly, Trump is getting way too much credit, not just for his debate performance, but his, kind of popularity in general right now. It just looks better because of how bad Joe Biden is. But Trump is still easily beatable. And I think that if the Democrats...
Okay, so it's looking like there's 36 delegates that are uncommitted. So uncommitted won 36 delegates. You remember the uncommitted campaign in states like Michigan? And then other is 7, which must mean that Burgum got 4 of those, we know, and that 3. I don't know who got the other 3, right? But Burgum is literally in 2nd place. Yeah, it would be Burgum. That's what Zach is going off on.
Literally put up almost anyone, like what's the fucking governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, or something, just some random no-name white guy who can get through a sentence. But I mean, it doesn't have to be white, but you know what I'm saying? Like just some standard fucking Democrat. I think that they would win, even if that person didn't have as much name recognition as Joe Biden. I think people would be like, just thank God, and not just Democrats, not just Biden loyalists and people that are super excited to go vote for the Democrats, but also the massive amount of independents and people in this country who are only going to vote for Donald Trump, who are only even considering that as an option because they just think that he's slightly more cognitively there than Joe Biden. I really do think that's become the bar for a lot of people.
Also, yes, it is kind of gaslighting to pretend it was just a bad debate. It was worse than bad. It was disqualifying. And it also, matches up with a lot of other stuff people have been seeing from Biden.
People, they're like, I don't want to vote for...
Jerry Jeff Jogger says, I think Trump should be disqualified, but that debate performance was literally disqualified. He couldn't finish a sentence.
Trump. I think Trump is unserious. I think he's belligerent, but at least his brain is working more than Joe Biden's is. I think a lot of people, that's where their calculation is coming down to. It's not even going to be about fucking immigration or abortion or anything. It's literally just going to be like, which one of these guys can more coherently get through a sentence, and that is going to lead to Donald Trump winning. But if they put in Gavin Newsom or maybe Gretchen Whitmer or someone like that, yeah, I think that the Democrats would have a real fighting chance. I think people might actually kind of enjoy the last minute drama.
So am I understanding this correctly? Zach feels like, as nice as it would be to replace Biden, it's just not going to happen. It's not realistic. It's a bad idea. And then Gavin is like, yeah, no, they should totally do that.
Of the convention switch. I know you've speculated in the past, Zach, that people would be unamused about that, that they'd feel like it wasn't democratic, or that the Democrats were just kind of inserting their will onto the people, which obviously would be true. But I also do think that, again, people would just be so relieved that Joe Biden's not the nominee that they would be fine with it. And they would almost be kind of excited by the last minute drama, the fact that a younger, fresher face in the Democratic Party is getting a chance instead of Joe Biden. I really think people, it's not that they want to check out of politics, it's just that they are almost forced to psychologically because of how depressing it is. And I really think the entry of anyone.
Archie says, I think that Trump might die from syphilis in 1 year. Look, I said this before.
Super chatted $10. Do you think that Biden being weak is an opportunity for the left to make him do what he should be, especially in Gaza? This can go towards Destiny, BTW.
Okay, so that's $10 as a super chat. Not going to Destiny, the streamer, but going to the content. So let's switch back here and look at what we got here. Yeah, this is so going to Destiny. Add that on to Destiny becomes Bad Hasbara. That's a video of Destiny talking to some a settler from the West Bank in overlooking the scene of a massacre. So that's what I mean by Destiny's being used by Bad Hasbara. I'm not even sure if he's familiar with the history of the place in which this this conversation is taking place. But yeah, the content only. I just wanted to make sure that people understood. This is not like somebody being like, yeah, Destiny, or anything like that. But yeah, that's Brennan is unmovable. So that's a good question, right? Do we think that we can influence, this is a good time to influence Biden? Look, I think this might be a good time. And I don't know if this will work. This is a kind of a moonshot. If we put our heads together, we put our hearts together, maybe we can think of a way for the left to finally wrest control of, at least this side of politics from the center. I feel like this is a massive failure by the center, by the anarcho-Bidenists, by the, mainstream Bidenists, right? I think that there is probably a opportunity in this. I don't know if it's a realistic opportunity for people to take, right? I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but I mean, now is one of the best chances that the left has to make its voice heard, and at the very least affect, who Biden might be replaced with, if not come up with some kind of outside strategy. Yeah, anti-corporatist, 100%. Trump is on the adrenochrome. He's 100% on that adrenochrome. That's keeping him young. Just looking for hope somewhere. There might be some, and I wanted to talk about this. Right, we haven't really had a chance to talk about it, but right, there might be an opportunity here. I think you're onto something, Narwhal. Like I mean, I'm not for sure, and I don't want to give you false hope by any means. Jamal Bowman could be the replacement. That would make a lot of centrist Dems very mad. A lot of the people that were celebrating the downfall of Bowman in New York 16th, but I think the abortion thing is more of a thorn than the Republicans think. Oh yeah, absolutely, Luna. If he wins, it will be because he said he'd wait a minute. Chat's getting away from me here. He'd protect. Wait, if he wins, it'd be because he said he'd protect abortion on day one. Yeah, no, I think you might be onto something. I think there might be, you know, a glimmer of hope here. And you know, every crisis is a potential opportunity. It's just, you know, whether people have the solidarity to get together and make the most of that opportunity, or whether people are just too stuck in despair. And I'm not sure.
Young, vibrant, coherent, articulate, someone that can actually prosecute the case against Donald Trump, which is so fucking easy to do. That's the other thing we keep forgetting to talk about. It's like anyone on that debate stage should have just destroyed Donald Trump, you know, bring up all of his legal issues, talk about what a fucking crook and a creep and a terrible president he was. But Joe Biden couldn't do that. And that's what liberals desperately want to see more than anything. They want to see someone who can really effectively and articulately prosecute that case against Donald Trump up there on the debate stage. And Biden robbed them of that opportunity to see that happen last night. And I think that most people would love it.
Wait, Biden said he'd executive order abortion into law so it'd be federally protected? I mean, if that's true, he could do that now.
More than anything, if they replace Biden.
I mean, it wouldn't necessarily stick if Trump was, you know, elected. You know, any executive order can be undone by a future president. But yeah, that's possible, I guess.
I think there's definitely a demographic that would love that. Here's my counter argument to that.
I need to drink more coffee so that I can, like, can take advantage of this opportunity.
And I think also people who are in the independent swing of things, right? Most of the people that I interact with at Afterword are like, I would say young professionals to like middle-aged professionals, right? 23, 24 to 50. And I hear a lot of people talking about two things, right? And they don't seem to give a fuck which candidate it is, because I think both of the candidates that we have right now are equally unlikable. What they're looking for is who's going to reduce the cost of buying houses, right? And again, this is a specific socioeconomic group, but it is a group that typically votes.
For sure.
So, and in a swing area like, you know, Kansas City, Missouri, where obviously Missouri will go red, but Kansas City will go blue. So it's a nice hodgepodge.
Wait. How does Missouri work? I know Nebraska's got like 3 different districts, right? So if you don't know this, there's most states, it's a winner take all kind of system, right? But there are a few states that aren't like this. One of them is Nebraska. Nebraska has 3 different districts, and all of those districts vote separately, right? So it's possible to win like 1 or 2 delegates from Nebraska while losing most of the state. Same thing in Maine, right? Maine splits up its votes. I think there's 3 different districts in Maine. I don't know. Is Nebraska like that? Does Nebraska, you know, split its delegates based on the percentage?
People to
Sorry, not Nebraska. Wait, Omaha, Nebraska, right?
look at.
Oh, wait, they're in Kansas. What am I saying? Let's rewind that. Kansas City is in Missouri, and Kansas. Oh yeah, Kansas. Okay, so there's 2 parts of Kansas City, or are there 2 Kansas cities? Something. It's one of those.
It is a group that typically votes.
For sure.
So, and in a swing area like, you know, Kansas City, Missouri, where obviously Missouri will go red, but Kansas City will go blue. So it's a nice hodgepodge.
Wait, but so Missouri, we're talking about Missouri. So does Missouri, what does Kansas City, it's a separate district? Is that what he's saying? It's 2 different cities. Yeah.
Of people to look at. And it's all about the economy. It's all about grocery store costs. I thought that was one of the biggest W's for Donald Trump if I was looking at it objectively. He constantly hammered Joe Biden for how expensive groceries have gotten, 20% more expensive. Like, that's really ludicrous to think about in 4 years. That's a redonkulous amount of inflation. Now, of course, we know that would happen if Donald Trump was president. It might have been more inflation.
Chat, is it just me, or does it feel like more than 20%?
However,
groceries are so fucking expensive.
It's still a great line for Donald Trump to hit him on. All people give a fuck about is, can I afford more groceries? Can I buy a house? Can I take care of my kids? Am I going to be able to retire one day? This is on the minds of most Americans. It's not foreign policy. It's not how likable these guys are. It's not if Donald Trump was convicted of a crime. Okay, it's what do I have to do to get back to where this country is not a fucking mess for the economy, where I actually have hope, where I can tell my kid, hey, things are going to be good. We're going to start making shit in America again. We're going to.
And the current nominee can't articulate any of those things. Isn't that the problem?
There are things that Biden could say, and he did try to say. He talked about the CHIPS Act, right? That's one level on which, you know, there's a little bit of an attempt to reindustrialize the U.S. Donald Trump has made a lot of promises when it comes to reindustrialization, but he hasn't kept them, right? He's, in fact, very famously, one of the plants that he talked about protecting, he failed to do so. Kansas City is very industrial along the river. Missouri side is larger portion of the population. But in terms of the thing that they brought up was delegates to the presidential, the electoral college, right? Is that split up in some way?
Problem
in Missouri?
What I would counter with is in the specific states.
My old boss said that food costs went up by 40%. Yeah.
Where
it sounds more like it. It feels like over 9,000%. Yeah.
Down and needs to be, when there are in order to win the election, he needs to make up 5.
I feel like I spend like 220% or 220% what I did for groceries in like 2018.
6% of what it was before debates. God knows what it is now. In at least 3 of the 6 critical swing states, I think he's up in all 6 of them, according to RCP. And that was, again, before the debates. Donald Trump was up in all of the swing states. So you swap out a guy at the last minute, you take all this media attention, and it's a bunch of fucking kerfuffle. It doesn't exactly scream we're bringing back stability. It screams like, oh, we went with the wrong guy. We spent months and months lying to you. And that's exactly what Donald Trump will come out and say. He's going to talk about how they're continuing the witch hunt after him. He's going to talk. And then you're also going to have to think about this, Gavin. You're going to piss off some Biden voters. You're going to piss off some Biden people. So there's going to be infighting. You think there aren't people that love Biden? There are. There are people in powerful positions that have leveraged themselves so far by talking about
I didn't think about this, but on the off chance that somehow like it was a replacement of Biden with somebody like Bernie, I don't really think that's gonna happen, but they would definitely have. I mean, like, so here's an interesting fact, right? More of the Hillary Clinton voters in 2008 failed to support Obama than the Bernie Sanders voters in 2016 failed to support Hillary Clinton, right? You always hear that Hillary Clinton, the Hillbots, blaming Bernie bros for her loss, right? And it's like, no, Bernie was there to support her way more than she was there to support Obama, and indeed more of Bernie's coalition ended up voting for Biden, ended up voting for Hillary than voted for the Hillary coalition voted for Obama.
Biden's the best. That's why the guys like Pod Save
Missouri does not split the votes like Nebraska and Maine. That's what I thought. So I'm not sure what we're talking about.
America who are young, they're trying to salvage their future. But what about the Joe Scarboroughs who are like, we need this kind of stability? We need.
They'd still vote for Gavin Newsom though in an instant. It's not like that they would let that stop them from.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom wouldn't be as much of a problem as like if they. I don't know the play time. I don't know.
But I just think it adds to the noise, right? So the people who were for sure going to vote for Biden, I think, yeah, you're right. They were for sure vote for Gavin Newsom. I don't think it does as much for that swing voter who's going to see it as, well, then why the fuck did we go through all this song and dance? Why wasn't there a Democratic primary? Why did you stifle all this and then shove it down our throat? Do you think, to me, Donald Trump will be able to effectively show that this is not democracy, that they did not give the people the opportunity to appoint this guy? You're just going to have the back annals of the Democrats.
So Crotchy says Biden loyalists being mad about a replacement problem can be partially solved by Joe Biden endorsing his own replacement, whoever it is. Yeah.
Democratic Party anoint your nominee and we're going to pretend that's a democracy. Like, I won't stand for that. That's horseshit.
Yeah. Here's my pushback. I think that in any normal election year, you would be 100% right. Like if fucking Mitt Romney was the nominee on the Republican side and the Democrats were trying to pull some shit like that, I think that is definitely how it would be received by the American public. But Donald Trump is the alternative. He does not exactly scream stability. He definitely signals chaos to people. And even if you're right that there's a certain percentage of the population that's vulnerable to his lies about, we're going to make everything cheap again and we're going to, tackle inflation on day one or whatever he's saying, I think that most people would still view a normal Democrat nominee as being far more stable, far more of a sign of stability and less chaos than a potential second Donald Trump administration, even with the, unprecedented nature of the convention switch and the candidate, getting booted like that for being too old. It would definitely be weird. Don't get me wrong. But again, the alternative is Donald Trump. That is not what most people consider to be stability. Even if you're right, he's smart to talk about making things less expensive. But that's the other thing. Biden can't even counter that. Biden has no ability to check Donald Trump and to explain to the audience, the viewing public, why Donald Trump is full of shit. Literally any other Democrat would be able to, even like Kamala Harris would be able to easily counter that kind of bullshit. Joe Biden is uniquely, basically the only candidate that is entirely incapable of actually calling out Donald Trump, pushing back and checking him on his lies in a debate situation like we saw last night, which is really important to the Democratic voters. And you're right that the average American probably doesn't care too much about the criminality of Donald Trump and stuff like that. But when it comes to actual Democrats, Democratic Party voters and loyalists, yeah, they do want to see that from their nominee. They want to see someone who's charismatic and powerful and able to prosecute the case on the debate stage, something that Joe Biden simply was completely incapable of doing. So I think even at this point, people that were like OG fans of Joe Biden, people that did vote for Joe Biden in 2020, I think they're even at the point where they're like, all right, clearly this isn't the guy even that I supported last time around. It's a shadow of his former self. We need someone who can actually beat Trump, because that's the other thing I'll say. Most Democrats, this election is far, far more about Trump than anything else for them. It's about defeating Donald Trump, not reelecting Joe Biden. They don't give a shit who gets elected as long as it's not Donald Trump. They just want to see him go down. They want to see him get defeated. And literally any Democrat doing the job would be, satisfactory, at least in my opinion.
So yeah, this is the we're talking about the generic ballot, right? The generic ballot is, something that they do in polling when they ask people, would you prefer a Democrat or a Republican, without putting a name to it. And Democrats are winning the generic ballot right now. That's why it's such a bad sign that Biden is losing to Trump in a lot of the swing states, is neck and neck with Trump nationally, right? If people are generically preferring a Democrat over a Republican, but still, split on Biden versus Trump, that means that Biden is doing worse, significantly worse than a generic Democrat. Now, obviously, a generic Democrat does not run. You got to put a name to that, right? And those names are going to have baggage. Those names are going to have skeletons in their closet, especially, if it's somebody that's selected after the primary. They haven't been vetted in the same way. So, there's still a chance that you could end up with somebody who also does worse than the generic ballot. But it's hard to imagine that you could get worse than Biden in terms of the ability to beat Trump.
I agree from my political lens that anybody would be better than Donald Trump. I just don't think that right now that's how the American public is reacting, given the fact, because you're forgetting one critical thing that Joe Biden did do. You're forgetting one critical thing that Joe Biden did do during this debate, Gavin, and that's this.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the...
He answered every question. There we go.
Let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
So if that wasn't enough for America, Gavin, you said all we need is somebody to go out there who knows the facts and who can go out and tell everyone that Trump lied. I don't know. I think Joe Biden, they according to the video doesn't lie.
He lied. Yeah.
The other the other possibility that people keep on talking about, especially the Republicans are really keen on the possibility of Michelle Obama coming in as the candidate. Now, Michelle Obama has given every indication that she has no interest in doing this, right? But she does maybe, still retain a lot of popularity.
Jesus Christ, such an embarrassment.
It's like a kindergarten graduation. Yeah, kind of.
Shout out to what's that guy's name? Gary. We sacrificed him twice because, sorry, we had to, appease the audio gods before I could bestow upon you, the sound version. We can't spoil you guys too much.
Before we get into some of these super chats, which I do want to address here in a second, I want to quickly play a fun game, which is, if we're going to live in this theoretical kind of West Wing, fantasy land, cope, whatever you want to call it. Let's say they actually do switch out Biden at the convention in August coming up.
Can I ask you first to tell me what percent chance you think this happens? Because I'm operating around a 5% chance, 10% chance.
I think 20%.
Okay, so still very unlikely.
Yeah,
but Vegas odds
but worth talking about. I think it's worth discussing.
Oh no,
Gary DeForb says Michelle Obama. Can somebody explain the Mamala thing to me? Like, I keep on hearing people be like, "We want Kamala to be our Mamala." Where did that come from?
Yeah, for sure. It's worth discussing. I just wanted to, I didn't know if you were dead set, this is going to happen, or, gauging your conviction level. Because I am for sure that it won't happen.
Actually, what I think it's going to come down to is the polling in the, week or so, or in the next week or so. If this debate really registers in the polls and it's like, you know, Biden's down like 10 more points or something, then at that point.
Yeah, so now we didn't cover the Biden speech in North Carolina, or some of the people that have come out to stand up for Biden to be like, no, we're still going, it's okay. You know, oh yeah, Biden literally said, when you get knocked down, Americans know what you do. You get back up again, Jack. You get back up again. You drink a whiskey drink. You drink a lager drink. You just sing the songs that remind you of the good times. You know, he's literally chumbawambaing his way into staying on, apparently, right? He's got no interest in dropping out so far. Now, what they're saying is true, though. Like, yeah, if the polls get worse, right? Because Biden was on an upswing. Biden had the momentum behind him. Biden was, you know, starting to supersede, just barely starting to supersede Trump nationally and in several of the swing states. Now that is very questionable whether that will be the case a week from now.
Point, come on, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. They have to do something. They're not going to fucking trot out.
He gets George
Biden.
McGovern.
Exactly. They're not going to let him like get slaughtered on like a fucking George McGovern level. At least I hope not. But yeah, do you think there's anyone that the Democrats could replace Joe Biden with that would kind of ameliorate some of the concerns you were talking about earlier? Like someone with so much popularity and star power that the American people really just, it would override all of those concerns you brought up. They wouldn't give a fuck about the fact that it was last minute or chaotic or undemocratic.
Let me tell you the story of a boy from Brooklyn. Let me tell you the story of a man.
It has
a
to be
single
someone
man
they'd
that led a
actually
movement. He led a movement when, let me tell you what, it was the story of a humble boy from a Jewish family in Brooklyn, New York. And he loved the baseball team named the Brooklyn Dodgers. It was a very important and integral part of the community, an immigrant community. And the powers that be, the Steinbrenner ownership of the New York Yankees, they elbowed him out. They said they didn't want the competition. They said they wanted a monopoly of the baseball that was going to be played on the Manhattan Island. Let me be clear. If I were to run for president of the United States with the Democratic Party's full backing, I would not only trounce Donald Trump, but I might never, ever, ever leave office again.
Wow.
Yep. Bernie Sanders is going to lead a dictatorship of the proletariat and the communist revolution. No.
But the real question is, will he bring back the Dodgers? Will he bring back the Dodgers?
He's not going to do that. And he's not going to become the president either. I would say that's the only guy that could do it, though.
Really? Really?
Look, LA has had it too good for too long. You got to bring back the Dodgers.
Yeah, I honestly, I think it's insanely delusional that people are starting to say that, oh, we're going to swap him out at the last minute and have a new like how many months and months and months have people been deluding themselves into thinking that they're going to swap out Joe Biden, and now they're just waiting.
Yeah, I'm not saying whether or not it's going to happen. I'm saying if it did happen, you don't think anyone could beat Trump?
I think that we're dramatically overestimating the national popularity of somebody like that.
I think you're dramatically overestimating the popularity of Donald Trump, bro. This is like
no, like, okay, so Zach's got a point here in terms of, he hasn't specifically said this, but any of these candidates potentially has an Achilles heel, right? Kamala, we've talked about, you know, her favorability is actually worse than Biden's. Gavin Newsom essentially would turn off a large percentage of the population. Gavin Newsom would augment Trump's claims as a populist by the fact that he just reeks of, you know, anything but populism. Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership to Dwight Langston. Dwight Langston, you've just been weaseled. That's what I'm trying to say. A good thing. That's what I'm trying to say. That's a good thing. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gift membership. Yeah. I'm sure Dwight Langston appreciates that as well.
Because it was so peaceful.
Yo.
Now there are freaking
communist invading radicals in the chat. Look at that. Look at that. I come over here for a second and then all kinds of stuff happens. All kinds of amazing stuff. It's just another day for Schmegly. All right, let's
most unpopular presidents ever. He just did fucking January 6th. He just got convicted of a million felonies. He fucked Stormy Daniels
up in every single swing state
against Joe Biden, against the most beatable fucking candidate in the history of the Democratic Party, bro. Not against literally anyone else.
So why didn't they run somebody else?
He got beat by Joe Biden in fucking 2020, and Joe Biden was already a husk of his former.
Narwhal by Nature says Trump's sentencing hasn't happened yet. That's a good thing. Okay, so yeah, it hasn't happened yet. I completely forgot. That could change the public's perception. More than anything, though, what Biden or whoever takes over should be looking for is a change in momentum, because that's how elections operate, right? You've got swings in momentum. And most recently, we've been on an upswing for Biden, a downswing for Trump after his conviction. The sentencing is scheduled to take place. Wait, is it June 11th? Remember when Drew Barrymore tried to hire scab writers during the strike? No, I didn't realize. For what show?
So anyone could beat Donald Trump, bro.
I think that if they would have run a legit primary, that's true. But I think that, I mean, I think you're severely downplaying how anti-democratic this entire idea is. I think you're severely downplaying how.
I'm not weighing in on the morality of it. And also, this is how they've decided conventions for years.
Okay, so yeah, this is weird. I'm not sure exactly where I come down. On the whole, I guess I'm with Gavin in terms of it would be best for Biden to drop out. It would be best for him to drop out now. There's not a lot worse than you could do than Biden. But Zach has actually got a point when it comes to the fact that anybody that comes in at this point is going to be somebody who hasn't been vetted. And as much as you might not think that they are a problematic candidate, as much as you might think that a ham sandwich can beat Donald Trump, it's, not necessarily true. Look at Ron DeSantis as a prime example of this. On paper, Ron DeSantis looked great for the trigonometry people, for the people that they support Trump, but they don't want to say that they support Trump. What DeSantis represents is somebody that is further into MAGA than Trump is, but doesn't have that baggage, right? He hasn't said, at least at the beginning of the election, he hadn't said, as much objectionable stuff as Trump had. He hadn't done as much objectionable stuff as Trump has done, right? So he looked really good. But how long did it take before people figured out that he's unlikable? He's a joke. DeSantis is a clown, right? I mean, and how many Democratic candidates are going to end up working out the same way? They seem fine. People like them. But you get them into a campaign and now people are digging through their past. Now people are, maybe somebody went to a party during COVID. Maybe somebody, right? There's a lot of things there's a lot of skeletons that could be hanging out in those closets. And so, you do sort of end up embracing a bit of the unknown in pushing Biden out.
And years up until like the 1950s or something. Like, it's actually not that
people are
crazy
way
Oh,
of an
more
idea.
informed about than they were in the 1950s. And if I'm a regular voter and I see them install somebody that I had absolutely no democratic effort in doing like that,
You can already say that about Joe Biden.
well, he
They
was
already
the
had
incumbent.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, they fucked over Bernie in 2016. People don't care enough about that to, prevent them from voting for Joe Biden.
Well,
Hillary
it
Clinton was installed
cost Hillary Clinton the
undemocratically.
election in 2016.
I don't think that's necessarily the only thing that cost her,
No,
but I'm just
but-
saying, like, clearly that's not something that's actually going to stop people from voting for these candidates. Most people know that the DNC is not a democratic organization, and that regardless of who the nominee is, it's going to be someone that they're shoving down our throats and installing, for lack of a better word. Like, that is the fucking system. But yeah, dude, I mean, come on, like, you don't think that if they made Michelle Obama the nominee, that she would destroy Donald Trump?
I mean, I wouldn't go out and vote for Michelle Obama.
Not you.
Who do you want me to speak for? I don't think that. No, I don't think that installing a last minute candidate at the end that had there was no democratic effort of the people, that they had no like rational way to argue that in the Democratic Party, and then I just think it feeds all the people who are.
Well, which is more undemocratic, right? Leaving Biden in there when nobody wants you to do that, or some kind of convention shenanigans or pre-convention shenanigans, some kind of wheeling and dealing, right? Which of those is more undemocratic, right?
So skeptical of the government. I think it feeds the people who are so skeptical of the Democratic Party and all the worst elements of it, and it indulges in all that argument. And it actually, I think it might even make things worse. I think it might even make things worse.
I think that Biden being the nominee does that. I think he exemplifies all the worst parts of our fucking government right now. That is the fucking nursing home fucking dictatorship that we live in, the Dianne Feinstein stuff on the presidential level, the corruption, the Hunter Biden shit, everything fucking about Joe Biden exemplifies all of the issues. I don't think people give a fuck if the Democrats were like, hey, we're going to come in here and save you guys from having to listen to this 90-year-old.
Oh yeah, and another good point, right? There was no primary. There was no primary. Okay, there was no real primary. Like I said, I feel like there was a lot of intimidation exerted on anybody who would even consider, jumping in there, right? And so people who would have potentially run, people who could have at the very least tested Biden's mettle, tested whether he still got it, right? If they were to actually run a primary and, with a real debate and all of that. Obviously, the Republicans didn't do that. They didn't, Trump didn't show up for the debate, so there wasn't really, I mean, there was a primary, right? But it was kind of like the little kids table the whole time. It never got out of that. It never got to the point where like it felt like Trump needs to address whoever's doing well in the primary, because nobody, it just kept on just a clown show. Yeah, that's essentially what the primary did, but at least it sort of tested him out a little bit. He had somebody to play off of, and yeah, you know, he's getting more attention. The Democrats didn't do that. Like, what's democratic about that? What's democratic about Obama calling all of the candidates in 2020 and asking them to drop out and endorse Joe Biden? What's democratic about the process in 2016? Yeah, it's undemocratic, but is that really any different than what's gotten us here in the first place?
Fucking senile ass piece of shit talk for another. Like, I just think everyone would obviously be, not only would they be glad that it was happening, I actually think they wouldn't even care about the undemocratic, anti-democratic thing, because they would actually agree with the DNC's reasoning. They'd be like, oh yeah, they're not doing this.
They wouldn't care about the undemocratic thing. They wouldn't care about the anti-democratic thing. And they certainly wouldn't care about the top of the hour ad break, because they would already have subscriptions on Twitch. They'd use their Prime subscription to get out of the ad break for free, or they would pay $5 for a subscription, you know, before the price increases in July, or maybe even they would receive gift subscriptions, which can happen and does happen, but they would be more likely to get those gift subscriptions because they'd be active in the chat. Just food for thought. Just food for thought.
Because they just want to install their nominee. They're literally doing it because they have no other choice. They're at a point where their nominee is in the midst of a medical crisis, essentially, a cognitive medical crisis. Like, they don't really have a choice anymore. It's not like, oh, we're just doing this because we hate democracy and we don't want to let the voters decide, although it is that too. That's not how people are going to see it. They're going to be like, yeah, he's not up for the job. He's literally incapable of being president. Therefore, he needs to be swapped. And I don't think the main headline is going to be like, Democrats undemocratically, you know, swap nominee or whatever. I think it's just going to be like, Democrats decide that nominee is too senile.
So they just watered it down. But to me, I'm just telling you, I'm making the case for me as an American. I think that's total horseshit. I think it's absolutely abominable. I think it shreds every
what if he had a
aspect.
heart attack or something? Like,
Then
what
the
do
vice
they do?
president would take over. This is what I'm saying, guys. If you guys were saying that, oh, it's a medical emergency, the vice president has to take over. This is why they run as a ticket, right? There's literally in the job description of a vice president, if a medical emergency happens, this is the person that takes the job. In 2020, when the people of America who are able to vote went to the ballot box, they voted for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And yes, we said it was a bad idea, but that is what the fuck the people voted for in this country. And what the fuck do we even have elections for anymore? Oh, the people want this because amorphously. I'm just saying, right? Okay, so he runs with the vice president. You guys are all like, oh, we have to just swap this guy out undemocratically, and we have to throw away the fact that the vice president is supposed to be the person that replaces.
No one likes sitting Kamala, president. though.
That doesn't matter. I don't like the fucking Second Amendment and people having guns. That doesn't mean that tomorrow I can be like, you know what? Let's just throw out the law. No, it would have to go through the process, the constitutional amendments. It would have to be debated by the Supreme Court, right? There would have to be 60 fucking Senate votes. It would have to be a whole ordeal, right? What I'm saying is that we're just giving up on all of that shit. We're just giving up on any ideal of democracy. We're giving up on all that because we think that.
Well, I'm not in charge of the DNC. I'm just speculating about what how the American people would react, and I don't think that
in our comment section that are agreeing with Kevin. He's spitting right now. Bring on the Biden.
I just think that at this point, like, people, they know democracy is fucked, right? Like, no one's walking around being like, oh yeah, I like Joe Biden being president is an expression of my democratic will, or like, that's not his appeal at all right now. What people are concerned about is the next president of the United States being either a senile 85-year-old man who's about to die, or being a convicted felon who might end American democracy for real. That's people's concerns right now. So I don't think that this like undemocratic convention swap thing, I don't even think it would like crack the top 10 as far as people's concerns. They'd just be so relieved by the fact that they're not going to have one of those two guys as president that they
my God, I can't decide who I agree with more, who I disagree with less. I don't know. It's like they're both making good points, right? That there are maybe unanticipated dangers of swapping Biden, such as the narrative that this is being done undemocratically. Like, how is it going to be done? Gavin seems to be of the opinion that, well, there's a process in place. I mean, what happens if Biden, gets a heart attack, right? They got a process for the line of succession. Yeah, they do, but that's not the same as the process for who gets the nomination that Biden has already secured. And it's there is a process in place, though. So again, to give a point to Gavin, right? The process in place is the Democratic Party, which is a private club, and you can vote in their primaries. They don't owe you anything. It's a private club to nominate and put money behind a presidential candidate who you will then vote for because they're one of the two, main parties. And you don't want to waste your vote, so you got to vote for the two main parties, right? That's what the Democratic Party is. They don't owe any of us anything. They don't have to do things in a way that we regard as fair. And in the past, they have wheeled and dealed in smoke-filled rooms to decide who actually gets to run. So, I mean, potentially that's the process that takes back over. Now, do they want to seem democratic? Sure. Do they want to seem fair? Yeah. So they might try to do something to sort of, save some face. But at the end of the day, the other option, rather than just giving the nomination to whoever won the primary, is more like the old way that things used to. You go to a brokered convention, and I don't even know. I mean, we saw what happened at the Libertarian Party convention. I'm not sure what exactly their policy is, but the winning candidate was somebody that received like 10% of the vote. The person that received 55% of the vote in their primary was not the winner, was nowhere near. And then another guy who was in the running received like 3% of their vote, right? So, I mean, I don't know. What is the Democratic Party like? Literally, it's an old ass organization that's been fairly what we would regard as corrupt at times. Yeah, it's actually the organization that goes back to the. I mean, like not to Dinesh D'Souza this or anything like that, or to equivocate between the to pretend to ignore the realignment that happened between the parties, right? But it is literally the party that was that was pro-slavery not so long ago. So yeah, the Democratic Party is not your friend. The Democratic Party is not democratic. The Democratic Party owes none of us anything. And should it be that the normal procedure does not work this time, of the candidate that won the primary being the candidate, it's literally up to them. It's literally up to I don't know who, the delegates, the party head honchos. I'm not even sure how it works, right? It's very complicated. I will tell you that. RFK has a dead brainworm and is baked by Wi-Fi. How do you want that while hating Biden? Oh, how do you? Yeah, exactly. Good point, Soul Life.
Like, yeah, it makes sense, and I'm glad that they did it. That's how I feel that the American people would feel, even though I obviously personally would agree with you that of course it's undemocratic. Of course it's a way for the Democrats to coordinate their next rising star, Gavin Newsom, whoever, fast track him into the White House. Of course, yeah, that's how the fucking game is played.
Dude, this is what I'm talking about, though. People are just giving up. People like, fine, what the fuck is the point of talking about politics? They're just going to run roughshod over us. What the fuck is the point of giving a shit? Oh, it's just to create stability. Let's give up any credence of what made this country somewhat, a free nation, right? Like,
well, yeah, like you're right, Zach. But how do you exert power? What is your action? Like, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, that this is not right, but I'm just like, how do you exert power on an organization like this? I mean, I guess, yeah, just be publicly, well, you know what, you'd have to decide. You'd have to decide right now. You'd have to be like, this is 100% what I want them to do, right? And they better do it, or I'm going to hold them accountable. And how are you going to hold them accountable then? By not voting in the general election if they don't do? I don't know. It's complicated. It's really complicated. Like, he's right that this is fucked up. He's right that this is unfair, but I'm not sure how we affect that.
I'm just getting like a sick feeling in my stomach. Like my skin is starting to crawl because everybody's like
this is a trick that a lot of leftists fall into, of thinking that they have to give an opinion on like how they would handle a situation as a member of the capitalist dominated so-called democracy that we exist in, right? It's kind of a trap. kind of a trap because you're in a bad situation to begin with, and then you're judged by your ability. Well, what would you do for if you were if you were a corrupt party official for a party that was literally a tool of the capitalist class? What would you do? Like, well, I mean, I'm not one, so we kind of doesn't matter. It's not a question that is anything more than academic.
We have to do this really anti-democratic maneuver for the sake of society.
So you'd rather them just like make Kamala Harris the top? You think that would calm your nerves more than like I just don't see how Kamala Harris being the top of the ticket instead of like Gavin Newsom. I don't like who
When
cares?
was Gavin Newsom elected by the people to be the vice president of Joe Biden?
I know he wasn't, but I'm just saying, like, is anyone really going to give a shit? Like,
well, that would make me feel sick, like I want to vomit.
Well, all of this entire process makes me sick. The entire.
Well, that's defeatist, right?
I mean, don't you agree, bro? Since 2016, after watching what they did to Bernie Sanders, you haven't felt sick about the Democratic Party?
Kamala wasn't elected, bro. This guy's an idiot.
I mean, I feel like our entire show is based off of the fucking sickness we have for the how sick, the Democratic nominating process.
I mean, what you're seeing is something that people usually don't pay attention to, and that is the fact that when we really examine it under a microscope, there's nothing particularly democratic about this process, right? It just has the trappings of democracy rather than the substance of what we're getting at when we say democracy, which is people having self-determination. As far as I can see, that is a promise that has remained empty.
Process makes us feel.
Isaac, how many times have you heard me say that? You're saying the things that have come out of my mouth back to me. You're literally repeating my arguments back to me.
I do agree that it would be fucked up. Like, I'm not. I wish what they should have obviously done is actually had a Democratic primary. And I'm not even just talking about Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips. I'm actually talking about a real process where people like.
Yeah, this is what I was saying.
Gretchen Whitmer and Gavin Newsom and Pete Buttigieg.
We pleaded for that on air for months.
Obviously should have happened. It's ridiculous that it didn't happen. But I just don't think that because it didn't happen, we now have to accept the fact that Donald Trump's going to be our fucking president again for another 4 years. I refuse to accept that.
What I'm saying, so our options are, right, and for the chat, right, everybody, we've got a lot of libs in the chat. The shit libs have taken over. It's good. Honestly, I'm happy to see that it's shit libs in our chat that are annoying me instead of like fucking tankies and Jimmy Dore sycophants. So I'm happy to see you, Evolution One.
Wait, has that been a problem for them in the past?
What's crazy is that our options are where they are, and that Gavin and I, who agree on probably 98% of politics, have to debate if it's better for the country to let Donald Trump become president by obeying the law and looking at it and saying, okay, Joe Biden has received he's about to receive the Democratic Party. He's received the most primary votes, right? So either we throw away the entire primary process and we just say this amorphous corporation, which is not beholden to any higher court system, is going to choose the guy for us. And we're going to be okay with that. And we're going to not allow the actual system of America, which is when a president is no longer able to do the job, the vice president is to take over. We're going to throw that away too. And instead, we're going to take one of the most Silicon Valley funded assholes from California, which represents every single thing the Republican Party hates about America. We're going to rig the election to make him the nominee. And then we're going to do it to tell everybody we're saving democracy. And we're...
Geo Dragon says, if they keep Biden as the DNC presidential candidate, they better demonstrate an incredibly cake vice presidential candidate that takes over easily if anything should happen to Biden. I feel like I said a word wrong of that.
Saving America as we know it. While Donald Trump is able to effectively point at all of the rigging that just happened, he can point to the fact that Mueller found no collusion and that they were going back to Rhodes. He can talk about all of this shit.
So wait, so I'm trying to get this right. Am I correct in saying Zach is advocating for, as much as it fucking sucks, we gotta stay with Biden, and that, Am I getting this right?
I don't think it's tying the knot, oh, we make Gavin Newsom the nominee and boom, he becomes president. I don't think it's a done deal. I think it looks so horrible and undemocratic that a lot of people who would be on the fence and queasy about Trump also get queasy about that, because you have to abandon everything that we're taught makes us America. And I have gone at length. I've been on every mountaintop shouting about how we don't have a free fucking society, that we have a horribly undemocratic system, that I live in Missouri, and so I might as well set my vote on fucking fire, because I know in the red state of Missouri, Donald Trump will get all the electoral votes just as Gavin does. That's why we frame all of our commentary about Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, because I wasn't born yesterday, and this isn't the first time I've covered a fucking election. Okay, but what I'm saying is it's embarrassing.
Narwhal by Nature says he's saying a corporation choosing the DNC candidate is a bad look, but that's already the case. Yeah. What exactly makes us America?
It's fucking humiliating to be growing up in a country where I'm supposed to feel hopeful for the future, and we're talking about how do we rig the election to save democracy, because that's anathema. Okay, it's a literal.
Oh, an anathema. Yeah.
Oxymoron. Okay, it's fucking jumbo shrimp. Oh, like it's crazy.
What? Okay, I didn't get the shrimp part. He's cooking, but like, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what he's saying.
And then you've got all these shit libs in my chat talking about, we've got to do it for the greater good.
I mean, bro, I think you're giving
Wait, what do the shit libs want to do? Replace Biden?
too much credit to like the democratic foundation of this country. As I said earlier, only in like
Citibank picked Obama's cabinet in 2009.
50s or whatever did they start introducing this like illusion of democracy into the primaries, where it was like, actually, you're gonna pick the
He's cooking the jumbo shrimp. Yeah.
nominee. It's always been decided.
Basically, Biden needs a ridiculously capable vice president. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's weird that they would pick a vice president who the party establishment seems uncomfortable with, replacing the president in the campaign.
Way more fucking parties before then.
I mean, it's mostly always been a two-party system.
There were the Whigs that received power. There was the Bull Moose Party. The Socialists had a huge percentage of the vote. There were 1 million votes that went to Eugene Debs under the Socialist Party back in the day.
Yeah, but no one like that ever actually won. I mean,
so we were erasing them from history and saying they're parties. That's how we got the New Deal.
I'm not erasing them. I'm just saying it actually.
Shakespeare, you're pointing out the conflation that one does when one says, talks about the U.S. and says us, we, and stuff like that. Oh yeah. I think you're tagging on to like my comment about like, it's kind of a weird place to be put in as a leftist, to be, baited into saying, how we would solve a problem that capitalism and the veneer of democracy that it institutes on us holds, right?
Is more in line with the historical democratic tradition.
Guy on the right actually sounds like he's in the Jimmy Dore mode.
Operate this way.
On the right, that's Zach.
Democratic convention than it is to do it the way you're describing, which isn't right. But I'm just saying you're acting like, how could we abandon this democratic foundation on which this country is built? It's not built on the democratic foundation.
The idea of it, the pursuit of it.
They've done this exact maneuver within like our family's members' lives, like my fucking parents and grandparents and shit talk about like the 60s.
I mean, for the record, anybody that's these guys are not Jimmy Dore fans. These guys have made fun of Jimmy Dore, but
the convention where they
I think you're just making like a comparison, right? You're not
chose the nominee.
And that was his. Do you know what happened after the 68 convention?
Yes, I do know what happened, but I do think that why this is a different instance. Again, if it was any normal election year, I would totally agree. I just think that people would understand, because everyone can see with their own eyes and hear with their own ears, that Joe Biden is actually incapable of being president. This is a special scenario. It's not just like, oops, we nominated Pete Buttigieg, but now he's polling really poorly, so we're going to switch him out for Gretchen Whitmer. Like, no, it's like, oops, we went with this guy, and now
that everybody knew was geriatric and senile, and he told us he was only going to be a one-term president in 2020.
Yeah, I just think people would. I think people would understand it. They would sympathize with it, and they would actually welcome it because they agree. They also can see that Joe Biden isn't capable of being president, and they're not going to give a fuck if the Democrats at the convention go with someone else, because that's and you have to keep in mind too the way the media is going to talk about it. They're not going to talk about it as a smoky back room where they're selecting and installing their next nominee. They're going to say, hey, this is how it's been done for years and years historically. And it is democratic because guess what? Joe Biden's delegates, they're all going to go where they want. They're all going to vote on which candidate they want. So in a sense, even though it's not actually democratic, they're still going to be able to say it.
Chat, do you ever do the stretch where you reach back and try to grab your hand? You know what I'm talking about? You try to grab one hand around the other, like with this, like that. Do you ever do that? Oh my God, chat, I used to be able to do that. I don't know why I can't stretch that far right now. Chat, I need to do more stretches.
Was Democratic because
What about the other way?
his delegates.
Oh, not even close.
Candidates that they wanted to be his successor, and then Kamala Harris decided that she would rather pursue a life as a pioneer woman, farming and writing cookbooks in the east of Wyoming or something. They'll have like all of this spin ready. They'll have all the spin ready to roll out and make it seem way less undemocratic than it actually is, to make it seem like a time-honored tradition, and that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were doing what was best for the party, and that they were stepping aside for the good of the nation. And most people would fucking agree.
I mean, it seems that the people agree with you, Gavin, but it makes me sick to my stomach. Like,
It's pretty split, honestly. A lot of people are siding with you too.
I mean, I don't even know what the fuck is the point of any of this anymore then. Like, why do we do the show? Why do we advocate for these things? If it's all ruse, there's no point. We have to just fuck up democracy. Oh, Zach, you're so fucking retarded. You actually want to pursue democracy and good and freedom. You think America ever had that? Like, that's crazy. Of course not. We were founded on slavery and genocide, but guess what? We've been working to do better. I also believe in fucking equality. I believe in workers' rights. I believe in higher pay scales. I believe in all of the shit that we've been striving for.
Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close.
People, right? You could be like, America's never going to fucking have that, but I want to pursue that. I want to believe in it, and I don't want to abandon all the principles that I have in my heart to fucking get there. Right? I legitimately fucking believe in democracy, right? I don't believe in throwing shit out the window just because it's easier for my party to win. And people are saying I'm overestimating like the impact of fucking third parties in the past. That's not true. Guys, the socialist movement in the past is why we got the New Deal. Do you think a rich asshole from New York who became president wanted to give the world to the people? No, it was the bonus marchers in the street when he took power that he first negotiated with, and it set the precedent for him to negotiate with the people.
Smedley Butler. No.
Because he knew he could insulate his ass from the yuppies that wanted him out. That was how FDR got his legacy built, and he took credit for it. And when FDR was gone, they were like, let's get this asshole out of here. And when he was fucking sick from polio, and he was not the man that he once was, he was still president. They swapped out Henry Wallace in the most backroom bullshit fucking deal possible. And that's why we got Harry Truman. And Harry Truman set his eyes out to destroy fucking millions of people in the fucking Pacific, put an end to the war justly, and then cripple every single fucking thing that FDR had worked for as his own vice president.
I didn't expect this conversation.
That took the reign.
I didn't expect the Truman administration to come into this
and change the Democratic Party on a way worse horseshit path. Okay, this is why we can't allow those things. George McGovern got abandoned, right? And that was after, do you know what? The only reason we got him through the fucking 72 election cycle, you can read a whole book about it. Fear and Loathing changed my life, right? It was because.
There we go. Hunter S. Thompson fans are eating good tonight.
So fucking furious. And so, they thought it was so unacceptable that Eugene McCarthy, okay, who was a little bit of a racist and not the best guy, got fucked out of the 68 nomination because he was against the war in Vietnam, and I believe he was pro-amnesty for people who had dodged the draft. So they put Hubert Humphrey in. Yep. Okay, so do you guys understand? I see a lot of fucking arm jockeys sitting in chat being like, Zach doesn't understand history. Bro, I've read all these fucking books. Where were you? I'm telling you that in my heart, I know this is wrong, and that's what I'm trying to communicate to you guys. That hey, maybe we shouldn't fuck up the long game and fuck up the reputation of a party that's called the Democratic Party more than it already is. If you ever want anybody to vote for.
Okay, so here's the deal. Yeah, you had me up until we gotta fucking do it for the name of the Democratic Party. You had me up until there. Especially with the Hunter S. Thompson shit. I love invoking that, right? And look, there's a lot of feels here in Zach's argument. And I can tell that Zach has seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas at least as many times as I have, which is a lot. Likely can recite bits of the script from heart. Yeah. And this is definitely coming from the heart here. What I'm having trouble with is connecting that with the objective reality that we're looking at. And the reality we're looking at is not like a Democratic Party that's ever been good. And he's saying, well, make it better in the future. Yeah, I mean, yeah, as much as you can. But like I said, we are talking about a private club here that decides who we're going to vote for, who we're going to have the chance to vote for every November. And in the past has been even more undemocratic. Is still, I would say, fairly undemocratic as somebody who, just like Zach, has been through the fucking shit show that was the 2016 election and the 2020 election, the primary election of the Democratic Party. Doesn't really give hope. But yeah, I mean, like that's my problem. It's like, this is great it's a great attitude to have about a better Democratic Party, but unfortunately that party does not exist. And the one that we've got gave us Joe Biden, gave us Hillary Clinton, forced these people on us. So I don't know. That's my problem. But yeah, I mean, you know, definitely definitely feel what he's saying on a certain level.
No, Joe Biden being their nominee is fucking up their reputation way, way more than him stepping aside at the last minute and letting the delegates take control. Like, bro, it's I don't know, bro. Like
There were no
Joe
cell
Biden
phones
was
and
already
internet in 68,
Joe
by the
Biden
way.
was already undemocratically installed. If you ask me, like his nomination in 2020 was
It was
not
way more
a
democratic than what you're advocating for.
I disagree, bro. They basically fucking picked him the same way that I'm.
But people voted for him in the primaries. How is that the same as installing him in the backroom deal?
I mean, they got all the nominees to drop out, endorse him right before Super Tuesday. Like,
You
I mean,
can't
they
act
could,
like that's the same thing.
I don't know, bro.
That's politics.
I don't know.
That was
bro.
politics.
I don't know, dude. I think, and also like even if you want to go down this road, let Joe Biden be the nominee, then what? He's gonna win the popular vote, but Trump still becomes president because he wins the electoral college. That's not democratic. Then we're gonna have Donald Trump as our illegitimate president for another 4 years because we wanted to die on this hill of not letting the DNC select a
To
different
me, that's
candidate.
an argument to get rid of the fucking electoral.
I still believe in oh my god, I can't read chat fast enough. Zach sounding like IRI right now? Wait, what was IRI's take?
College, not an argument to rig the Democratic Party primary. And
I'm just
swap
saying
out the
we're
president.
talking about this context. The context we're talking about all this in is already a deeply undemocratic system, and you're acting like this is some
And
new.
you're like, let's go dive even further into the fucking swamp. And I'm saying, no, I want us to go the other way. I want us to live with dignity. I want us to say, fuck that. We're not going to just
living with dignity is having Joe Biden as our nominee.
No, I'm saying that I don't want to fucking in the last. If people don't want to vote for Joe Biden, guess what? They shouldn't fucking vote for it. But they also shouldn't have had primaries in every single fucking state already.
They should have, but clearly, we're at a different point now. Like that's not, we have to adjust our strategy. And I do think literally for the good of the country.
Yo, that was kind of a jump. I didn't expect the van to arrive so quickly, but yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. The van gets there and the segment is over. So that's all we got to go on for the debate. There's more, but they do I think they put out different segments. So, maybe if there's more, it'll be in another segment, but that's a lot to take in. Yeah, look, I think they should replace Biden, and I think they should, and I say they should do it. It's so weird because, like, I got to think about that. It's definitely, I'm not going to say I think we should do it because I don't think that we are the ones that are going to be allowed to decide. Does your opinion affect it? Does it matter? More so when they put a trial balloon out there and you react to it. And, they haven't done that yet. Officially, they're riding with Biden at this point. Yeah, it's because like sometimes what's being asked is like, what do you hope happens, right? And like, you would hope that they pick somebody who's got the kind of left-wing populism that's going to combat Trump's right-wing populism. Because otherwise, you're going to be operating at some sort of a deficit. And we've seen what that's like in the past. We don't need to do that again. But again, like, by the very nature of who the Democratic Party is, they are more likely to pick somebody like, pull out a Hillary Clinton than we would like to believe. Like a B6? Like a B6? Chad Alpha says they should replace Biden with Jamal Bowman. Well, whoever, if they do it, they need to do it now, right? There seem to be a lot of will and a lot of people coming out publicly saying that Biden needs to step down right after the debate. I don't feel like we're still in that moment. Does it seem like it? Does it feel like we're still in that moment? Like, or did Biden's North Carolina speech like change people's minds? Bosch didn't seem concerned at all that oh, are you talking about Luna? Are you talking about the yeah, he was on Breaking Points, right? I thought about subbing one of the things on the list out for that. The moment is gone, says Jules. They did have a moment for a second. It was pretty, you know, and it was sudden and it seemed coordinated. And I'm surprised. You know what? The only thing I can guess is that they made their play. They approached Biden with whoever, Obama, I don't know, with somebody that they thought that Biden would listen to. And he said, you know, at the end of the day, Jack, this is my rodeo and I'm staying on the horse or something. He said something like that, you know, he said something weird and folksy and like, what do you think the deal is? Who do you think Biden is in his own mind? Do you think he's like a cowboy? Do you think that like that swagger that he's always got, right? What exactly? I can't tell exactly who he's trying to be, but I do get that he's like a hero in his own mind. And that might be to the detriment of himself and to the country. We should have really thought about this guy with hairy legs that turned blonde in the sun and whether we really want him as what's keeping, you know, us safe from motherfucking Orange Hitler. Maybe we should have thought about that. IRA, wait, so IRA is what, saying the same thing, that you can't take Biden out, basically? So that's the comparison to IRA, right? Okay, so I guess, should move on. Ever onward, ever upward. That's what, yeah, that's what Weasel Airlines is all about, right? It's all about, you know, ever onward, ever upward with Weasel Force One. There we go. There we go. That's, oh my God, I love that. I love that. Weasel Force One. So, let's take a look at what we got going on here. First of all, oh my gosh. I always take way longer with content than I think I'm gonna do. Chat, honestly, I'm like embarrassed about that. I feel like it's like not being able to tie my shoes or something. It's a very basic thing that most people do with no problem because they are like, I don't want to be on here for longer than 2 or 3 hours. Did I see your super chat? Wait, did it not show up? Let me scroll back. Let's see if it's been missing like super chats occasionally. Like it doesn't give me the alert. I don't know if that's like something that some kind of tech that I can fix. I'm scrolling up. Okay, wait. Is it in? Maybe it was in. Was it in shorts? Maybe. There we go. I see it now, Megastar. Thank you for letting me know, by the way. I don't know why it didn't, you're supposed to get a sound with that, right? It's like, you're supposed to get that kind of sound right there. Omega Star super chats. This will be on Biden to choose. We'll have to wait and see. Also, Vox Populi, please. There you go. I don't want to let you go without the super chat being read out just because it was 1 cent under the imaginary threshold. That's going to Vox Populi, which is now up to 19%. And I'm pretty sure we are, so I didn't count it, but I'm pretty sure we're at 100% of the dono goal. At least. At the very least. It's gotta be. Okay, so let's figure out what we got here. We've got Shorts voting for, it looks like by 1 point, Destiny becomes Bad Hasbara. Oh my God, chat, I hope this isn't gonna get me in trouble somehow. Every time I do like a new channel, like I watch a new channel, maybe we can find it on Destiny's. I feel like if I can find Shakespeare, do you know, does Destiny have this conversation on his channel? Because I'm just realizing that, you know, Fleischer's kind of an unknown quantity. Obviously, somebody who I'm not going to agree with on a lot, and so watching it on his channel is like maybe a little bit dangerous. I mean, it shouldn't be, right? We've got this, like, the culture of YouTube is supposed to be that we're allowed to react to each other's videos. We're allowed to give our opinion. We're allowed to do our commentary, and that is fair use. That is not the same as a copyright infringement. However, I have seen how unequally that justice has been doled out in the past. So anyway, 38% voting for Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbra, compared to 17% voting for Vergonia. Vergonia finally getting some action. If I just call it Samuel Alito's Secret Leaks instead of Vergonia. There's a lot of people out there don't know what Vergonia is yet, because they haven't covered it. Yumney Park.
Richie super chatted $20.
Yo.
I didn't waste my money for no reason. I please urge you to watch TYT, The View. Trump is a bad guy and hope that we don't fall into fascism like in the movie Cabaret.
That's a lot, Richie. That's a lot. But that's also a lot. The super chat is a lot. Thank you very much. We don't want to fall into fascism like the movie Cabaret. That's true. I mean, even a musical descent into fascism is still a descent into fascism, and maybe the musical element makes it more horrible. Have you ever seen Dancer in the Dark, chat? That's what Richie's making me think of right now, is Dancer in the Dark. I don't know if Bjork is a TYT viewer or watches The View, but it's definitely an uncomfortable, like, movie to watch, right? And that's what I'm thinking of right now in terms of the, you know, sort of surreal nature of what you're describing in terms of the depiction of a descent into fascism in art, and the way and on some level, like it shields you from the reality that underlies the plot. Dancer in the Dark by Lars von Trier. Yeah. We've got some view viewers in the chat here. I haven't watched The View in quite some time. It's been a little while, but yeah, thank you for the super chat, Richie. Again, if you have an opinion about the content that we cover next, right, you can feel free to let me know, and I will add your super chat to at the rate of $1 per 1% per dollar to the subject of your choice. But yeah, it looks like right now, both in terms of the donos and in terms of the polls, Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbra is definitely ahead at the moment. I haven't met a single right-winger that tolerates talking good about The View. Is it kind of like in Fallout, in the new Fallout, right? Is like the way that they make sure that the ghoul is not feral is with they throw it like with the chicken. It's kind of like, you know, a feral ghoul will not abide a chicken. I hope that's not a spoiler for anyone. I hope I didn't just spoil the show Fallout. Because that would suck if you were like, I didn't know that they were gonna have a ghoul. Yeah, they got a ghoul. I think I can tell you that. That's safe, right, chat? That's not a spoiler. You've seen the ghoul. You know about the ghoul. But yeah, next it looks like we're yeah, it's a really good show. those Alito leaks would be funny if they weren't so frightening. They are hilarious, but yeah, you're right. It's the same kind of thing, isn't it? It's not a spoiler. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Wait, I should have like a going once, going twice, going 3 times. But yeah, nobody's pushing the. In fact, I don't even know if anybody could, right? As far as like I think yeah, 42%, which is really like 23% minus the Vox Populi plus it's 32% on one and 38% on the other. So you smush that together. What do you get? Like 35? No, it's like 35.5 or something. I think. And that is pretty far above anything else. Well, look how well South Park The New Norm did. It's at 1% like lower. But yeah, that's winning in that's winning in second. What am I saying, Chad? I'm not making sense. I'm sounding like Biden here. I'm sorry, Chad. I caught the dementia from Biden. I drank the Mountain Dew Red, and it turns out the red food dye really is bad for you after all. But yeah, South Park, of X, The New Norm, coming in second place at 1 point behind, so that's closer than expected. Yeonmi Park, is that correct? In third place, Samuel Alito's Secret Tapes. In fourth place, the other one, they're all about Vergonia, but they're mostly about Destiny Becomes the Bad Hasbara. And so yeah, that looks like it is running away. And I don't think it would even change if the last super chatter were to. I think that's what we're watching. Okay, so let's go. Let's go. Oh wait, did I, Shakespeare? Did you potentially have? Can't find the Destiny side. There's got to be a way. I want to find the Destiny side of this. I need to find the Destiny side of this. As much as Destiny probably does not like me, and according to somebody in chat was heard talking shit about me. I don't know if that's true or not. I never heard Destiny really talk about me much at all, other than just on Twitter when he ratioed me, but Yishai Fleischer. Did Destiny really give this guy like the exclusive? There it is. It's on his channel. And the other reference to Yishai Fleischer is him debating Norm Finkelstein and Destiny, loving him being a dick to Norm. Well, there's a video of Yishai debunking Destiny's two-state solution. Yeah, I think you're right, Shakespeare. I'm not finding it here. I'm surprised too, because you would think that this would be up on Destiny's. Unless he just wanted to do Fleischer a solid. Like, yeah, I'll let you get all the views. Now I'm like, I want to look at. I'm kind of wowed by the idea that like this did not end up. Destiny does so much content. I'm just kind of in awe that this has not found its way into. I mean, it could very well be in one of these videos because I know that Destiny sometimes, like so a lot of his videos will have like multiple segments. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. It would be like since the Israel trip. Looks like I'm not gonna find it. All right, so we gotta be smart about this. You dig?
And we
There they are. Wait, you can't see them, chat. I'm just like trying to make sure that I get. Oh my god, sorry, I'm taking like way too long to get this. Just want to make this perfect this time so we don't get in any kind of trouble. Okay, let's flip it. So here we go. Wait, no, let me try that again. You gotta do it upright. That's not doing it upright. God damn it. Let's try that again. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. There we go. And we are backwards. As always. Maybe with a little bit of... Oh my god. I feel like people put like reverb on the... I don't think adding a delay is gonna help. Seriously, oh my god, chat, I'm just trying to figure out what I can do to this. Is Destiny literally shrinking? I feel like I'm shrinking. I'm trying to figure this, like... Okay, it's gonna sound a little weird, but hopefully that's gonna be a good thing. Okay, that's gonna have to be good enough. Let's see if we can do it, chat. Let me know how it sounds.
You spoke to a ton of like what I call lefties.
Sure.
You know, you spoke to a ton of them. And I asked you a question. I said, did you by any chance say to them like, do you want to apologize for the crap
I mean, they
that
all
you pulled?
understand that they didn't work.
I love the United States. I think it's a great country, but I want to.
So yeah, already pissed off at Destiny for talking to the left. You came to Israel and you talked to the lefties. How come you don't talk to the people that literally call the West Bank Judea and talk about their claim to it and talk about their settling in it as some sort of religious duty? Yeah, talk to us.
Israeli independence.
How does this sound, chat? How's the sound?
I'm American. I actually don't care that much. Whatever happens
It's going to be a little weird.
here is not. It doesn't affect me personally.
I like
think
that. I like that
everybody should know that. That kids that are protesting on college campuses, whatever, these guys don't go.
My vision is that Israel would govern Gaza, take over militarily the Gaza Strip, because we're the only ones that can govern. Okay, this is.
Wait, Shakespeare, you sent me the, is this Destiny reacting to Fleischer reacting to him?
Hebron, I'm your host today.
That's true, okay.
Today I had a date with Destiny in Hebron. Destiny, Stephen Bonnell.
20% louder? Yeah, I did cut a lot out of it. Here, I'll try the link that, the Shakespeare sent.
Oh, this guy.
Discussion about the Middle East. This time with a guy named Destiny. And these two guys are out there trying to solve the problems of the Middle East. You know, two white guys with no skin in the game, and none of them are either Muslim or Jewish. And I think this guy, Destiny, as I understand from Wikipedia, is famous for live streaming video games, which is great, but I'm not sure exactly he's a candidate for solving the problems of the Middle East. Let's hear these two guys complain that things are not yet solved and seem intractable.
And on the wider point, I kind of agree. I've had so many of these debates about Israel. It's very hard to do anything that doesn't immediately get dragged to the extreme.
Oh my god, chat, what do you think? It's older? Yeah. And the other thing about it is it's like me reacting to Destiny, reacting to Yishai Fleischer, reacting to Destiny on Piers Morgan. Is it too many layers? What do you think, chat?
Extremities.
I mean, this does give us the background that we need to even be able to make sense of the further conversation. And there's every chance that they could put out the conversation on Destiny's channel at some point. I mean, I'm sure that Destiny's going to love to flaunt this, right? Because what this is someone to the right of Destiny. In a way, this is Destiny's dream, right? This is somebody that he can show that he is not an extremist on the issue when 99% of the time he's been defending Israel against, people that are coming at him from the left.
In terms of the debate, very hard to reach any point of consensus. And I find that's the dispiriting thing about that debate, and it may explain why the whole conflict in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine has been going 75 years and appears.
I'm not trying to be a weasel with the second half. I just
so completely intractable. Nobody gives an inch.
But you, Piers, you're going to go into that Hamas
I just need to know, chat. Are we okay with this? Are we okay with this?
rhetoric and be like, yeah, the conflict's intractable. Israel's always.
Because otherwise you're going to be going right into the conversation between him and Destiny with no sort of background of what they disagree about. And I mean, this kind of does show the same, you know, the same disagreement as what gets covered. I feel like I'm bait and switching a little bit, but at the same time, this is probably a better, you know, as far as understanding the conversation.
Problem, this and that. No, we were on the way to looking past the conflict and talking about a thriving Middle East.
My dude, this is the longest like occupation of any territory, literally in the history.
Well, there we go.
Of all of the fucking
got his wish. He found somebody to the right of him.
World, I think. Like, yeah, we were. How close are we today to some kind of like resolution or peace deal? Doesn't seem like there's one, but maybe he's gonna drop some big knowledge bombs on me. We'll see.
One that has a strong economy and strong tourism that was on the way, and it's still on the way. So do me a favor, don't be dispirited. Be excited for us.
You aren't going to look into the Rafah incident, or do you think all of the new Israeli atrocities are basically all the same story? I mean, I've looked into it a little bit, but now we just have to wait for more information. It sounds like I don't know if this has been verified or confirmed from anybody yet, but it sounds like what happened was there was a munition that was weaponiered for a precise hit of 2 Hamas commanders. It was outside the safe zone. I think that's...
Did he do a pivot, chat? Did I miss his pivot? I thought Destiny denied occupation.
Been confirmed. And then the attack went off. It worked fine. They got...
Someday Destiny's going to finally find a Wikipedia article that solves the Middle East, and all you lefties will be sorry.
They got killed.
I'm sure it's there somewhere, Chat Alpha.
There was a Jeep nearby that had like a fuck ton of ammunition or munitions stored, which they're not supposed to have, but they did, and then apparently that exploded and then set a whole bunch of tents and shit on fire, and like 50 some people died or whatever. That's my understanding, is that is what the rough story is right now. But I think we need more information. I don't know if we'll get more information, but I think that's about where we're at right now, I think.
And for the world that Jerusalem is back online. And don't think that the conflict is intractable. There's a lot of stuff that's moving forward. So let's see what else these guys are thinking, these two problem solvers.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's on the ground in Israel-Palestine, you have that issue where both sides have basically their myths that Israel fashioned themselves as these poor people, these poor Jews that wandered into the Middle East and had to fight these impossibly huge Arab armies that had domineering and overwhelming force and power and coordination. When in reality, post-48, Israel was always in a decent position to fight, and that was pretty obvious.
Yeah. You see, no, I gotta correct you here, Destiny, on a few things.
If you want to correct me.
He's sideswaying his mouth again? Yeah. I thought that was an issue with his pterygoid muscle or something. There's muscles, there's these weird muscles, chat, that like have to do with your, you know, position of your jaw. Like, right? When you move your jaw, like I can't move my jaw that far from left to right, but Destiny does whenever he talks, right? It looks like kind of like a goat chewing or something, and that's the pterygoid muscles. I remember him having some kind of issue, like maybe you know, a medical issue with that. I thought he got it taken care of.
In the very, very late,
because I feel like it can cause, like, in fact, right now, even just like moving my jaw around a little bit, I've got like a little bit of
portion of 47, and in the early portion of 48, it looked a bit rough. But like past that, like Israel's military composition, ability to conduct war has obviously and always been vastly superior to its Arab neighbors. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was a foregone conclusion that they would win any of the wars that they were involved in, but you said post 48? Oh, that's good. Okay.
We didn't wander into the Middle East. We're a Middle Eastern people. Our forefather Abraham, 3,500 years ago, was from Iraq.
Already don't care.
Area, and then lower Turkey, Assyria area, and that's where we're really from. Our people has been here for the last 3,500 years. You kind of want to get that straight. And when we were starting that first war in 1948, we had barely 600,000 people living in this land, and we were fighting massive Arab armies. So so it's not a myth. We are from the Middle East, and yes, we were outgunned, and thank God we defeated our enemies. But yeah, that language of myth is a little bit irksome. Let's keep going with Destiny. He's got some Destiny words.
I mean, we're bringing.
He's getting irked. He's getting irked, chat.
You literally are invoking religion, so yeah, I am going to stick with the word myth there. But
there's some destinations for us.
Performance in 48.
Yeah, so that was one of the things that they argued about, right? Was Destiny's. It was like this guy was trying to convert him to like some religion, not any particular religion, but like, a little bit disappointed that Destiny had not come over and been inspired to get into his Christian roots or whatever. by the trip to Israel, and that he interacted it with Destiny said that like, well, he could appreciate religion and you know, sort of, you know, great historical spots of religious significance, like the place that he was at, which was unbeknownst to him, I think unbeknownst to him, the site of a massacre that went on. But that he could appreciate that through other people, like that his girlfriend, I think, was religious, or like that people in his life were religious, and he appreciated that they appreciated stuff religiously, and so it's like his secondhand. You know, he's not eating grass, but he's eating cows, and the grass gets to him through the cows. I don't know.
In 67, in 73, it was pretty obvious that they had the military capability to survive. But then on the other hand, you get, you know, the Palestinian narrative of they were a poor, dispossessed people in their lands who only ever wanted peace. I think I saw a tweet saying we welcomed Israelis with open arms.
He wasn't trying to convert Destiny necessarily. Yeah, no, he wasn't trying to convert Destiny. He was just like amazed that Destiny did not have some kind of religious feeling upon, you know, visiting the.
Absolutely not true. I think that the on-the-ground narratives contribute to the conflict feeling intractable. But
Okay, yeah, you know the Palestinian narrative.
Oh God, I hate it when people do this. Oh God, this reminds me of how Finkelstein will quote scholars when somebody will listen to me, like kind of like represent both sides of an issue, and they're like, "Oh, actually, yeah, wow, he's super correct when he's on my side, but man, on the other side, he's just really wrong on all of it." God, it drives me fucking crazy.
But yeah, he's socially conservative, so he's against atheism. He's pro, you know, people having a religion.
Maybe he's not gonna do that. I'm sorry. He might have things to say for both. My bad.
Those contribute to the conflict feeling intractable.
Okay, yeah, you know the Palestinian narrative is not, yeah, that they welcomed us with open arms, but I think he could have gone one step further, Mr. Destiny. Should I call you Mr. Destiny, or did you go to Destiny school? So maybe
Mr. Destiny, yes, Destiny school, absolutely, first in his class.
But I want to say that there was another narrative.
He learned to Zergrush at Destiny school,
which was out there. Not only did they not welcome us with open arms, there was the "let's finish up Hitler's work" narrative, or "we will destroy you and drink coffee in Tel Aviv, and there will be no more Jewish Tel Aviv, and we'll take it over." So there was these other, let's say, genocidal narratives that Dr. Destiny forgot to mention there. Those
Dr. Destiny.
Those might have been an undercurrent, but genocidal. I don't know if the Arabs would have necessarily
Dr. Disrespect. No, wait. No, let's not pull that. Let's not pull Dr. Disrespect into this.
Genocide all the Jews there. They definitely didn't want them to have any kind of state whatsoever. They definitely wanted
Mr. Bonatello
to destroy their ability to gain international support for establishing like an independent Jewish state for sure. Would they have genocided them? I don't know. Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. What?
But I could be wrong on that.
What?
Concern, though, especially after the Holocaust, I can see why people might be concerned. Would they have genocided them? They genocide all the Jews.
Dr. Destiny forgot to mention there. Those are important.
But unfortunately,
those might have been an undercurrent, but genocidal.
Take it over. So there was these other, let's say, genocidal narratives. Not welcome us with open arms. There was the "let's finish up Hitler's work" narrative, or "we will destroy you and drink coffee in Tel Aviv, and there will be no more Jewish Tel Aviv, and we'll take it over." So there was these other, let's say, genocidal narratives that Dr. Destiny forgot to mention there. Those are important.
But unfortunately,
those might have been an undercurrent, but genocidal. I don't know if the Arabs would have necessarily genocided all the Jews there. They definitely didn't want them to have any kind of state whatsoever. They definitely wanted to destroy their ability to gain international support for establishing like an independent Jewish state for sure. Would they have genocided them? I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Not all the way. I don't think so. But I could be wrong on that. It's definitely a concern, though, especially after the Holocaust. I can see why people might be concerned about that. It's a fair concern to have.
I think internationally, I think we feed into the intractability as well, because people are that conflict is so perfect for everybody to have a really strong opinion. You've got brown people and white people, you've got Jews and Muslims, you've got oppressed.
Oh my God.
You've got Western colonial and Middle Eastern country. Like everybody can.
Oh my God. And he keeps on saying this. Do you hear what he's saying? He's like, I love this conflict. It's got everything. He's treating it like a movie, right? It's got explosions. It's got sound effects. It's got a great story. It's got Oscar-winning actors. What more could you want?
Have an opinion about this conflict because of the different parties involved, and people are so not level-headed when it comes to evaluating what's going on that they end up hyping up both sides and they elevate the expectations to unrealistic levels, which means neither side is really willing to actually settle for a realistic resolution that might make both sides feel a little bit good and a little bit unhappy.
Well, first thing, that there was some smartness there, a little bit. Destiny's words.
A little bit of smartness.
Everybody wants a piece of this story and this fight and this narrative. I think there's a truth to that. I think
I'm so close, chat. I'm so close to grabbing my fingers.
Local politics and their country's politics, and then they kind of project it onto what's happening here. I can hear that. But then at the end, there's this language of concession. Of like, because of this.
It's Michael. He's got Michael Bay themed war.
Well, that supports my understanding. One of the big things that a lot of people complain about, I think I've seen Balin complain about this. Obviously, Shlomo Ben Ami has complained about this. Olmert has complained about this. I've watched some interviews talk about this. Is Israelis don't realize that whatever peace looks like is probably going to be painful. That might mean a big retraction of some of the settlement population. That might mean giving up more land than they would otherwise want to if they want to keep some of the settlement block.
So chat, as far as this pivot goes, does it feel planned? And also, is there anything that I'm missing here, right? Was there something in his trip where he was like, I've, seen things from the other side and changed my mind? Or is this like I'm just trying to understand what he's doing here. I mean, I get that he's kind of gone off the deep end in terms of support for Israel, and that maybe, I don't know, is it better for his growth to sort of buffer that with like a, emphasis on, with this content, like, it feels like there's a real pivot here. It feels like he's trying to pivot, and it feels planned. It feels disingenuous, right? It feels dirty. Anybody else feel dirty right now? I'm feeling a little bit dirty. I'm dirtied by watching Destiny's content strategy at work. It just makes me feel gross. Mr. Vermicelli. He didn't go to Palestine. Well, here he's in the West Bank. Or sorry, not here. Let's see, how do I explain this? So this is Yishai Fleischer reacting to Destiny. This is after Destiny mentioned really liking this guy when he saw him in a debate with Norm. And this is the guy that he went to the West Bank to visit and to talk to. And they did disagree maybe more than he has with what did we watch him with Elon Levy? There wasn't that much disagreement there. There's a lot more here. I always feel dirty when I see Destiny, mainly because he looks like he hasn't showered since Melania left. Okay, that's my chat saying that. That's, oh my god. Chat is lighting them up. Destiny being disingenuous? Is that is this a day that ends with a Y?
But whatever it is, it's not going to feel good. It's going to be painful. And the Palestinians obviously have to be ready for some amount of pain as well, whether that means, what the...
Even when Destiny... Oh my god.
Thing, all those refugees
really
are coming back. Or not, they're not coming back to Israel. Absolutely not. And then some negotiation...
There's something Petersonian about the way that he's talking here. Even when Destiny finds a right-winger to disagree with, he ends up agreeing with him. Yeah, on some level, you're right. He likes to fist bump Nazis, true. Huh? Why is my button not working?
Not feel good. Like, I don't know if there's ever going to be a final resolution to this conflict that has every Jew expelled from East Jerusalem. It's probably not going to happen. But I think, my understanding, is East Jerusalem and the refugee thing are two really big ones for the sticking points.
I'm assuming he means the right of return. He's talking about when he says the refugee thing, right? He means the right of return.
But we'll see, yeah. But I'm curious if he's going to talk about, well, actually, I'm going to tell you why Jews don't have to give up a single fucking thing for what we want to happen with it.
Is Destiny the Drake of politics because he's fake? Yeah.
I can hear that. But then at the end, there's this language of concession, of like, because of this extremity, then nobody's willing to come to compromise. Well, victory is not always about compromise. And I think Israel is like not in a place of compromise because it's tiny. But
again, chat, I apologize if this is too much of a layered lasagna.
It's a tiny country in this region. And there's nothing to compromise about when we compromise on our land.
Because it's not just me pausing it, it's Destiny pausing it, and it's Yishai pausing it too.
We compromise on our life. When we compromise on our land, we compromise on our identity. When we succumb to the jihad.
So it's like, we're small bean, and so therefore, we can't compromise on anything. This is like a prison yard argument of like, if you're the smallest person, you got to get out there and prove yourself, prove that no one can mess with you, right? And that, like, I don't know, it's kind of...
There's really no place to go. Here we are, we compromised it. Here, Israel compromised on Gaza. We gave Gaza away. and we compromised our security, therefore. And so yeah, when you're a tiny little ethnic,
It sounds like a apartheid anime girl.
Something that I really want.
That's a friend of Destiny's.
Grill, Balin,
Or at least was a friend. I don't know what. I feel like people have. People feel like people have slowly realized what her views on Palestine actually are.
Balin, Ben-Ami, and Olmert on is Sharon's unilateral disengagement from Gaza. It just seems like, in retrospect, such a not good idea. I'm so curious what the feeling was at the time for that, or if they thought that was a mistake, or if that could have been done better, or what the fuck. Yeah.
It's not your land, fucko. Yeah, this guy's got like a, you know, he's like making like what sounds like kind of a religious argument of the. He's making the 2,000 years argument, or 3,000 years.
the ethnic minority in this.
Too many Destinies on stream. Yeah. There's only one Irene, and there's two Destinies. That's a bad ratio right there.
Region, there really isn't much room to compromise. It's true, but again, one of the things that Destiny misses is that it's not just Palestine, Israel. It's Arab world, Israel, of course, except for those countries.
That's not true anymore, though. Now it's just Palestine, Israel. It used to be Arab Israel, which I agree, and I bring that up a lot. You need to calm the fuck down. You just want to go in, and then you want to go out, okay?
Is that his?
You're being a terrorist right now.
Oh my god.
If you go in there, you're just going to come out immediately. Oh my god. Okay, you do that. Fine.
Okay, this part is gross. I gotta say, I don't know how you made your dog or cat and your interaction with them gross in this situation, but like, yeah, through the comparison of what you're doing by calling them a terrorist, yeah, this is gross. We need to add more Irenes. Yeah, there is like some kind of weird thing that like makes you like split into like a bunch of images. There's some kind of weird transition that you do like the Naruto thing where you split in. What's it called? What's the thing called in Naruto? Oh my god, chat, we're going overtime again. This is like the, I don't know how manyth time in a row that I've done overtime.
He's being a terrorist.
Gone over 6 hours. I hope we'll be okay.
That are now post-jihad.
No, you know that it's the jutsu in Naruto that you do, and you split into a bunch of different images.
And into normalization, the Abraham Accords countries, and may God make it that bless us that more will come. Let's get back to Piers.
I know it says any more Stevens on screen, and Andrew Jackson will respawn.
What do you think a realistic resolution looks like?
I think it's a. Oh god, my feelings on what a resolution looks like changes over time so much. What do I say here? It's about to be super.
It's called Rasengan.
Multi-fast.
What?
Pierce is asking Destiny, the video game broadcaster, what the realistic solution is for the Middle East. Okay, let's keep going.
Double fader copy trick.
But I would say that it
Shadow clone jutsu.
has to be some kind of two-state solution, and both sides need to be willing to negotiate for peace. And this is the hard one: both sides probably need to be willing to sacrifice a little bit for peace.
So great. Like, you think, right, that there's an opportunity for people like Destiny to be a little bit creative. Be like, we've hit our head.
Look, chat, Yishai's got the move transition too. It's not just me. It's not just me.
Against the wall for 50 years now, talking about the same junk, and you think that a guy that's sitting out wherever he's sitting with that gun in the background there, you think he'd be like, maybe actually we should change some of the parameters here. Nope, no thanks. I'm just gonna say the same old tired line. Really, here's a moment of total failure of imagination, Mr. Destiny. You should read my article in New York Times about 5 alternatives to the
I thought, did you take away his doctoral degree?
But really, it's like there they are, Pierce and Destiny, and they're thinking, and they're like, well, we're just gonna say the most cookie cutter thing ever. We're just gonna say exactly what has always been said.
This guy is too much, isn't he?
We're not gonna break out of any box. And then we'll compromise. We'll take time.
This is. Oh my god. I don't know if I've ever had this happen to me before my entire fucking life. I just realized this. It just like scratched a very unique part of my brain. Okay. So this guy's angry at me. He's being slightly fiery. Okay. But he's giving a pointed criticism to what I'm saying without just like calling me a gamer, loser, wiki warrior, motor mouth.
And the thing that's ironic about this, right, is that Destiny saw this guy debate Norm, and he was like, "Oh yeah, this guy's so cool." Like this became his favorite guy. He in fact, I think that's when they made the plans for Destiny to go to the West Bank and visit this guy. Because Destiny was like, "Oh my god, he's arguing against Norm. He's the best."
I don't know how much further we get into solutions here. But I understand his criticism here. Like, oh, wow, your solution is a two-state solution where both sides negotiate. Congratulations. Like, that's what people have been saying for 80 years. Clearly hasn't worked so far. That's fair, right?
Turgar1 says, might vote for RFK Jr. Turgar, are you asking me to talk you down from giving yourself brainworms?
Hey, Matt, have you considered writing a book? Your perspectives on politics are often counter to mainstream normie intuitions, yet impactful. Another form of political engagement aside from canvassing. Yeah, bro, it's coming out tomorrow. It's called DGG. How the Taliban has changed my... I don't know. I don't think it's something better.
And Israel cut it off.
What if this guy heard about the Taliban? What if some of these, like, what if he got banned from... What if they told the state of Israel about the Taliban and they were like, oh shit, that's not good. This guy's, you know, like, right, we can't trust this guy. He's got a community called the Taliban? Oh, hell no. And they banned him from Israel.
To be fair, he called you a video game streamer with an undertone.
I don't like the other two either.
I disagree. He pointed...
For the record, Turgar.
Like, I'm like a gamer dude, and that like, what is his qualification for talking about this? Which is fair, but it's not just... But then, this... I don't know how to explain this to you guys. This criticism of here... The criticism that he's giving me here is a stealth compliment. Is a, like, you can do better than this. Think about something better. Wow, this is your creative solution. I don't know how to explain it or put it into words, but there's a difference.
These two somehow deserve each other, don't they?
Between this type of criticism versus like, oh, of course.
Am I right?
Of course, the video game fucking retard can't think of a single fucking thing because he's a fucking video game retard, blah, 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 blah. Like, he brought up that he hated video games, which is fair. That is my background.
He's calling himself that.
Right? And it is kind of curious, like, well, why would a video game...
Because it's technically not against TOS. Oh, wait, no, that's right. He's not on Twitch anymore.
Using that to...
I forgot. He's banned for life.
Or whatever. He's critically engaging, at least, with what I'm saying, which I appreciate.
Always been said. We're not going to break out...
The chat is literally saying the Taliban and the Jihad for America's Center. I really want one of these Israel dudes to hear about the Taliban and to take it wrong and to think that it's some kind of...
He just said, check out my article in the New York Times instead of giving a better solution, unless I missed that between all the pausing. Well, if he's literally written full articles on this, I think it's fair to point that out. I don't know if he wants to do a 15.5-minute video where 7 minutes... I think he's also, David put this in here as well, that he's like a fan of that Emirati solution, where you've got like 12 different enclaves of like Palestinian autonomy or whatever, so...
Ever. We're just going to say exactly what has always been said. We're not going to break out of any box. We'll compromise. We'll take tiny Israel, cut it up. Why don't you tell Taiwan that the best way to make peace with China is to cut Taiwan in half and give half to China? And I'm sure they'll be ameliorated and appreciate the willingness to compromise, and there'll be peace. It's just like, that's so dumb. And I'm just like, this moment is like the disappointing moment. It's like, really, bro? You couldn't come up with something different? Well, what are you going to do? Let's keep going.
That means that not every Palestinian is going to be happy with the final resolution. It means that Abbas might have to suffer, even more loss of his popularity, or whatever Palestinian leader rises might have to suffer more loss of popularity. It might mean on the Israeli side, similar to Begin or Rabin,
Destiny has a crush, but now this crush is getting spicy, right? This guy literally heard Destiny, talk about a two-state solution, and he got triggered, right? And this was, all Destiny had said about this guy was good things, right? And he's like, oh shit, this guy's not right-wing enough. Fuck him. Not really. He's not being mean, but...
Negotiators for peace in the past, you might have to pay a political price for being...
He's not the one that called Destiny the R slur. In this case, it was actually Destiny.
Because sometimes the Israeli people or your Knesset doesn't always support you when you're negotiating peace against either Arab states or Palestinians. But the leadership has to be there.
Yishai said he went on a date with Destiny? Oh shit, that's hilarious though. That's such a great pun. He went on a date with Destiny.
Some loss initially for the peace agreement.
They're so entertained by the fact that his name is Destiny. This is like when Jesse Lee Peterson talked to him and he was like, Destiny. Yeah, Destiny. That's a woman's name. Like...
And then both people need to have some kind of tolerance to say, hey,
I don't know if I glaze Israel at the end here, but historically, Israel has had brave leaders that have been willing to come up and suffer huge political setbacks every single time.
Soon he will be wearing a Tim Pool beanie.
It feels like every single time Israeli leadership is trying to negotiate for peace, their back is politically against the wall. And I don't think the Palestinian leadership has ever been willing to do that, which is like one of the huge pain points of these negotiations. I don't know if I bring that up or not here, though.
Listen, we might not get everything we want on the old city. That applies to Jews and Muslims, or that applies to Israelis and Palestinians. Or, hey, we might have to do a lot of land swaps in the West Bank. Hey, all of these settlements that are outside of directly near the Green Line, maybe these do need to be torn down. But yeah, the conversation...
He's a big settlement guy. He's not going to like that.
Start the conversation on it yet, because people don't even know if Hamas should exist or not, or if Israel has a right to defend itself, or if maybe murdering 1,200 civilians is a reasonable response to the supposed concentration camp conditions that exist in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, you did it.
Okay, I mean, chirp, chirp, chirp. It's like, okay, like...
Fuck this guy.
Is he a Hassan fan? I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess Hassan's not the only one who uses that phrase, but
Did you just use the chirp? Did you chirp? Did he use?
he used the chirp thing, which means he's either consumed a good bit of Hassan content or he got that from somewhere else.
The chirp at me?
And where else do you think he, like, I mean,
Did you just call me a chirper?
You know, everybody's got to compromise, and should Hamas exist, is the same level as should Israel exist. How about this? How about this? Destiny. Check this out.
he doesn't strike me as a Hassan viewer. I mean, like, if this is how he reacts to Destiny, imagine what he would think about Hassan.
Oh, so he's happy that I'm criticizing people that are saying like, well, should Hamas exist? It's like, oh, so you think it's the same as should Israel exist? I'm just trying to illustrate that like the conversation is ridiculous right now. But
Here's a peace proposal. Israel is Jewish native land, tribal lands, and the Jews should live in their historic homeland.
I appreciate the way you interpret this critiques, even if they would feel antagonistic to people. Did you hear Wicked?
I mean, Destiny does chirp a lot. It's true. Omega Star.
No, I didn't. Somebody linked the VOD. I don't care. It's hard to make people understand this. And also I understand why people don't believe this. I don't mind it if people are like mean at me when they're making criticisms. As long as like the criticisms are like substantive. I think I've said this before. People might think I'm joking. But like if you say some shit like Destiny's like fucking retarded. The idea that Jews are worried.
This is the third time he's referred to himself that way.
Killed by Arabs in the 67 war. Like you can literally look at the leaked cables between XYZ leaders. You can literally look at this, blah, blah, blah. Like his opinion here is like fucking so stupid. I'm like, oh, okay. That's, oh, sure. Right. Now you're insulting me. We might go back and fight a little on that. But like you've given me something to like think about at least. But usually
you've given me something to ponder, something to mull over, something to ruminate on, so to speak.
Selly, the wiki warrior, has like a dick that's so huge that I can't even see past it, and it's intimidating me, so I'm just gonna make fun of him. And it's like, okay, well, it's not.
Said no one ever.
I don't mind if people are a little bit mean or whatever, or spicy. I think that's fine.
Israel is Jewish native land, tribal lands, and the Jews should live in their historic homeland, and that should be called Israel. And surrounding that should be Arab countries.
This thought, this opinion that, from what I understand, became more pervasive after 67. This is the cancer that needs to rot in Israel, or
this is ahistorical.
The country, and it needs to be cut. This idea of like
still the most elaborate flirting I've seen, regardless. And the next video, the dude calls it a date. Yeah.
So
I guess
damaging and dangerous.
I mean, I didn't hear him say that, but that's what somebody in chat was saying.
And the Jews should live in.
And you should always believe what somebody in chat says.
In their historic homeland, and that should be called Israel. And surrounding that should be Arab countries.
When people say historic homeland as a settler, they're always saying Judea and Samaria, and they're talking about the West Bank. That's what that means. Whenever you hear somebody say historic homeland, that's what they're talking about. Would you ever talk to this guy on stream? I think this guy is good.
Yishai is acting like he can talk about European Jews in Israel. Like they're the, that is, he's talking about them like I mean, using, the language of indigenousness. He doesn't mind criticism that he agrees with. So brave. Why do white dudes say these things all the time? I never get those weird statements.
I'm going to be the one that gives me the Hebron Jewish tour.
In the very beginning, he says, I had a date with Destiny. Like, of this video or the next one?
On the Jewish side.
It's the next one, right?
This is going to be the guy. I'm pretty sure that's almost confirmed at this point. I think we're in an email chain now, figuring it out, yeah. Why is it damaging and dangerous? Because when you're separating out the, when you're trying to separate out like the what's right, what's legal, what's like historically accurate, and when I say historic, I mean going back 100 years.
I don't know what I'm doing, chat. I'm just being weird.
Who are like, well, 3,000 years ago, you're fucked. The religious, the messianic hallucinations, I've seen this referred to a few times, the Jerusalem Jew who is like obsessively looking east.
Yeah, and that's why I called this segment Destiny Becomes Bad Hasbara, right? Because that video that Shaxpia is talking about is in the sterile zone of Hebron and in front of the Ibrahimi Mosque, which is a site of a massacre. And, you know, like, obviously Yishai knows that. The question is, does Destiny know that? Or is he unwitting Hasbara?
Word towards like these.
It took me this long to get the date with Destiny thing, yeah.
Lands is
It's a bit of a dad joke, isn't it?
A huge danger.
Kind of.
Towards if the Palestinians, if any final.
I mean, I know my dad would make a joke like that.
Settlement is going to involve them having any of that land. These people are like some of your biggest threats. Charlie, what do you want? You've been on the stream so much. I can't talk to you about everything in your life. Okay.
Charlie, is it going to be Moist Critical? What? Who is this?
Stop spamming my chat. Jesus.
lands, and the Jews should live in their historic homeland, and that should be called Israel. And surrounding that should be Arab countries with Arabic names of their tribal and ancestral land, and they should be there. And then we should work in concert for a better future for this whole region, what I call the Abrahamic region. Okay? See, wasn't that so much more?
What about the Zoroastrians? Okay, I gotta be real. If he's gonna fucking talk about this shit, then we're moving everybody back to their fucking historic lands. Like, what the fuck?
Interesting than this blah blah blah. Everybody should compromise. Everybody's gonna be a little bit sad, and you'll give up on Jerusalem and give part of it to the jihad because the Hamas has a right to exist. Blah blah blah, and the leaders will all take a hit, and everybody will feel happy because there's Western compromise. It's so tired. I was just like, really.
What about the Samaritans? Why is no one talking about the Samaritans?
Make this video. I have to watch this thing. I was just like, oh God Almighty. When are we gonna be done with this fuddy-duddy old stuff that has never worked, will never?
This is the two-state solution. Fuddy-duddy old stuff that's never worked, and he wants a one-state solution. But not the kind that that you might be thinking of, right? This is the one state of Palestinians somehow being vetted and then allowed to share in some kind of second-class citizenship, should they be deemed worthy to be absorbed as Israeli citizens. That's his idea of the one state.
Has no understanding of how the Middle East is. You don't make peace on land. You don't give away land in the Middle East. No tribe is like, you know what? Yeah, I'll give you half.
That's literally, see, the fact that Israel's unwilling to do this, you do have to give away land in the Middle East. Land for peace is how Israel has found peace. Is how they were looking for after the 6-Day War. They were willing to give it up for, they were willing to give it back to Syria, the Golan Heights for peace, and Syria wouldn't do it. They were willing to give back the Sinai.
Yeah, thousands of years old isn't fuddy-duddy? Exactly.
They did do it. They got peace. Like land for peace, especially conquered land, is kind of like, at least for Israel's MO for operating with other people, has kind of been what was on the table historically. Now with 500,000 fucking settlers living there, it's a lot different, but
my properties, we could have peace. It doesn't work that way. You show your utter ignorance of Middle Eastern culture and style if you think that the way to work it out is by giving some of the land to the jihad. It don't work that way.
That's what he's calling the Palestinians.
You want to know how it works? You hold on strong. You hold the line. You get respect.
You hold the line. There we go.
this was the thought leading from 67 to 73, arguably, that led to the disaster that were the early days of the I've heard so many Jews give me shit on how to say this now, back and forth, Yom Kippur or Yom Kippur, whatever, that war. The beginning of that was this idea of like, well, actually, we don't need to give anything away. We're going to infinitely fight everybody and win, and no matter what. And yeah.
You give respect, you get respect, okay? We are a small ethnic, Israel is a small ethnic minority, armed and defended to make sure that nobody kicks us off our tribal lands. And when we're strong, then and our economy strong and our army strong, we push back on the jihad, the other Arab countries thank us, and then we can get rid of them.
It's funny because this is a Chud mentality, but not a Chud presentation.
The bad guys and start having trade and having
the bad guys.
And having
I mean, yeah, the bad guys. We're talking about like the Western here, you know, with the black hat cowboy and the white hat cowboy. This is good. The children of light and the children of darkness. This is
tourism, and not this dumb idea that maybe we should just give away parts. Let the jihad take over it like they did in Gaza, and then compromise because that's so beautiful. I don't know. It's just tiring to see these two non-Middle East, non-Jewish,
I mean, you see it when you really look for it, right? Like I feel like I'm listening to an evangelical here.
Muslim white guys discussing how we should compromise around here, not knowing one thing about how this region operates. But you know, it's destiny, I guess.
Debate with Jake Hugo, who's been on this show many times. In it, you said about deaths in Gaza that the ratio of Hamas to civilians killed were good ratios. But I'm not.
It's more like 700,000, sorry, settlers now.
I'm so used to people just saying unhinged shit about me. I'm even appreciative that the way that he writes off my opinion is to say that like these are two random white dudes from another part of the world who don't have a personal investment here, blah, blah, blah. Even that feels better than like, isn't this guy a cuck? Isn't this guy divorced permanently?
There he is. He'd rather be, shit on by Yishai than called cuckstony or divorcedony or Mr. Stromboli, whatever.
In it, you said about deaths in
Mr. Panini.
Gaza that the ratio of Hamas to civilians killed were good ratios. But I'm not sure about that. I'll tell you why.
That's why I always have used the phrase evangelical Jews. Yeah,
the problem I have with the whole death rate in Gaza. especially when there's a comparison made to World War II and how many German civilians were killed and so on, is that there is a unique population in Gaza of 50% children. Now, 50% of the 2 million are under 18. That's 1 million kids.
He gives an intellectual appearance with the uber masculine stance. Yeah.
Running around in Gaza. And already we've seen 30,000 civilians killed with 70,000 more wounded, many of whom are children. And that is...
I think the thing that Destiny liked was that the entitlement that he feels gives him that kind of confidence that's almost Trumpian in a way, right? His interaction with Norm was shaped by, you know, his entitlement. It's not even a thought to him. Like, right? He, you know, this is our land, he says, right? And he's got not a question in his mind. And that's what Destiny fell in love with, right? That's when Destiny like decided to meet with this guy.
Something I've not seen in any recent conflict. And that's what makes it uniquely horrific to people.
Okay, so first thing is, we don't trust Hamas numbers. That's just the thing.
Oh, there we go with the Hamas numbers. Didn't the U.S. What was it? There was a recently like a law passed or something where they would not believe like Gaza Health Ministry numbers, right? In the U.S., right? They would like they revoked those as being valid, and these are the numbers that we have. These are the, you know, so conveniently the only numbers that we have they are rejecting. They are calling those numbers biased and truthful. Never seen Destiny be that charitable before. I know, right? He definitely wasn't this charitable with me.
So-called Palestinian causes lie. They lie about numbers all the time. That's number one. Number two.
I'm sorry, the quote was divorced all the time. True.
So many children, maybe they shouldn't line the place with rockets and teach brainwash to murder and to rape. Like if there's so many children, then maybe they shouldn't use them as human shields to start up.
So that's why we justify the children losing their lives in the conflict, because they are apparently brainwashed.
Try to kill our children. And I have one message that I want to make clear. When we strike Gaza,
I mean, this is a chud, straight up. This guy is a chud.
Message, which is don't start with us.
Okay, sorry, we're okay. Jesus.
If anything, the Gaza Health Ministry is too conservative with its numbers.
Don't start with us. We will mess you up. We will fight back. We will push back. We will make a war against you. Now you're going to say, Piers Morgan's concerned about the children. Yeah, were you concerned about the children when they were brainwashed?
So there we go. This guy's whole contention is like, yo, Piers Morgan and Destiny, they're a bunch of cringe libs. They don't understand. This is our land.
Look at Supreme. Did you see that Destiny said he'd never talk to you again because of what you said on Gisticle? That's not true. Why are you starting memes? Wait, what was even... Hold on, now I want to watch this Gisticle VOD. What happened?
To kill? Were you so concerned about the...
Is there dramedy? Is there drama between Destiny and one of his, like, Z-tier orbiters?
Children, when in Syria, 500,000 people...
if I remember correctly, Wicked Supreme is the guy that sort of looks like Captain Hook.
Were murdered and almost 2 million displaced. Come on, Piers. It's not real. You're so...
Bro, these are my talking points. Excuse me? Did he pre-watch?
Children, when they were brainwashing them...
Did he pre-watch? Yeah.
Were you so concerned about the...
I don't know. Maybe he is a streamer. He's got a whole ass YouTube channel. He's doing, you know, essentially a react. There's no reason to think that he's not.
Children, when in Syria, 500,000 people were murdered and almost 2 million displaced.
Is that what this guy is? Like a settler influencer?
Come on, Piers. It's not real. You're so concerned about the children. Are you so concerned about the children, Piers, that you're making sure that refugees get out? Is there any American or British boat, French boat right there picking up the children so that we can have our war and get rid of the...
Oh, there we go. They were like, yeah, deport the children. That's what he's saying.
Are you pushing to pick up the kids out of there? No, you're not. What you're really doing, Piers,
So therefore, we're perfectly justified in unaliving more and more kids.
Are making those children that you're arguing about a human shield against Israel pushing back.
Oh my God, he's not going to play my answer because he bit my whole answer here and then he's going to end the fucking video. That's what he's about to do.
Fighting the terrorists and fighting the jihad and fighting the Hamas. You are putting, with your words, are putting...
So he does feel like this guy's being shitty with him at long last?
As more important than our war to clean out the nests of terror that not only attack Israel...
Clean out the nests of terror. Wow. Wow. That's not eliminationist or racist in any way. Clean out the nest of terror.
But also subdue local Arabs and destroy their lives, take their children, brainwash them, steal their money, take their...
No dehumanization here.
Put tunnels underneath. So when you talk about those children, you are actually aiding and abetting, probably not.
Don't you dare talk about the children that are dying in Gaza, because you're doing a terrorism by doing so.
Unintentionally, but you are aiding.
Those are terrorism children.
And abetting the enemy. Okay, so
That's literally what this guy is saying.
I hope you guys understand that.
Now he's got to watch J-Stalk to see if like Wicked Supreme took a steaming dump on him or not.
Piers and Destiny really do not have solutions. The video keeps going, but I think I'm going to pause it now here because I think I've had enough personally. In any
You've had enough. Did he do you dirty? Did he cut you off with what you were really getting at? What's up, Destiny?
case, Yishai Fleischer TV is here to serve you and help us understand how to actually move things forward and not hear old fuddy-duddy messaging that gets us nowhere because it's like hitting.
It's a problem with Destiny is that he is a fuddy-duddy with a fuddy-duddy two-state solution. That's way too liberal, way too left-wing. Israel has 11 border crossings. It could have all refugees in the Negev and show just how humanitarian the IDF is.
Our head against the brick wall again and again and again. And so I hope that you subscribe
Did you
here.
say
to
fuddy-duddy?
TV, where
He called you a fuddy-duddy, Destiny. What are you going to do about it?
real destiny is moving forward, the Jewish people in the land of Israel. God bless you guys.
Oh, there we go. There we go. We turned that phrase right around on you, Destiny. Sorry. Got him. Got him.
Oh, this is what I need. Ground me out. Rothman you. As for Destiny, he continues to embarrass himself every time he pretends to know anything about the Middle East conflict and history. Listen to the debate between Simcha Rothman, hoping it was an eye-opener for Destiny because Destiny could hardly say anything, and when he did, his answers were not relevant to Simcha's points.
We're not going to get Wicked Supreme?
Factual evidence that Destiny became lost in due to his lack of subject knowledge. This was one where I didn't know how to, because this guy would just flatly deny that there's a blockade. There is no blockade in Gaza. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean blockade? There are no ships there. Or I don't even know what is. This guy that I debated on Eli's channel. That was a good meme debate, I guess. Yeah. I think Destiny would benefit greatly from having a discussion with you. From what I've seen, he seems to generally want to learn the truth and would be great for his audience to hear your perspective.
Wait, that sounds like copy pasta. Where have I heard that before? Chat, this exact phraseology.
Debate, I guess. Yeah. I think Destiny would benefit greatly from having a discussion with you. From what I've seen, he seems to generally want to learn the truth and would be great for his audience to hear your perspective. I swear to God, I've heard that. I've seen that in other people's chat. But I feel like I've almost seen that in Hassan's chat from Lonerbox fans. Something that seems like almost identical to that. Too much about feelings and less about fact. Damn. This couldn't be farther from the truth. Wait, hold on. Oh, he's replying to this guy. Okay. You cleared the clouds of nonsense and pompous fluff.
All the cookies ever. You know, he's been talking about the cookies thing again. Like Lonerbox did a tweet thread that it didn't really clear Destiny of being wrong and cringe. But what it did was imply that Omar did not know what he was talking about either, and so it's just like, well, yeah, I guess, you know, it's kind of problems on both sides, isn't it? But, you know, Destiny is somehow right in the spirit of it or something like that, right? It's some cringe Lonerbox shit, right? And then recently Lonerbox has come out with maybe the video version of that. And then Destiny's, I think, put out a clip of himself arguing with somebody in Discord about that issue.
Cleared the clouds. I wonder how
Do you think it's a PV comment? Wait, what would that mean?
many cool sayings or expressions exist in other languages that we just don't know because we're English. When's your next Piers appearance? I don't know. We don't have anything planned right now.
There it is. That is Destiny. That is Destiny. And like I said, he also... He also did this content. And I'm just a little bit nervous about watching this guy's channel. But yeah, he did end up meeting with with Yishai in the West Bank in the so-called sterile zone. That's literally what they call it, the sterile zone. No Palestinians allowed to go there, so it's the sterile zone. You know, yeah, that's funny, Tempotronica. A lot of people like Loner Box's video essays, right? In fact, you can find older ones that are not, from what I've been told, that are not really objectionable, that are not, I mean, he's not saying anything fucked up. In fact, there's, I think, video essays that he is now disavowed, right? The old essays that he did where he talked about, you know, the situation in Gaza and did compare it to apartheid, or the situation in Palestine, and did actually compare it to apartheid. He has since walked that back. If you don't know the journey that he's been on, right? He was a video essayist. He, I think he went on the Hippy Dippy, the Dylan Burns show once. And then from there, he became a streamer. And one of his closest friends was apartheid anime girl herself. And he, you know, felt obliged to defend her for her most racist takes. And so as far as I can tell, that's where his pivot started. That's where his pivot began. That and starting to work with Lauren Southern and her editor, and you know, kind of be friendly with some of the right-wing element of Twitch poll. That's sort of, in my, as far as I can tell, that's where Loner Box fell off. But yeah, a lot of people including Hassan enjoy, I guess, some of his old content, or enjoyed some of his old content, and are a little bit confused about what's actually happened to him in the meantime. Yeah, Rabbi Shmuley can eat his heart out. I mean, nobody is as brazen as Rabbi Shmuley. Rabbi Shmuley is just, you know, he's the definition of a bad look. It's a bit of a bot comment. Yeah, what, has Progressive Voice been accused of that? I haven't heard that theory. But then again, I haven't been watching every single stream of President Sunday, so there might be more to the Progressive Voice lore that I know about. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, I didn't know how far he fell off. You're not the only one who feels that way. And he just isn't, like, interesting enough to have had all that much attention on it, where I feel like a lot of his old you know, fan base, his old viewers might have just like lost track of him, because you know, he basically does streamed content now. He's like a full-time streamer, and you know, definitely one of Destiny's favorite sidekicks as of late. But yeah, chat, that was wild. That was absolutely wild. Should we check up on Waluigi? What's up with him? Going on with Waluigi? You know, one thing that goes on with Waluigi that I don't like is the fact that my my other webcam, it keeps on resetting itself. Like, I have to reset the colors every time. There we go. Whoa, Waluigi. See, like, he's not there in vivid color. You can tell it's like a different camera. Okay, let's see what we can do for this guy. Let's increase the contrast on him. Not too much contrast, just enough. Make the white balance a little bit better. There we go. That's about right. Maybe a little bit more. Sure, why not? Then Is that better? See, I got to do that every time. Every time I turn his camera on. But there he is, and he's doing all right. He made it through this, Waluigi. I feel like Waluigi, much like myself, was feeling like a little nauseous through a lot of this content, but we made it through together, chat. Thank you for helping me. I could not have done it without you. Have you come across the YouTube channel that does popular songs in Waluigi's voice? No, but it sounds based. Waluigi Cam Gang, yes. Haven't been online as much over the last year, so yeah, well, I mean, Tempotronica, you are not the only one confused by that, right? Hassan has a whole, like, somebody could make a video of all the times that Hassan has talked about Loanerbox and how he went from, like, defending the guy and being like, no, you don't understand. I mean, he's actually fundamentally good. He fundamentally stands up for the rights of the Palestinians, right? And it's like, I mean, maybe at some point he did. I don't know. Like, I wasn't a huge, I don't know if I've seen his old, supposedly his old video essays were like fire, but not anymore, not anymore. He fell in there with the wrong crowd. He fell in with the Twitch poll Lauren Southern crowd, unfortunately. It just has not been the same since. But yeah, I'm glad that Waluigi is doing all right. That's important to me. Oh my God, chat. So if you find what I do interesting and valuable, you can always support me over on Patreon. I guess I don't mention it enough, but I do have a Patreon. The link is in the description if you want to check that out. I appreciate all the ways, all the support that people give me, in any way that you choose to give me. I try to give you some options in that. So thank you to Throne Gang. Thank you to the gang over on Patreon. Thank you to everybody that helped us hit this sub goal so we could have this extra content, because I guess if I didn't know that Destiny was doing this pivot, I'd be kind of ignorant, you know? Like if I ever end up talking to anybody about it, I'd be like, oh yeah, Destiny, this is his, there are actually moments where he finds somebody more right-wing than he is and disagrees with them, but I don't know, it feels pretty fake. It feels pretty calculated. It feels like this is the right engagement for him to have in the right time so as to distance himself from, because it's only going to get worse. Shakespeare said it earlier in the chat. If anything, the Gaza Health Ministry is underestimating the numbers. And when the real numbers come out, this is not going to be the place that Destiny wants to be planting his feet. So yeah, here he is weaseling out of his genocide takes. But yeah, thank you everybody, and have a good night. Will I be back tomorrow? I feel like there's something I need to cover tomorrow. So probably, yeah, I'll probably be back on tomorrow. So look for that. I don't know what I'm covering yet. Apologies for that. I will be trying to put out more YouTube videos. If you've noticed, there are more YouTube videos for you now. Those are mainly political videos that I've been putting out lately. So as much help as I could get with those. If you like that sort of thing, right? I'm not trying to twist anybody's arm here. Whatever videos of mine you like, feel free to watch. And, if it's not to your interest, that's fine too. But I just want you to know that they're there, because I feel like YouTube doesn't do a very good job of notifying people specifically on political videos. YouTube seems to really, try to push my content when I'm talking about Brianna Wu, or when I'm talking about Vosh, or when I'm talking about Keffels, or whoever, but not so much when it comes to talking about the election. And we're going to be covering this election. It is going to be a wild ride, and I am legitimately confused, but I think a lot of you are too. This is a weird place for us to be. I did predict that maybe Biden would not be the candidate for the Democrats, and that seemed like a ridiculous thing to say at the time, right? When he already locked it up. Like, how is Biden not going to be the candidate? I was like, I don't know. I just have a feeling, right? Same thing with Trump. Same thing with Trump. So, you know, who knows? Maybe we'll get a swap out of one or both candidates. Maybe, you know, something will happen, you know, health-wise, to you know, sort of expedite that, or maybe not, right? I can't tell you what way it's going to go at this point. I would say 50-50. That's the best odds that I can get you, which is to say, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like one possibility is as likely as another. There's a lot of energy to dump Biden and to replace him with someone else. However, the specifics of that are dodgy. They kind of thrust us into the unknown, and there's a lot unknown about what the results of kicking Biden out of the electoral process would actually be. That being said, it's hard to imagine that the Democratic Party wants to go forward with somebody that said we've finally overcome Medicare and we're spreading COVID. Like, right? It's just like, it's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. And I don't see how it gets better. And from what I've heard, there are people right now trying to get in Biden's ear and push him in that direction. Will he listen to them? Will he drop out? No way of knowing. No way of knowing. I have it's really like 50-50. And you know, the convention is not until August. So yeah, even if he did drop out, what exactly would be the process of replacing him? Zach from the Vanguard seemed to, I don't know if he was joking, but you know, he brought up Dean Phillips. When you look at the math on the, you know, who has what delegates, yeah, Dean Phillips is in second place with 4 delegates. So does it go to him? Does Biden just, you know, free his delegates? Do the delegates try to get together ahead of time and make some provisional agreement so that the Democrats will know? Because this is the thing. This was what was holding back Biden, right? The fact that most Americans they hadn't had it firmed up in their minds that it really was going to be Biden versus Trump. And until that happened through this debate, there wasn't going to be a real consideration of like 100% it's Biden or Trump. Like, who do you pick? That doesn't really become real to most people. And you know, in fact, you know, obviously some people are going to vote third party, but it doesn't become real to most people until there's a debate or a convention or something like sort of signals, something snaps the campaign into gear. And that hadn't happened yet. And Biden's, you know, campaign thought, and, you know, maybe they were right about this, that there were votes out there that would go to Biden's side, but only when they recognized it's not going to be anything else. There's not going to be a DeSantis. There's not going to be, you know, like it's Biden, Trump, or you vote for a third party. And so, you know, they were counting on this to kind of push some of those votes to Biden. If anything, now, the results of the debate have pushed voters away from Biden. And, but were they to successfully force or you know, lean on Biden to drop out, the question then becomes, when will Democratic voters know who the Democratic candidate is going to be? And if it's not for a while, you're just pushing it back into the like, well, it's not the election yet because we don't know who the candidate is going to be, right? And that plays against Democrats because they know who the Republican candidate is going to be, barring, you know, health events or any other reason that he might drop out. And indeed, I feel like, okay, so as far as, is there a chance of Trump dropping out now? So I did predict there was a chance that Biden was not going to be the candidate for the Democrats. There was a chance that Trump was not going to be the candidate for the Republicans. I don't think that Trump's going anywhere unless Biden drops out and somehow, I don't know, it would have to be like Biden dropping out and then them doing polling on whoever replaces him, and it being like that person is in the lead by 56% to 42%. It would have to be something, you know, ground shaking. And even then, it's Trump's nomination to give up, and you know, he's hard-headed, he's arrogant. Yeah, in a lot of ways, these guys are weird mirror images of each other, but obviously Trump's agenda way worse. But anyway, yeah, thank you, chat, and much love to you, and we will see what happens, I guess. We should start to get some polls. We should start to get some polls and see what the effect of the election, or of the debate is going to be. So look for that. Until then, I am NCC, and I'm going to go to bed now. I am so tired. Oh my gosh. Keeping me up with the super chat here. Thank you. I can't. John Stewart says Trey Money V. Yeah, so like there's some like less likely names, right? John Stewart is one of those that pops out once in a while. In terms of being able to deal with Trump's persona, I think that John Stewart might actually be good. Maybe it takes an actor to deal with an actor. Maybe that's what's been missing the whole time. That Donald Trump has been playing a fictitious version of himself for years and years and years now. Another kind of rare Pokemon when it comes to replacements for Biden is, oh my God, Al Gore. Once in a while, you'll hear people say Al Gore. Wait, he's like 76, right? I think, am I right about that? Al Gore is like 76. So, you know, that's old as fuck, but by the standards of the current presidential candidate, Al Gore is a spring chicken. He's younger than Biden and Trump. He has a lot of support from the military and first responders. Jon Stewart does. I mean, like the one weird thing that I saw Jon Stewart do was, I don't remember, when was it? It was probably before the Trump administration. Didn't he have some sort of like conference on like centrism? It's the only cringe thing that I can remember Jon Stewart doing. But yeah, I mean, they're going to be looking for somebody to replace Biden. One of the stipulations, one of the things that they would look for is somebody with name recognition. That's what kind of cuts against your Gretchen Whitmer's. And oh my God, what's his name? The PR guy? The PR guy. What's the PR guy's name? I can't remember this guy's name. People were talking about him earlier, though. I may just be too tired to figure it out. That's okay. But yeah, excuse me. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Trey Money V. Oh my God. I was reading your chat, Sasha G, and I like, you said peeped, and I almost read it as peepeed. I was like, wait, the P tape? Is that what, are we talking about the P tape? No, we're talking about something, the underage contestants that he would bust in on in the dressing room. He took super sus pictures with his daughter. Yo, here's why I really don't want Trump to win. And I mean, obviously there's a lot of reasons. Sean Spicer, there's a lot of reasons that, like, you know, Trump would be a disaster, but here's what I think. Okay, if Trump were to get elected, he would normalize his weird incest shit with Ivanka. And right-wingers would be like based, right? They would be calling him like a Chad. They're like, oh yeah, no, his daughter is really hot, you know, like, oh my God. They would normalize that. Like they would turn the Trump family's like signature move is going to be like incestuous lust. And they're just going to rub it in America's face. They're going to make it a thing. They're going to try to make incest cool again. That's horrible to say, but they are. Trump's so fucked up. The whole family is fucked up. You know, with notable exceptions. What's her name? Mary Trump that just joined the Biden campaign? But yeah, I better get to sleep, and maybe you need to sleep too. I don't know what time it is where you are, but take care of yourself. Get yourself some water. Thanks for hanging out with me, and much love. And I'm gonna try to keep stretching so that I can actually touch. Not just touch, I need to be able to grab my fingers with my fingers. That's my goal. That's what I want. They're all disgusting except for Mary. That's right. I don't even know that much about Mary Trump, but anyway, good night, chat. Waluigi says good night. I say good night, and I will most likely see you tomorrow.